This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Peter Allen and Colin Murray.
Afternoon. In the next hour or so, Beth Tweddle is favourite to become Britain's first ever gymnast to win Olympic gold, and later this afternoon Jason Kenny aims to become a rare breed, a three-time British Olympic champion.
Kenny's got the sprinter's line, his legs pumping up and down like pistons round the banking into the finishing straight. Dominant sprinting from Jason Kenny. He's through 2-0, and Jason Kenny easing through into the semi-finals of the sprint.
And this is Peter Allen. I'll be in the velodrome to watch Jason Kenny. Really, in a way, he has to win this one, having replaced Sir Chris Hoy as our competitor in this particular event. And we'll keep you up to date as well with a whole host of other events. We've got boxing, we've got the women's flyweight, Nicola Adams going quite soon. We've got the women's lightweight as well, Natasha Jonas, and she's against Katie Taylor from Ireland, who is Irish hero, and a lot of Ireland's going to stop while that fight's on. We've got gymnastics with Craig Heap and Alison Mitchell will be watching. What have we got there? Beth Tweddle, of course, as Colin was just saying. And then we got the cycling, and then we've got the equestrian. In fact, the equestrian is good enough to take over Olympic lecture this afternoon. If that's your interest, make sure you listen. Make sure that you stay tuned to 5 Live. We're going to cover it all. And I missed quite a weekend there, Colin. Well, I didn't miss it because I watched, and interestingly, when you watch these events just on television, you have a chance to feel which one really meant most to me. Now, curiously, the one which meant most to me was seeing Andy Murray, of our wonderful, wonderful win at Wimbledon. But the one which really did it, it seemed, for the crowd curiosity, wasn't Team GB. It was Usain Bolt. Suddenly, the place was just electric. It's just 10 seconds, but it made me think of watching a heavyweight boxing champion. Muhammad Ali comes back. It had that kind of feel about it.
It's interesting that you put that sort of tennis first and then Usain Bolt, because they did have something in common as well, is that you were marvelling also at the ability of Federer's and Djokovic's on the Friday. And I've just watched Chen Yibing here, who's the king of the rings, put in a performance in the men's rings final here at the North Greenwich Arena, and you just stopped dead in your tracks. He was perfect. It was awe-inspiring, and that's what it's about, isn't it, Peter? The great feats of sport, and Usain Bolt defending his 100 metres title was one of those. I suppose it just depends. I mean, first of all, it's wonderful to have you back, because you think you might have missed a bit of Olympics.
I missed you as well, Colin.
Well, I did. Let's not get over emotional earlier on what will be an emotional afternoon, but I felt like Maverick without Iceman. So it's so nice. It's so nice to have you back. But you are right. It just depends. For me, it was the women's team pursuit because of the stories behind the three ladies who won.
Well, you got a good story over there this afternoon, haven't you? And Beth Tweddle, the star, our gymnastics star. Well,
I woke up at 7 this morning. My first cohesive thought was about this uneven bars final. I got the bus here for 11 o'clock, even though the doors weren't open. If you are in any way a fan of history, of competition, of those moments in sport when you swallow a lump in your throat for a person you've never met, doing something you maybe only watch every 4 years, then Alison Mitchell, this is that moment.
It is. She's already the people's champion of gymnastics, Beth Tweddle. Can she now be the Olympic champion, Great Britain's first ever Olympic champion in the gymnastics? You think gymnastics, you think Beth Tweddle in this country, and it has been that way ever since 2006, when she became Great Britain's first ever world champion on this apparatus, the bars, and this is now her moment, the climax of an illustrious career, coming down to less than a minute on the asymmetric bars.
And that's exactly the point, Craig Heap. Here's a woman who's won everything apart from an Olympic medal. I'm talking about European champion. I'm talking about world champion. When she does her famous dismount, which we'll talk about a little bit more later, if she's either going to land it for gold or she's going to fall on her backside for nothing. Either way, that's the last thing she will do as a gymnast. That is sport on the edge of the knife, like you can't even imagine.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's so much pressure on that routine. We know that she can deliver, but can she deliver at this level? Beijing fourth under all that pressure. I really hope that she's taken the lessons from the last Olympic Games to put it here into practice tonight.
Anybody who has heard Craig, of course, who's a Commonwealth champion himself, will know that you can get a little over emotional sitting here, and you basically get by on sugar all day.
I'm feeling very emotional. This week has been a roller coaster of emotions, but I've brought myself a couple of bags of sweets today, not just one but two, because I think we're going to need the energy levels to be right up there for when Beth comes out, and I think the crowd plays such an important part on her performance.
Okay, well listen, I know you usually have 2 bags of sweets, but this is a chance for Britain to win a gold medal in gymnastics for the first time since the birth of the modern Olympics in 1896. So I have a present for you.
What is this here?
Oh,
my word! It's a sweet shop. You brought a sweet shop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 bags.
We're going to have to scrape him off the ceiling at the
6
end
bags
of
of sweets. Brilliant.
Peter Allen, we have 20 pounds of sugar, and I think for the next hour and a half you and I will be happy to be known as Tweddle Dom and Tweddle Dee.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very curious the way you see the need to take food that's bad for you to every venue in the Olympics. I'm going to talk about another arena now where great drama will occur. It's Greenwich Park, it's equestrian of course, and as I say, you can hear it on Olympics Extra if this is your particular speciality. I'm going to join John Hunt and Pippa Funnell to talk about the team show jumping, and plenty of drama there. I mean, for instance, John, for those people who don't know, give us the story of Nick Skelton, who rides here having, broken his neck 2000, was it?
Do you know, it's incredible, Peter. Good afternoon to you. We're underway here. Yes, the Nick Skelton story is potentially incredible. One of several amazing stories that could well unfold today. Yeah, you're quite right. In competition, Peter, Nick broke his neck in competition in Cheshire in the early part of the century, and they thought at the time that it was such a bad break, they said, never mind compete again, don't ride again, because you could well suffer a fatal fall if you were to fall off again. Well, he had a year off, Peter, and then he confounded the medical experts when they checked his injury about 12 months later, and they just could not believe how well that injury had healed. And here he is today, all those years later, with a chance of helping Britain towards team gold. It's an astonishing story.
Lovely story. And then tell me a bit about his horse, Big Star.
Well, I think he's absolutely brilliant. Pippa Funnell's alongside me watching events as well today. He's athletic, nimble, he's obedient, he's a great little horse, Pippa, isn't he?
Oh, he's absolutely outstanding. I mean, Nick has had this horse from a young horse, and he rightly says himself, he reckons it's the best horse he's ever sat on, and that's saying something, because Nick really has sat on some very good horses over the years. And also, going back just to his neck, I just wanted to add that Nick actually last year had terrible problems with his hips, and actually had a hip replacement at the end of last year, so he's come back from that as well, so he's done incredibly well.
Do you know what, John? Neve, sitting next to me, has just finished all of her ice cream and given me absolutely not one bit of it.
Not even a flake in the bottom?
Not even a bit. I've just been looking longingly at this ice cream for about 15 minutes, and I thought, she's a young woman whose heart will succumb to my blandishments, but no, she's hard. Behind those dark glasses, Neve, you're a hard woman. How was that ice cream? Good, and she liked it all. Just before I let you go, for the moment, and obviously we'll be back, and just do remember you can get the whole thing on Olympics Extra. How does it all work, John? You've got a team of 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah?
Yeah, 4 members in each team. 8 nations have gone through to today's final stage, and basically, Peter, it's quite simple, really. As this unfolds, it gets simpler and simpler. 3 of those 4 scores today will count. The worst score will be dropped. Those 3 scores will be added together, and then they'll be added to yesterday's totals. Great Britain on 4 penalties, Saudi Arabia leading at the moment on 1 penalty,
right. And
basically the lowest score will win gold.
Now, I was slightly surprised to see it was Saudi Arabia leading, but that's probably because I know nothing about the world of horses.
Well, it's incredible, Peter. Their attempt to shine here at these games has been clear for many, many years, really. They, as a nation, invested what I believe to be around £40 million to try and achieve success. Now, part of that has been buying some of the best horses from around the world as part of their team, but it's also involved their team members, a lot of them spending all of their time in Belgium, well away from home, never ever going home really for the last 12-18 months. So they're in a great nation there to learn their trade, and the results so far have been dazzling. As I say, 4 riders yesterday, and the worst they got was that 1-time penalty. And the obvious statement to make, Peter, if they can repeat the trick and go clear 3 times today, they will win gold by 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Right, I look forward to hearing from that, and we'll have regular visits, of course, to the equestrian, to Greenwich Park. Now, Rod Northman is one of my favourite commentators around this park, because every time I speak to him, he's doing something curious. Last time it was blowing up bits of clay, and we won gold at that, of course. I wonder what. I don't think we'll do the same at the Greco-Roman wrestling, although, Rob, it's a fascinating sport to watch.
It is a fascinating spectacle, Peter. Britain certainly won't be producing any medals here, as we don't have any competitors in any of the weight categories.
That's not a good start, is it?
No, it certainly isn't, but it's a fascinating watch. It really is. 3 mats, all sorts of bouts in progress. James Cracknell is alongside me, and James, everybody's eyes in a way are just drawn towards that mat on the right where the big guys, the 120 kilo guys, are fighting. And we've seen an enormous Cuban and an enormous Turk who've both made their way into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's a bit like boxing, that people's eyes are drawn towards the heavyweights, and they're enormous, but their speed compared to the 84 kilo class and the 60 kilo class is a lot slower. But the 120 kilos you mentioned is the minimum. So these guys can be north of that, and the Lopez, who's the multi-world champion and reigning Olympic champion from Cuba, and Kayalp, I hope I got his pronunciation right on his name, otherwise he'll be after me.
Reza Kayalp of Turkey.
And he's the world champion, so he took the Lopez's crown. And they're in separate quarterfinals, but if they both win them, they're due to meet in the semi. So I imagine the roof will come off here tonight. It's a fascinating sport, and the passion from the crowd is A, audible, and B, visible, because you can tell they're into it, because a lot of them have got the wrestling ears of cauliflower variety.
And Peter, just to borrow a line from the great Bill McLaren, it's fair to say that Kayalp, the Turk, who's just won his last 16 bouts, if he has any brothers and sisters, it's fair to say that he was the first to the meat table.
And they're incredibly skillful. They're not just big, they're incredibly skillful. So even if they weren't first to the meat table, they'd make sure they were first to get their hands on it.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, chaps. That's Rod Northman at the Greco-Roman wrestling. I now have, Colin, the secret to your sudden consumption of sweets.
Yeah?
That is because, without being impolite, you're quite a skinny sort of chap, and the Greco wrestling is where you go next, and you do not want to stand out there, so keep eating, boy.
If I could get to eat them, Craig, keep here in the commentary box at the gymnastics. Is just like that little girl with the ice cream. I bought him 20 pounds of sweets. He won't give me as much as a midget gem. He's keeping them all to himself, Peter. And you would have loved what I've just seen here. I know you love the stories of, athletes outside of Team GB, which is so important. And Jordan Yokchev is 39 years old, a Bulgarian. He's competing in his 6th Olympics, and he's just went on the rings. He won't win a medal. In his younger years, he won silver, he won bronze. He won't win a medal here, but it was an amazing moment, Peter, and a really knowledgeable crowd as well.
Good. Okay, Colin, am I staying with you for a moment?
No, yes.
Excellent.
Yes, we're going
Don't hand to me when it's you.
No, I just
don't do that to me, Colin. All right.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later. We're going to go to the boxing. I'm going to be there tonight because the men are in action with a Go-Go and with Joshua. But the atmosphere, whether it's 9 in the morning or 9 at night, is sensational. We have women's GB boxing. We have Olympic boxing for the women for the first time. And we put our 3 best men in the front row for this. So let's get the Lennox Lewis. Let's get the Steve Bunce. And first of all, Darren Fletcher, talk us through what we're about to hear ahead of Beth Tweddle, who starts her assault in that gold in the uneven bars at 5-3.
Thanks, Colin. Yeah, this is probably your weight class, flyweight. This for the ladies. Nicola Adams from Leeds, who's the world number 2, the undisputed world number 2. And as they see her for the first time here at Excel, just listen to the roar. All of the British boxers going for medals today. If they win their fights, and we've got 5 of them in action today, they are guaranteed a bronze medal at least. Luke Campbell was able to secure that last night. He's into the last 4 at lightweight. And today we've got 3 of the ladies in action. Nicola Adams first, then Katie Taylor against Natasha Jonas, which is going to be an absolute belter. And then Savannah Marshall, the world champion at middleweight, who's going to pop in to just about finish the session a little bit later on. But Nicola Adams has a genuine chance of winning a medal here. The only girl that's been standing in her way recently is Can Ren from China, who was very impressive in the first bout of the day. But Nicola Adams, Bunsey, is a genuine medal chance here.
Yeah, she's got a gold medal in the Europeans last year, a bronze medal a couple of years earlier, and as you said, 3 consecutive World Championship finals. And she has been a pioneer. She has been at the forefront of women's boxing for nearly 10 years now.
She's going to fight in the blue headguard and the blue vest is Nicola Adams, the 29-year-old from Leeds, who fights for the Haringey Police Club. She's been struggling with a back problem following a fall downstairs at home, which has been a recurring theme throughout her recent career. She's been an extra in Coronation Street, an extra in Emmerdale. She was telling everybody she'd had a pint in the Rovers. And the first bell rings in this flyweight division contest between Nicola Adams and Petrova Stojka from Bulgaria, who's in all red. She's slightly taller than Nicola Adams. 4 2-minute rounds, remember, in the ladies boxing here at XL, and a fantastic crowd. They're really looking forward to the next one, which is GB versus Ireland. Natasha Jonas against the 4-time world champion Katie Taylor. But let's keep our eye on Nicola Adams here, who started off bouncing up and down on her toes. The Bulgarian has the slightly longer reach. Adams, though, has started off with the more accurate punches, and then she bullies the Bulgarian across the ring into the Nicola Adams corner, where they're broken by the referee. Nicola Adams should, Steve, be a class above the Bulgarian, who's 26 years old. She was a European Championship bronze medalist last year, but Nicola Adams should be too good for her.
Yeah, Nicola Adams should be too good for absolutely everybody apart from Ren Can, and that's going to be tight, to be honest with you. And that's what happens. She's been fighting at this level. She's been going overseas. She was in a GB team with Paul Smith, and he's been a pro for about 8 years. Look at it that way. Think about it that way.
Not a seat to be had again at XL. Fantastic atmosphere. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable in here tonight when Anthony Ogogo and Anthony Joshua go for medals. And Nicola Adams has made a really good start in this bout. She just landed a really good combination, which forced the Bulgarian backwards. Petrova, though, quickly forward to try and land some scoring shots of her own, but Adams is able to tie her up along the ropes, and then the two of them exchange rather strange looking punches while they were literally tied together in centre ring. But whenever Petrova tries to come forward, Adams has got the ability to land that counter punch. She's particularly good with that right hook early on, Steve. As the Bulgarian comes in, she's able to land that punch almost at will.
I don't know about you, but it looked to me like she nearly dropped. It looked to me like she sent her stumbling with that short right cross. She's a powerful little thing. She boxed in her first World Championship up at bantamweight, but that's not an Olympic weight. So she's had to drop a few kilos to make flyweight, where she's been for about 5 years now.
Adams with her back to the ropes, the crowd clapping their feet, clapping their hands and stamping their feet inside XL. As Adams is controlling the first round, and we'll get the score. She's only won it by a score of 2-1. Lennox Lewis is here as part of our commentary team, and he's got a frown on his face now he's seen the scoring.
Yeah, I thought Nicholas did a lot better than that. I mean, it should have been like about 3-5, because she came out really strong. She's throwing some good hooks to the stomach, good body punches. She moves well, and she has a great technique. I like it.
You missed it last night. You were watching Usain Bolt, and we were watching the judges almost deny Luke Campbell a bronze medal. So it's not the first time in recent times that we've seen judging that's left us a little bit surprised.
And there was one time she hit the Bulgarian boxer, and she went backwards. I thought the referee was going to definitely step in for an 8 count there.
Yeah, I thought that was an 8 count then, to be honest with you, Lennox. I think the referee, maybe there's a female referee, I think she was maybe a bit shocked herself, because she definitely hurt her. She definitely stumbled, and she was definitely stunned.
The judge from the Philippines actually gave the first round to the Bulgarian fighter.
And yet 2 judges never gave the Bulgarian fighter a point in that round.
And therein lies the problem.
Therein lies the problem, Fletch. Explain it to everybody, would you please?
Second round of 4. We have 5 judges here at ringside. They all press a button when they think they see a scoring shot. The 2 most outlandish scores are disregarded at the end of each round. And then an amalgamation, the mean score of the best 3, the closest 3, is how you get the round scored. That's why there's a bit of confusion here. But Nicola Adams has started well. She looks confident. She looks assured. She's not fazed by the noise and the atmosphere inside the XL. And she's going about her work very effectively in round 2 as well. Just the 2-minute rounds for the women, 3-minute rounds for the men, 4 2s as opposed to 3 3s. So the bouts are actually a round longer, but a minute shorter. And it's difficult for some of these girls, particularly Natasha Jonas, who boxes next, because she's got 2 bouts in 24 hours, which at this level is extremely difficult. If Adams wins this, she's through to the last 4. She'd be guaranteed a bronze medal at least, but she's got sights on gold. That's what she's come to London for. Adams landing more punches in the second round, which has just less than a minute to go. A decent combination by Adams, but then a telling punch back from the Bulgarian, who lands a 2 or 3 best shots of the fight, but then she's staggered again by that chopping right hand from Nicola Adams, which is proving to be a very effective punch.
She's a destructive little thing, Nicola, isn't she? She's been that way. She's been that way since the GB Championships back in about 2005, 2006. She likes to. You know what she likes to do, Fletch? She likes to have a fight.
The crowd saw another straight right land on the point of the Bulgarian's chin. Nicola Adams is certainly landing the heavier shots in this second round, which has got just over 20 seconds to go. And Adams controlling things at the moment with that 2-1 cushion from the first round, as both of the boxers are standing in centre ring, bouncing up and down on their toes. And Adams just warned by the referee, a nod of the blue head guard to acknowledge the warning. Then she lands with a decent left jab, misses with a right cross, and the Bulgarian stumbles over in the face of that Nicola Adams barrage. No punch was landed, so not the standing count, and they re-engage at centre ring in the final few seconds of the second round. The bell goes and we will see the scores, and Nicola Adams has extended her cushion. Nicola Adams 5 points, the Bulgarian Stoica Petrova has 3. Lennox Lewis.
She did very well that round. You know what? I love her footwork. It's in and out, in and out. The Bulgarian can't really tell and can't really time it right now. And then when she tries to time it, she gets hit and she's off balance, so it really looks bad for her. So that's why Nicholas Adams is really moving ahead on the scoring cards.
The bigger picture here, Bunsey, is not Nicola Adams against Stoica Petrova today. It's Can Ren potentially in the gold medal match, and we saw the Chinese girl earlier look very effective. She's won the last 3 world championships. That's the big problem, isn't it, for Nicola Adams at flyweight here?
That's the big problem, and in all fairness, Fletch, she may have a problem when she fights Mary Kom, the brilliant Indian woman who's won 5 world champion titles. Nicola did beat her in the World Championships earlier this year, but it was slender, it was tight. And just to back up what Lennox said, her footwork's not good, it's fantastic, it's exquisite.
Into the third round of 4. Nicola Adams leads by 5 points to 3 at flyweight here at Excel on 5 Live from the BBC. All of these British boxers now boxing for guaranteed bronze medals at this stage, because if you do reach the last 4, the 2 beaten semi-finalists are both awarded a bronze medal, and the winners, of course, will fight for gold and silver. So that's the way it works. And Adams landing some good shots at the start of round 3. And it just forced the Bulgarian off balance and just unravelled her for a second. She was easy to hit there for a short period of time, and Adams was able to land 2 or 3 decent blows on the side of Petrova's red head guard. Petrova coming forward, hasn't really been able to work Adams out, and she's caught there, Bunsey, by a decent left hook as well, the Bulgarian.
Yeah, it was a nice little counter. I get the feeling here, and I hope Lennox agrees at the end of the round, I get the feeling here Nicola's coasted. She's looking at 2 more fights, semi-final and final, that are going to be hard. She doesn't want to expend too much energy here. She just wants to nick it, couple of points, nice and easy.
Certainly seems to be boxing within herself, doesn't she, the 29-year-old from Leeds, controlling the fight just over a minute to go in the third round, and all of the quality punches are coming from Nicola Adams. It's been a problem for the Bulgarian. She's occupied a tight defence, but she's not really been able to let the punches go and land any significant blows of her own. And Adams boxing on the retreat, back towards the ropes in front of us. Adams moves to her left. Not letting any punches go at the moment. Then she flicks out the left jab. Nothing really coming back from the Bulgarian, who can't really work Adams out. Adams has been equally adept going forward as she has been on the counter, and that left hook is becoming a big factor in this fight. We see Nicola Adams land another. Then she misses with a big right uppercut that might have caused a problem or two. But the punches from the Bulgarian seem to be missing, and the punches from Adams are thudding into the red head guard.
She's going straight through the middle there. She's going for the red head guard, straight through the red gloves. And I tell you what, she is so sparing. She is so miserly with her punches. I love it. I mean, this is the best I've seen her box in the last 7 or 8 years. This is a quality controlled performance.
I'd love to see the punch efficiency statistics, because she's not missing with many at all. When she throws a punch, it generally lands, does Nicola Adams. And Adams controlling round 3. Surely she's going to extend the lead. She finishes the third round with a flourish, and now she's got a whopping 6-point lead to take into the 4th round. Great Britain 11, Bulgaria 5. Best round of the fight, Lennox, for Nicola Adams.
She boxed very well and she moved, and you know, like that I would say she rested that round, but she was very sparingly with her punches and very sharp with her punches. And the one thing I love what she's really doing is throwing some great body shots and uppercuts. How often do you see that? So she's got a good array of punches that she's throwing out there.
That left uppercut, the left hook, seems to be able to land at will. Whenever the Bulgarian comes in, Nicola Adams can land that right on the chin every time.
Yeah, I mean, the Bulgarian boxer's not really throwing any punches that Nicola Adams can't really handle. They're straightforward in front of your face. She's not mixing them up. She's not throwing any hooks or anything. But Nicola Adams is doing very well, the movement as well, and I'm very happy with her performance.
And what we're seeing here, Fletch, is we're seeing just that difference in grade. This Petrova's a good fighter. Nicola Adams is an exceptional fighter, and we're going to see that a lot today and in the coming days with the women.
Nicola Adams 2 minutes away then from a guaranteed bronze medal here in London. She would be in the last 4 At flyweight, she's got a 6-point cushion, so to all intents and purposes, Petrova has to stop Nicola Adams in this last round, because to overturn a 6-point deficit in amateur boxing is just about impossible. And Adams, in fact, has started off where she left off in the third round by landing a flurry of blows, which is sure to impress the judges. Petrova has never really been able to find any sort of rhythm, because she can't work out where the next Nicola Adams attack is going to be coming from. So she's boxed mainly on the defensive. She's not really been able or confident enough to let the punches flow, which has meant that Adams has been able to dictate the pace of the fight and dictate it right the way through. Here's a problem, though, for the Bulgarian. He's just had to go to a corner to have something done. What happened there, Bunsey?
It looked like her vest got caught on the Velcro of her head guard.
That could be a problem. Stops you throwing the right hand when you've effectively got one hand tied behind your back.
Well, you just look back.
Adams lands a couple more blows on the ropes after the two fighters get back down to business. Adams lands a decent right hand. Nothing coming back from Petrova at all. She looks a beaten fighter. Just over a minute of round 4 to go. This has been very comfortable for Nicola Adams. The perfect start to her campaign for gold at flyweight here at XL. Anthony Ogogo and Anthony Joshua tonight. 2 bouts that are sure to raise the roof here at XL. And we've still got Natasha Jonas against Katie Taylor, and also Savannah Marshall, the world middleweight champion, against Marina Volnova as she begins her quest for gold as well here at the XL Arena. Adams stood in a neutral corner, bouncing up and down on her toes. The punches don't come her way from Petrova, so Adams flicks out a left jab and then another one, and then rotates around towards the left, and then comes forward and lands 4 or 5 very accurate punches right onto that red head guard. It was easy for her, Bunsey.
You know what, she saw the gap, you saw her take a pause there, she knew she could launch that. It was a straight forward, she just walked, she just alternated her feet, alternated her punches, everyone landed all clean scoring blows.
Into the final 30 seconds, Petrova lands a wide swinging right hand onto the side of Nicola Adams' head, but Adams okay with that, still in control, still boxing well within herself, and with 16 seconds of the 4th round to go, she's just about there. Petrova comes forward, Adams hits her with a left jab and then another one. Adams moves along the ropes, happy to box on the defensive, and then slips underneath the Petrova attack and backpedals to safety, then lets a couple of body punches go. It's almost exhibition stuff now to finish the belt for Nicola Adams, and boy, Lennox Lewis, was she impressive there.
Let me tell you, you really have to see Nicola Adams box. She's very seasoned. She almost reminds me of an American fighter because of her style and her footwork and how she really dances around the ring. She's excellent. I'm pleasantly surprised at how the women boxers are boxing right now for GP.
Not to put too fine a point on it, she was like Sugar Ray Leonard against Roberto Duran in the rematch for the last minute of that round.
Let me tell you, it seemed like I seen Ali Shuffle in there.
Absolutely, I thought I saw that as well.
Hey, they're women, they're amateur boxers, they've got attitude as well, remember?
Absolutely. Well, Nicola Adams has a big smile on her face. She knows she's guaranteed at least a bronze. She will march on into the last 4. All we need now is the official result here.
When she boxes, you can't tell if it's a man or a woman. She looks like a man because she's very skillful, great on her legs, and she moves well.
A fine compliment from the former undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. Here's the decision here.
By a score of 16 points to 7.
In the blue corner, Nicola Adams wins it by 9 points. It's a landslide. 16 for Nicola Adams, 7 for Stoica Petrova, and she's guaranteed a bronze medal, Colin.
How intelligent, how graceful, what a thinker Nicola Adams is, a star of her 3 female boxers. We're back for Natasha Jonas, who's in action again, so we'll be back to Fletch and Bunce and the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, Lennox Lewis, very shortly. But here at the North Greenwich Arena at 5-3, Beth Tweddle goes for Olympic gold. 6 European titles, 3 world titles, but she would trade them all. She'd throw in every penny she's ever earned, every high she's ever experienced in the name of sport for this one moment of glory. You'll hear it here on BBC Radio 5 Live. We're going to get the latest news. The time's just coming up to 25-3.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
5 Live News with Tom Sanders. Within the last half hour, the Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg has announced the government is scrapping plans to reform the House of Lords. It had been a high priority for the Liberal Democrats, but last month Conservative backbenchers mounted the biggest rebellion the coalition has faced and blocked key parts of the bill. Here's the Lib Dem leader.
Clearly, I cannot permit a situation where Conservative rebels can pick and choose the parts of the contract they like, while Liberal Democrat MPs are bound to the entire agreement. So I have told the Prime Minister that when, in due course, Parliament votes on boundary changes for the 2015 election, Liberal Democrats in Parliament will oppose them.
The Syrian Prime Minister Riyad Hijab has defected with his family and fled to Jordan. In a statement, he said he was joining the revolution. Activists say a number of other government ministers have also abandoned the Assad regime, although this hasn't been confirmed. The 25-year-old man whose pit bull attacked and injured 5 policemen in East London has been found guilty of owning a dog that went dangerously out of control. Simeon Robinson-Pierre has also admitted to possessing a fighting dog at his home in Newham. A 34-year-old man from Leeds has been charged with a public order offence after a bottle was thrown at the start of the men's 100-metre final last night. Ashley Gill-Webb will appear at Stratford Magistrates Court this afternoon. And the Labour leader Ed Miliband says that his party is ready for the Corby by-election. The constituency's Conservative MP Louise Mensch has decided to stand down to spend more time with her family abroad. She won the seat 2 years ago with a majority of just under 2,000. 5 Live travel now, and here's Orna.
Thank you, Tom. In Cheshire, the M6 queuing after the earlier accident. It happened northbound at junction 19 Knutsford with queues back to 18 at Holmes Chapel. All lanes are open. Nottinghamshire and the M1 heading south, the lane closed at Nottingham junction 26 because of an accident. And in Worcestershire, the M5 northbound at junction 4A, one of the lanes is blocked by an accident. And Monmouthshire, the M48 remains closed between the M4 and Chepstow for accident investigation work. The M25 still queuing from 12, heading over towards Whitley interchange at junction 10, and that's because of an accident. And the North Circular Road in London, 2 lanes are closed. It's on the eastbound side at Brentfield Road, queues back to the Harrow Road underpass. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live.
Every story.
A man who was stabbed after standing up to a gang says he would do it again.
I drew the line when some elderly pensioners got on board and he said some horrible stuff to them. That's when he turned around and got up in my face.
Every moment.
Tell us why you're on this march. The bankers are getting paid money. They've got off scot-free. I just want a steady wage and pension.
And still to come, the London Paralympic Games, plus the Premier League returns on August 18.
What a stunning goal! What a twist this is in the Premier League title race!
Don't miss a thing.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
We're underway on BBC Radio 5 Live for another exasperating and heart-wrenching day of Olympic sport, but it's always nice to pop to Headingley and say hello to Kevin Hiles for the first time today, and it's the final day of the second test.
For 2, they lead by 132 runs. This game still, of course, heading towards a draw on its final afternoon and evening, although you can't keep Kevin Peterson out of it all. A wonderful side story. 149, of course, with the bat, and he's taken both the wickets to have fallen here. Jacques Rudolph before lunch, LBW for 69. Again, Peterson with just his second ball, again getting some turn, and then Graham Smith after lunch was well caught by Taylor at short leg, maybe controversially, went to review. Peterson the bowler, Smith out for 52. So South Africa 138 for 2 with Amla and de Villiers at the crease.
Thank you very much. Already at the XL in the flyweight division, Nicola Adams put on an exhibition. We go back now to Lewis, de Bunce, de Fletcher. Natasha Jonas is underway.
You wouldn't believe the noise in here, Colin. This is an Irish crowd. All of the tricolours came out the minute Katie Taylor popped out of the tunnel, and we've got just around a minute of the first round. Natasha Jonas of Great Britain in blue against the 4-time world champion Katie Taylor from Bray in County Wicklow. It's going to be a battle royal, this one. 2 girls who have come for gold here in London, and this represents a very difficult test for Natasha Jonas, and it started off, Bunsey, at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
As I expected it would, and that's the best chance Tasha's got is to somehow put her under pressure. She's been beaten by Taylor before, as has everybody been beaten by Taylor before. We are in for 8 minutes here, 4 twos of quite exhilarating action. This crowd, Colin, even Joshua didn't get this.
Absolutely, just listen to the noise inside XL. She carried the flag for Ireland at the opening ceremony, did Katie Taylor. She's the reigning world and European champion. She won the last meeting between these two by a score of 6 points to 3. Remember, Natasha Jonas was in the ring yesterday against Queen Underwood. There's a good combination landed by the Irish girl Katie Taylor. Jonas, though, recovers her composure and comes forward with the blue gloves and the blue headguard. All of the Irish supporters singing their songs inside XL towards the end of the first round. There goes the bell, and the score is Katie Taylor 5, Natasha Jonas 2. Lennox Lewis, what about the noise in here?
Oh, the noise is incredible. I feel like I'm at a football game. I think Katie Taylor did well. in that fight. She really started strong, but Natasha really has to, Jonas has to really step it up a bit. She was really sparing with the punches, and she has to throw a lot more punches in the next round.
Bunchy, how difficult is it for Natasha Jonas against Katie Taylor 24 hours after fighting in the same ring against Queen Underwood?
By the way, and that was such a hard fight against Juanita Underwood. With 48 hours, it would be hard. Tonight it's difficult. Against anybody but Taylor, she'd have half a chance. I'd fancy Natasha against any of them. Taylor isn't just a good fighter. She's the best female amateur boxer of all time.
Katie Taylor's 26, Natasha Jonas 28. Natasha from the Rotunda ABC Club. She's a Toxteth girl. She's had a message on Twitter wishing a good luck from Wayne Rooney today. A bronze at the 2010 World Championships. But she's got a mountain to climb here with 3 rounds to go. 5-2 down against the great 4-time world champion Katie Taylor in the red vest from Ireland. And Taylor starts the second round with a decent combination. Jonas is determined, she's strong, and she forces Taylor back and starts to unload punches of her own. But Katie Taylor is a determined boxer. She's an extremely slippery customer, and she slips away from that Jonas attack, and now they're re-engaged in front of the ropes on this near side of the ring. Katie Taylor lands a decent right hand. Natasha Jonas stalks her. Taylor slips over against the ropes. The two fighters touch gloves. The referee checks whether Katie Taylor's okay, and that just momentarily quietens this very staunch Irish crowd inside Excel. Taylor standing with her back to the ropes, takes a body shot from Natasha Jonas. Just over a minute to go in the second round. This one's slightly more cagey and slightly better for Natasha Jonas, Steve.
Much better. She's doing exactly what we knew she had to do. She's just chasing Taylor down.
Jonas hits Taylor with a good shot, and Taylor comes back with a few of her own, and then they stand and trade in centre ring. Really good work from both women here. Natasha Jonas of Great Britain and Katie Taylor of Ireland. Jonas might just be edging the second round. She needs to, because she lost the first by a score of 5 points to 2. Catches Taylor with a decent right hook, and then another one, and then they clinch almost over the London 2012 logo in the centre of this ring here at XL, and then they're split apart by the referee, and they'll get back to work quickly with 50 seconds to go in the second round. Katie Taylor lands a 2-punch combination. Jonas comes walking forward. Jonas caught again as she comes in, and then Taylor makes her pay. Punishes her with a decent right hand as Jonas was off balance, and then Taylor lands a couple more punches in centre ring. Jonas unable to let the punches go at this particular stage with 30 seconds of the second round to go, and Katie Taylor warming to this now.
Yes, she is. She seemed to find a little bit of space. You only got to create the space. Give Taylor 4 inches, and she takes care of business comfortably.
Taylor letting the punches go. Jonas took at least one of those in that particular flurry on the side of the blue head guard, and then lands a punch of her own on the far side of the ring. Then they clinch. Jonas puts her arms in the air to show the referee that she's not holding on as we move to the final couple of seconds of what's been a pulsating second round, and it's a little bit tighter. Ireland 10, Great Britain 7, still all to fight for, Lennox Lewis.
Yeah, lots to fight for, close round. Both boxers, Taylor and Jonas, got hit with punches. So it was a really close fight. I wouldn't want to be a judge in this one.
The Belarusian referee scored it for Natasha Jonas. The Argentinian judge scored it level. The 3 other judges scored it for Katie Taylor.
And you know what? Jonas fought there for 90 seconds with her heart out on her sleeve, got her toes inside Taylor's legs and slugged away. She did the only thing, and it's given her a round. It's made the round 5-5. That was great. Taylor's got several gears above. We're going to find out shortly if Natasha Jonas of Toxteth, Liverpool, GB team has the same.
The name Katie Taylor is all that Natasha Jonas has heard in the build-up to the Olympic Games. She says that she's determined and she thinks she can beat Katie Taylor. Well, she's got 2 rounds to prove it and 3 points to find. Katie Taylor 10, Natasha Jonas 7. Savannah Marshall due in the ring a little bit later on, and then Anthony Ogogo and Anthony Joshua. You really don't want to miss those two tonight on 5 Line. Out comes Jonas in blue, looking to get to work, lands a decent punch on the chin of Katie Taylor, who comes back with a combination of her own and punishes Jonas with a straight right hand, and the girl from Toxteth has to stand her ground and fire back.
She has to, and Taylor's got this terrific habit. You land one punch with her, she's got to hit you twice. She is one of the slickest and at the same time nastiest female boxers out there.
Jonas is slightly bigger, she looks the slightly stronger, but the accuracy is coming from Katie Taylor, who starts to let the punches go with 90 seconds of the third round to go. 3-point cushion she's got, the Irish girl, who's been virtually unbeatable at this weight, the lightweight category. She's won the last 4 World Championships, and she punishes Jonas with an excellent flurry, and she's got blurring hand speed, and she catches Jonas right on the point of the jaw, and she's going to take a standing 8 count, and I'm not surprised at that.
It was a good right cross, it was a good left hook. Referee, fantastic then.
So Natasha Jonas receives a standing count, and Katie Taylor gets straight back to work, landing punches. The blurring red gloves of Katie Taylor from Brain, County Wicklow. She's just too good at this particular stage for Natasha Jonas, who's determined and giving everything she has, but she can't quite match the quality of punch that we're seeing from Katie Taylor.
And that's not just Jonas, that's the rest of the world. They're playing catch-up with Katie Taylor, and they might be for another Olympics at least. Jonas has given it everything she's got. She's almost fought herself to a standstill in this round, Fletch.
And she's had to, because Katie Taylor has been all over her from the opening bell, throwing shots, coming forward from all different angles, and then showing the boxing ability to disappear when Natasha Jonas tries to throw punches of her own. 25 seconds of the 3rd round to go, a round that's seen Natasha Jonas take a standing count, and she's punished again with 2 or 3 very accurate shots on and around that blue headguard of Natasha Jonas. Here comes Taylor again. Jonas lands a body punch with Taylor off balance, and with 11 seconds of the round to go, the referee separates the fighters. Jonas comes forward, misses with a lunging left hand. Katie Taylor stands her ground, throws shots to the body. Jonas ties her up in centre ring, and then Jonas lands 2 or 3 punches of her own, 2 or 3 to the body, gets caught on the left side of the chin, not once but twice by that left hook of Katie Taylor, and now Taylor's got an 8-point lead. Katie Taylor 19, Natasha Jonas 11. The Irish tricolours are flying here at Excel. All the Irish supporters are on their feet. Katie Taylor is giving us an exhibition, Lennox Lewis.
Katie Taylor's really digging in with her punches, and you can tell she really wants it because she's throwing 4 punch combinations and they're straight punches. Natasha Jonas is really coming back with left hooks, and I always say a straight punch reaches the target more than a wide punch. So after the Irish boxer throws the straight punches, GB boxer's coming back with a left hook, and it's not there.
She won the 3rd round, Bunsey, 9-4. You cannot doubt Natasha Jonas' determination or desire. Katie Taylor is just too good for her today.
Yeah, this is one of those contests where let's forget the score and let's remember what happened during the minutes, during the rounds. That's what matters here, Fletch.
Here we go then, the 4th and final round. It's pretty simple. Natasha Jonas would have to stop Katie Taylor to win this bout, and that looks to be an extremely tall order. Taylor gets quickly down to business, lets the punches go. There's no thought in the Irish girl's mind of boxing defensively here. She's in there to fight, she's in there to win, and she's giving a masterclass of lightweight boxing here at Excel. Natasha Jonas has tried everything. She's gone through plan A, plan B, plan C. We're down to about plan W now, and she still cannot work out Katie Taylor, who's been able to dominate from the opening bell.
Yeah, she's fighting now on something we call Liverpool guts, mate. She's just out there swinging and hoping for the best.
Minute and 26 seconds of the final round to go. 2 or 3 body shots land from Jonas, then some punches to the head as well. Katie Taylor with the red gloves either side of the head guard, happy to soak it up. Jonas is landing punches, lands a really good left through the Katie Taylor guard, and then Taylor starts to fight back herself. She says, whatever you can do, I can do better. And here come the big shots from Katie Taylor again. Jonas back towards the ropes. How much has she got left, the girl from Liverpool? Katie Taylor looks as though she could go another 4 rounds if she needed to, and she's still landing those stinging, accurate punches onto the chin of Natasha Jonas.
It's almost like Taylor can't miss her with that left hook. She's setting her up for that left hook, body shot, left hook. These are combinations. Lennox talked about Nicola Adams looking like a pro. Katie Taylor looks like a pro. She looks like an old school pro.
Into the final 40 seconds of the 4th round. If you want to win the gold medal at lightweight, I can tell you, you've got to go through Katie Taylor. That's a guarantee. Jonas looking for the big finish, wobbled by a shot from Katie Taylor, and she's going to take another standing 8 count.
It was a right cross. She was slightly off balance, maybe an overreaction, but remember, that's not necessarily a point in amateur boxing, Fletch.
19-11 it was with a round to go. You don't overturn an 8-point deficit on points in an amateur bout. It's nigh on impossible. Jonas has given everything she possibly could. Katie Taylor has given a masterclass at lightweight. Taylor's finishing strongly. Lands a big right onto the face of Natasha Jonas, who's forced onto the ropes. Final bell sounds. Katie Taylor was brilliant. Natasha Jonas was brave. But it's the Irish girl, Lennox, who's going to march on.
Katie Taylor threw some really good punches. She was punching like she was trying to knock you out. And you could tell because she got a couple 8 counts in there, and she boxed very well.
There were moments there when you saw Taylor taking stuff on her elbows, taking stuff on her hands, and you could count 1, 2, 3, knowing she was going to go left hook, right cross, high left hook, right cross, left hook to the body, left hook, and then stand back. And what's more, about 6,000 of the 10,000 in here, they knew it was coming too.
I'm not quite sure what the percentage of Irish supporters inside Excel is this afternoon, but it's got to be 75 or 80%. I didn't know they were here until Katie Taylor walked out once.
Well, I came in a bit later than you, Fletch. I was on a late arrival today, and my train, I'm not sure if I was going from side to side in Dublin rather than Canning Town to the Prince Regent to get off. It was amazing.
Katie Taylor and Natasha Jonas stand either side of the referee, just the formality of the decision, which we're about to hear at Excel. It's going to end Natasha Jonas' Olympic campaign here in London.
26 points to 15.
26 points to 15. Katie Taylor marches on. Natasha Jonas won't medal. Katie Taylor of Ireland is now guaranteed the bronze. But on that showing, Colin, she is the girl to beat at lightweight. She was fantastic.
Hats off to her, very impressive. We will adopt her now, of course, Bunsey, as we go forward. I'm so excited about coming down for the boxing tonight. No atmosphere can say it's better than the XL, Bunsey. I'm so excited. I put on a Hawaiian shirt just for you.
Well, guess what? I've not got my Hawaiian on tonight, Colin. It's the first time I've not worn it.
Guys, thank you so much. We'll be back with you all throughout this afternoon and into this evening as well. Lewis, Buns and Fletch, what a lineup. And right here, just like they were saying at the XL, only it's the Union flags that have come out from bags, from under seats, from everywhere. I wouldn't say they've been sitting on their hands here at the North Greenwich Arena, but it is Beth Tweddle's time. 3 months ago, Alison Mitchell, she was told she needed keyhole surgery. Her Olympic dream looked shattered to everyone apart from those who know Beth Tweddle, and her recovery defines as she's introduced now to the crowd her dedication, her willpower and her determination to win this Olympic gold.
She slept with an ice machine strapped to her leg for night after night to get her to these Olympic Games, her last Olympic Games, and she's standing on the podium now with the 7 other finalists. She is 5th up to go. It's just one routine. That is all. That is all it comes down to.
And Craig Keep, 3 packets of sweets in already in 45 minutes. It's the uneven bars. And just talk us why, if we're not nervous enough, why watching Beth Tweddle in those uneven bars is even more heart-stopping.
Well, the thing about Beth's routine, it's so spectacular with release and catching, transferring from the high bar to the low bar, and that's what her routine is all about, the difficulty that she has. She even has a move named after herself called the Tweddle, and she does that into another release to the bottom bar. This is 14 years of a partnership between her, Beth Tweddle, and her coach Amanda Redding. And one thing you said earlier, Colin, you're dead right. She's won many a world and European title. She will swap all of those medals for that one medal this afternoon.
Let's just put it into perspective for you. Great Britain have never won Olympic gold in gymnastics. In what has been a phenomenal, unprecedented week here inside the North Greenwich Arena, regardless of everything that's happened, this is what we've been leading towards. This is what keeps Alison Mitchell awake at night.
I had real shivers when the gymnasts entered there and Beth Tweddle entered, and nearly everyone on their feet in the arena, up to the rafters where they're packed in so steeply they look like they might tumble over one another. Great Britain's never had an individual medal even in the women's. The time the gymnastics has been at the Olympic Games. We're underway with the first finalist now.
Lewis Smith yesterday undone by the double Russian. Beth Tweddle's biggest rivals, a double Russian, 2 Chinese and a very talented American.
Well, this is Herka Sin on bars, first to go. She is the defending Olympic champion, 20 years of age, won that title in Beijing. Is already packing the difficulty into her routine, Craig, in that black shimmering leotard.
She's done a very difficult release combination at the beginning of the routine, but caught far too close to the bar for me, which caused the skill to stop, and she had to take a really strained upstart on top of the bar. And to win, you cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. So defending Olympic champions, gone up first, and not the best routine I would say we're going to see.
For the team all round, we've seen Beth Tweddle twice already, and twice she was the highest scorer.
Well, she scored a huge 16.133 in qualifying. In the team final, she missed one element of her combination, didn't quite get it right, exactly how she would have liked. And if she does that hit, well, depending on what the others do, our guess is that it probably won't win her the gold. But if she does what she did in qualifying, we haven't seen anyone beat that score yet.
For those who don't know, as we await the score, Beth Tweddle goes 5th, and you see how quick a routine happens, so we're so close to her. She's right now, she's sitting down there, she's staring Destiny directly in the eye. Just explain her journey to here. What does she mean to gymnastics, and why has there not been an Olympic medal yet?
What does she mean to gymnastics? How can I put it in context? Redgrave to rowing, Hoy to track cycling, Ainsley to sailing, and Thomas to the decathlon. That's what Beth means. And it's not the medals that really stand out for Beth. It's the belief that she's given to British gymnasts that we can compete on the world stage. That is Beth's greatest attribute to gymnastics.
She will be the oldest female gymnast to win gold if she does it in over 50 years. What's went wrong so far at Olympics for Beth Tweddle?
Well, Beijing, she missed out just by a whisker coming fourth. I mean, she's had to ride through the lows of her career as much as the highs as well. There's been the injuries, but I remember watching her fall from the bars in qualifying at the World Championships here in this very arena in 2009. She didn't manage to make the final at the World Championships in Tokyo last year. So she has to ride these lows. She missed the Europeans through injury in order to be here in London at her home Olympics, her last Olympics. So she's had the highs, the 3 World Championships, 2 on this apparatus. As Herke Sin's score is in, it's still a strong one, 15.933. Only just off the score she got in qualifying, but a 7.1 difficulty. That beats the difficulty that Beth had in qualifying.
But where does that relate, that score, to Beth Tweddle's average performance over the last year on this particular apparatus?
Well, I think we can't really look at the last year. We've got to think about the last week. That's what it all's come down to.
Talk to me about it.
That is not good enough to beat Beth. That's what we need to know. People are listening in. It's not good enough to beat Beth. However, the next gymnast going up, Victoria Komova from Russia, is a real strong contender.
The reigning world champion is up on the bars at the moment, flying from low bar to high bar. This is one of the required elements. You must show the movement from low to high and back again, and swinging one direction then the other. Changes of grip as well. She's a slight gymnast, but such a talented gymnast. Silver in the all-around only earlier this week.
Absolutely, she started off the routine very cleanly, hitting those handstands. Like you said, Alison, she's a very slight gymnast and looks like she hasn't got enough power to do much on the bars, but she really does pack in the difficulty. She's done 3 release and catches. As she's going to prepare for the dismount, she's winding up now into the dismount. Double twisting, double back dismount. She touched the bottom bar as well, which will be a deduction.
You can't let your feet or your toes, any other part of your body, clip the bar on the way through with those swings. You've got to keep yourself nice and clean. It's all about the leg shape as well, legs straight and pointed at all times. So as Craig says, she will get some marks taken off for clipping the bars.
What brilliant explanation from Craig and from Alison. If you are still struggling and you don't watch any gymnastics, it's really simple. It's the 2 bars. One's a little bit lower than the other one, and you know when the female gymnastics swing from one to the other, that's all you've got to put in your mind at this stage. Beth Tweddle is waiting. She's going to be 5th up. We've had 2 already. Now, she's been around for so long. She will be able to channel all of this pressure, surely. If anybody can, she is absolutely at her swan song. This is the last time she will ever go on the uneven bars, the last time she will ever compete for GB.
This is her last big chance, and I would like to say confidently she's in a better position physically, mentally, than the last time she was in this Olympic final 4 years ago. And the other thing is, just behind her are her parents watching down on her to do that performance.
Listening to this atmosphere, if I can call it that in inverted commas, if you want to know what the sound of nervous tension is, just listen for 3-4 seconds. All eyes are on the 5th competitor, on Elizabeth Tweddle, doing what she's been trying to do her entire career. She's achieved everything else. In between each competitor, in between each gymnast, chalk goes onto the 2 uneven bars. Then they spray a mist of water just to make sure the grip is absolutely perfect. And Beth Tweddle will release and catch more than any other routine we're going to see.
She spends so much time in the air. That is what will wow this crowd in the arena, have all come to see whether Great Britain's first ever world champion can become Great Britain's first ever Olympic champion. Do you know, her parents did have a ticket for sitting over with the delegation. They bumped into friends of theirs who were sitting behind the uneven bars and swapped tickets and let them have the seat right above where their daughter will be competing. Now Victoria Komova, that score isn't good enough to beat He Ke-sen of China. She moves into second place of the two gymnasts to have gone, 15.666. 7 for difficulty.
Our sights now on site.
Elisabeth Seitz of Germany. She's just 18 years of age. Lives in Heidelberg.
Sorry, I needed to crack a bad joke there to release the tension.
Qualified in 7th place, not really going to challenge for a medal, but will be making the most of her Olympic debut for sure.
Had to miss the European Championships with back problems earlier this year. Has her hair up in a tight ponytail, shiny silver and pink, oh goodness me, pink leotard, but she almost missed that catch, Craig.
A very difficult release, normally seen by the guys. It's called a death release and catch, and it's a back somersault with a 1.5 turn. Very difficult moves. She's just done a stooped catch over the top of the high bar. She's going to transfer down now to the bottom bar, into the Stolder swing, back up to the top bar. She casts to that handstand, stoops out with a full turn. She's going to wind up for a full twist dismount. Not bad at all from Elisabeth Seitz.
A little bit worried about the middle of that routine.
She
I
looks
say
shaky,
worried, a little bit happy.
Yeah, well, some of the Great Britain fans in here might be happy to watch it, but she certainly was shaky there. Almost missed a catch. We'll wait to see how many marks he gets deducted. Just to go back over how the scoring works, you get a D score, which is for difficulty, and that's all the skills that you pack into your routine. It's an open-ended score, so the more skills you put in, the higher it goes. We're seeing difficulty values of around 6.8 to 7.1. And then you're given a score for the way you execute the value, and that's out of 10. You start with 10, the judges take marks off. Those two add together for your total.
Obviously, we'll wait a little bit before we bring you your latest news, and we will speak to the Lib Dem Deputy Leader, Simon Hughes, and the latest developments regarding the House of Commons, the House of Lords reform. But right here, it's a coalition of one. Her name's Beth Tweddle. She's up after Yao Yinan, another real fierce competitor and another challenger for this gold medal.
At just 17 years of age. It's her first major bars final though, so no doubt she'll be feeling some nerves in her first Olympic Games, but she qualified in 4th, so again she could challenge for a medal.
Again, the chalk goes on, the sprays of water go on, and I'm just thinking what people are feeling around the nation who've met Beth Tweddle. She's such an ambassador as well in places where she's grown up, you know, whether it be at her school in Chester, at the Liverpool Gymnastics Club where she's inspired the next generation, and of course all of the Team GB gymnasts are here. They're here to cheer her on.
Well, the scores come through for Elisabeth Seitz, 15.266, which puts her third of the 3 to have gone so far. Certainly Beth's been scoring higher than that. He Ke-sen, still the score that Beth will need to beat when she comes on, 15.933. She is next up after Yao Yinan of China, just 17 years of age.
Such a strong tradition of the Chinese in gymnastics, yet they're confined here today in terms of support to just little spots, because when people who love gymnastics in this country, of which there are tens of thousands, went onto that London 2012 website to buy tickets, they found this day the uneven bars final, because they knew that was the best chance of Great Britain winning their first Olympic gold ever since 1896, since Pierre de Coubertin wrote a few notes on the back of a bit of paper.
116 years of modern Olympic Games history, and even just walking around the arena outside before coming in here, you could sense that everyone was here to see Beth Tweddle. Yao Yinan is now on the bars, flying from the low bar to the high bar with a half turn in between, and she winds up for more releases up on that high bar. Important to make handstand vertically over the bar every time you swing. Pirouetting neatly now.
And her coach is just hovering under the bar for the release. She's doing the catch on the top bar, catches into the upstart, casting immediately into handstand. She's winding up for the dismount. It's going to be big. She kicks into a double straight back somersault and lands it perfectly.
Now that is neat work and a neat dismount from the young Chinese gymnast Yao Yinan. We said she could challenge for a medal. Just what will her score be? She hugs her coach, but it gets down off the podium, because stepping up to the podium is Beth Tweddle's coach Amanda Reddin, and Beth Tweddle is next to go.
And even if she nails it, we are going to have to wait for Mustafina We're going to have to wait for Sarumi, and we're going to have to wait for the American Gabby Douglas, who's already had a fantastic Olympic Games. We will bring you that score, but let's just put this as simply as we can. This is the biggest moment of Beth Tweddle's life. It is the biggest moment in the history of British gymnastics. It's the last time Beth Tweddle will compete, as she aims to become the oldest female gymnast in over 50 years at 27 to win Olympic gold. This is her swan song, and I'm sure you'll send all your positive thoughts and goodwill to the North Greenwich Arena, as the next 5 minutes have the potential to define over a century of competitive gymnastics in this nation. Good luck, Beth.
Well, she's getting prepared down there underneath the bars. The bars are being chalked up. Amanda Wren is making sure all the landing mats are in the right position. And the score for Yao Ninan has just come in, 15.766. That's put her up into second place. But still the score for Beth Tweddle to beat, to take her up into the gold medal position, will be 15.933. That of Herkesin of China. Now listen to the roar, because Beth Tweddle is preparing to mount the uneven bars in the Olympic final, her last Olympics. She is already the people's champion in gymnastics. The springboard is in position, because she will leap from low bar to high to get her routine underway. Wait for these cheers. Beth Tweddle presents to the judges. This is her moment. The London 2012 Olympic Games, and she flies off the springboard from low bar to high bar, and she's looking for a clean routine. She's got all the difficulty. One hand off that high bar now, and the first release, nice heights on their combination.
Hecht into the Ginger somersault, catches perfectly up into handstand. There's the Tweddle down to the bottom bar, and she's gone for it to the top bar. She's transferred from the top bar. This is top difficulty. She's going for the best routine. It's all down to the dismount as she winds up. Double twisting, double bite. Oh!
Beth Tweddle just one step back, but raises her arm, and the crowd are lifting their flags, but the dismount was not perfect. She's leaving the podium now. She's waving to the crowd now to step back up onto the mats. Now, is that enough to get Beth Tweddle that elusive Olympic medal?
Everything was perfect up till the dismount. It was the dismount that she changed to try and get this Olympic gold. She didn't fall over. She took a slight stumble backwards. She's going to lose points, and that means this is going to be so close.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news in this excitement, but I don't think that will be good enough for the gold medal, because she needed to stick the dismount. We've had some really good scores of 15.933, 15.766, and she scored 16.133 with a nail dismount. There is 2 to 3 tenths. I hope and pray that's good enough for a medal.
Well, she's left the podium walking down to her coach, and the look on her face, I think, was almost relief more than anything, that she'd done the routine, she'd done the difficult routine, and it was over. It's now in the hands of the judges. Will it be enough to get her into a medal position with still 3 gymnasts to go?
I watched her practice this morning, and she did exactly the same thing in her dismount. First time she didn't nail it, second time she had another go, she did that stumble. I think it was on her mind this morning when nobody was in here, but let's just hope, because she is 2 tenths ahead of the rest of this field. Let's just see what happens.
Well, now we're talking about tension, and this is tense. Waiting for the score to come through for Beth Tweddle. The replay has been shown on the big screen to everybody in this arena, and they are willing, the judges, to give her a good score. She needs to beat Kamova 15.666 to get her into the medal places. Herkesin of China leading the way. She's gone up into the silver medal position. It won't be gold for Beth Tweddle in her last Olympic Games, but she's smiling down there on the podium. She is in second place with 3 gymnasts to go. She still can be Britain's first ever Olympic medalist in the women's individual.
She's never won that Olympic medal, you're right. We're not going to mask the disappointment. With the dismount, she would have been so far ahead of the field. We're talking about nothing that separated them as we thought. No question, the greatest British gymnast of all time. The gold was there. She was favourite for the gold. Just what a shame, because she's put all her emphasis into this particular discipline.
It was all about the dismount, getting to your feet. And as we've witnessed so many times throughout this Olympic Games. It's not over until everybody's been. It's as simple as that. And we've just got to keep our eyes peeled on Mustafina and Gabrielle Douglas from the USA.
No guarantee of a medal yet, Alison.
Not yet. Alia Mustafina of Russia is on the bars right now. She qualified in 5th place. Silver on the bars at the World Championships in 2010. A highly talented gymnast, and here's her dismount, and she's stuck that dismount. Her coach raises 2 arms, and you can sense the applause in the arena. Just winces a little for Beth Tweddle. Will that score beat her? We don't know whether she's got the difficulty to beat Beth Tweddle, but she certainly scored highly in the all-around final. The crowd await the score of Alia Mustafina to see whether Beth Tweddle hangs on to silver.
And just before we get that score, let's get a wicket at the cricket with Kevin.
It's another wicket for Kevin Peterson. Remember, England left out Graham Swan, their spinner, but Peterson has taken all the 3 wickets to have gone. He should have had a 4th. Anderson having dropped De Villiers, who is still there on 30, but Amla has been well caught by Alistair Cook at extra cover for 28. South Africa 185 for 3. They lead by 179 runs.
Just looking back over that Beth Tweddle routine, outside of the dismount, which is what's going to cost her a gold medal here, it was electrifying. Nobody has went onto those uneven bars and put the heart in the mouth like that, and I don't care whether she's Chinese, American or British. It was sensational to watch.
She wows the crowd as we're talking about the height she gets, the releases, that combination down to low bar, then back up to high bar straight away, the catch where she crosses her wrists, catches in that cross position. And her parents would have been sitting behind those bars somewhere, and they would have been mightily proud that she did that routine as clean as she could, barring the 1 step back on the dismount. It was a step back which cost her a medal in Beijing 4 years ago. Mustafina, well, she's gone into the gold medal position. Beth Tweddle has been knocked down to bronze with 2 gymnasts to go. Surely it can't be Beijing all over again for Beth, but she is still in 3rd place at the moment. She still is in bronze position, but still to come. The last gymnast up after Coco Surumi is Gabby Douglas of the USA, who is a huge, huge talent.
You look around every event that we watch here at the Olympics, they're about being the best that you can be. And Beth Tweddle simply wasn't. She didn't nail her landing. Mo Farah was, but there was a whole load of people behind him in that race who didn't quite deliver on the day, and particularly the Kenyans. You must doff your hat to any sporting excellence you see at these Olympics, and we're seeing it here. We just so wanted it to be Beth.
We've seen an amazing final on the bars. The top 3, top 4 girls have all hit their routines, and to win the gold you want to be the best on the day, and unfortunately that little mistake may have cost her. But we're getting back onto the action now. The second to last gymnast, Coco Surumi from Japan.
Yep, she was a silver medalist on the bars in 2009, but only came down in 7th at the last World Championships. But a very short gymnast again up on the bars now. The black and white leotard with a flash of red for Japan. A big release and catch up on that high bar with her coach hovering now as she goes from high to low.
And transferring back to the top bar with the Stolder Hecht catching up, starting to handstand. A coach is hovering underneath the bar, winding up for the dismount. It's a double layout. She's nailed it. She's nailed the dismount.
Well, is this going to be all about the dismounts and those stuck landings? The one area where Beth Tweddle couldn't find perfection today. But Coco Surumi is waiting for her score. Beth, remember, lies in 3rd place, hanging on to that bronze medal at the moment with 15.916.
Somewhere, I'm sure, in all of our Olympic venues, there's a door. It's a magic door that you open and it sucks all the atmosphere out of the room when you get those crushing moments of disappointment for the home crowd. And in here it feels like some form of qualification for a national championship. Everybody feels it because it's not just what she does as a gymnast, it's what she does as a person as well. Anyone win the sport, and so many of these people in the crowd will have such a love of gymnastics. They just know how important she's been.
A love of gymnastics and simply a love of Beth Tweddle as well, for the way she's been such an ambassador for her sport, for all the world titles and the European titles she's won down the years. 7 times the British champion. She is the Queen of Gymnastics in Great Britain for the women, and has been at the top for so many years. Can she finish her career with an Olympic medal now? She won't care that it's a bronze right at this moment. She will just want to hang on if she can, and she still could, because Coco Surumi is down in 7th, 14.966. Now it's all going to come down to the final gymnast.
There will be people tuning in all the time at this stage. We've got to explain again. Beth Tweddle, World Championships, European Championships, but no Olympic medal. This is the fourth time of asking, but in Beijing we're in a situation again where she could get relegated at the last moment to fourth place.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. And the girl to go up last on bars is the reigning current Olympic all-round champion, Gabrielle Douglas. Gold in the team, gold in the all-round. Hasn't got the difficulty to match Beth. The crowd are really going to be behind Beth with this routines going.
I wish her good luck, but she's got 2 gold medals already.
She's had enough. Well, look, the scores that Gabby Douglas has had on bars already in this competition are not as high as what Beth Tweddle has achieved here in the final today. She's in a shining silver leotard, uses a springboard to mount that high bar straight away. Now, the height of her releases really are astounding, but has she got the difficulty to push Beth Tweddle out of the medals? Gabby Douglas from the USA will have the crowd oohing and ahhing, but they are hoping Beth Tweddle can hang on to the bronze.
And she's in the handstand, and she's dropped out the handstand. I can say that'll be a bronze for Beth, definitely. She went the wrong way, she took an extra swing, and she's going back. She's going to repeat the move, catch Ev again, transferring to the low bar, and into the handstand, up back to the top bar, casting into the handstand. She's going to stoop in and out and wind up for the dismount. That's 1 long swing, that's 2 long swings, double straight back dismount, step back on. That's got to be a bronze for Beth. Beth has got to have taken the bronze from that routine.
It seemed to lack energy, that routine, and there were the errors, as Craig pointed out. Can Beth hang on? She's got the bronze in her grasp at the moment. Can she hold on?
She came in favourite for gold. When she didn't nail that landing, she would have inside been inconsolable. She's held it together. The idea of her not winning a medal here as Great Britain's greatest ever gymnast was almost unthinkable given the effort that she's put in the last 4 years. Beth Tweddle will never be a gymnast again for Great Britain. With this score, she will either win her first Olympic medal or she will finish her career in absolute heartbreak.
She wanted to go away with a medal. She wanted to finish her career with the elusive Olympic medal that has been missing from her cabinet. The score, which is about to come on the board up here on this giant cube in the centre of the arena, will tell Beth Tweddle whether her career gets the climax and the finish that she desired. It isn't the gold, it won't be the gold, but it could still be an Olympic bronze for Beth Tweddle.
There was too many mistakes in that last routine from Gabrielle Douglas to pick up that bronze spot. Beth, 15.916 will hang on, I'm sure.
Gold for Russia. Mustafina will take gold. Silver for China, kissing. But will it be bronze for Beth Tweddle? Her first Olympic medal to go with 6 European titles and 3 world titles. The Queen of British Gymnastics will bow out now. Will it be with a medal around her neck? Everyone is so silent you could drop a pin.
She was Great Britain's first ever world champion. Can she be Great Britain's first ever female individual medalist at the Olympic Games? The tension again now. It's just all about, can she hang on to the bronze? It's a medal. It's not gold or silver, but it is an Olympic medal, and this is taking an absolute age.
So much pressure on the judges. No, I think the judges are under a lot of pressure to get it right.
She's done it. It's the medal for Beth. Beth Tweddle gets that Olympic medal. It is a bronze. It's not the gold or the silver, but Beth Tweddle finishes her career, her last Olympic Games, with a bronze. It had been missing from her cabinet, but the Queen of British Gymnastics gets that bronze, and she's hugged by her coach. I think the relief is etched on her face that she has clung on, and she will go home with an Olympic medal.
It's such a mix of emotions on her face at the moment. 1 minute she's smiling, and anybody who knows anything about the human condition can see she's also taking gulps of breath because she knows this is the end of her career. She would have came here expecting gold, and yes, she'll have regrets about that. She will replay that routine and that dismount in her head tonight when she goes to bed. But make no mistake, with that medal around her neck or without that medal around her neck, the bronze, she's the greatest of them all from a Great Britain perspective.
Well, 4 years ago she was going to bed with no medal round her neck, and tonight she has got a bronze medal in the London 2012 Olympic Games on the uneven bars. Beth, you are a star.
It is muted. I will say her actions at the moment are muted. She doesn't seem to be facing a huge amount of people. I think there's a few tears being wiped away, and she's turned away from the cameras because she's one of these girls that always wants to project that smile that we all know so well. She always wants to look and thank people for the support they've given her. She had that here today.
She knew that she had the routine that could have won gold if she did it to perfection, but she was up against gymnasts now here today, Alia Mustafina of Russia and Herkesin of China, who took gold and silver, who did everything right. They nailed their landing. They were perfection out there today. Beth wasn't quite perfection, but she knows how good a gymnast she is, and she is still etched into the record books. She's got the first ever individual medal that Great Britain has ever seen in the women's individual. She'll be standing on that podium, and we will never have seen that before.
That moment when Gabby Douglas was about to do her routine in the uneven bars flashes through the mind of how you could compare this for anybody who doesn't watch gymnastics. The thought that Beth Tweddle at the last hurdle could again get relegated just out of the medal places like Beijing. It was unthinkable. Let me put you in a semi-final of the World Cup. Let me give you England against Germany. Let me give you the fifth and final penalty missed by the Three Lions. Let me take you back, if you're Scottish, to the 70s, and Archie Gemmell's goal didn't happen. Do you know what I mean? It was just unthinkable. But we all knew that Gabby Douglas was capable of it. Thank goodness it didn't materialise.
She was so capable. The Olympic champion all round, going up on bars, probably wanting to add another medal to that collection. You said 2 golds enough. Gymnasts are out there to win as many as they can. And I was just so pleased when she did that mistake in handstand. She had to turn and come back the wrong way, and it was enough. She got execution of 8.6, finished in 8th place with 14.9, and Beth takes the bronze.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live. We've been here at the West Greenwich Arena. Beth Tweddle has won a bronze medal in the uneven bars. At the moment, Kasen is waving at the crowd, and in fact the 3 medalists now are walking towards... I'm not sure whether they're taking the 3 straight onto the podium, because of course we've got more British interest coming up. They may take them out of the arena first, but as Beth Tweddle passes us, she leads the way. They are in medal format at the moment, and her face to me just says, my dream didn't come true here today, but you know what? Either did the horror show of 4 years ago. Unmistakable scenes. Let's cross over to Peter Allen, and you know what? It just keeps going. The list of British Olympians who've won 3 golds is just so short. We'll talk about that later, Peter, and we'll be moving on to Jason Kenny soon, but high drama here at the North Greenwich Arena.
See, I knew really, because this is dreamland, where tragedy no longer occurs and everyone's smiles cut in. There was a great applause rang out. You know, this great Central Park we've got, they're all watching on the big screen, so there was a rather bigger audience outside in the park enjoying that moment with you as well. Is she going to get the medal right now? Should we leave you, or should we stay with you?
No, it's okay, Peter. They're going to take her out. They'll compose themselves, and then of course more British interest a little bit later. But yeah, do you know what, Peter? I've never really looked at someone's face that had such a contradiction of emotions on it.
Yeah, it's interesting. A little later, I think we're going to talk to some medal winners. I'm interested to know how they feel at that time and how they feel perhaps 2 days later. Right, I think we're going to go to James Vincent in Liverpool. James, hi.
Hi, Peter. Yeah, I'm in the gym where Beth Tweddle trained for that bronze medal. I'm underneath the uneven bars at the moment. In a corner of the gym, we were watching the final. I'm with Gary Kirby, who is one of the development coaches down here. You see a lot of girls down here, a lot of talent, but Beth has just won that bronze medal for Liverpool, for Great Britain. How do you feel?
Absolutely elated. More fantastic achievement. It's payback. Well, countless hours of commitment and dedication she's put in through all those years, and it's a big thank you to everybody who's helped her throughout those years. Fantastic facilities, fantastic programmes, the fantastic coaches we've got here, support by Liverpool City Council. What a fantastic result for us.
Just behind us is the box where she keeps all the chalk as well. How many hours does she put in, and how many hours has she put in to make sure she's on that medal roster?
She trains between 32 and 36 hours a week, which is a bit like a full-time job, really. And the coach there puts in that 36 hours plus the extra hours, making sure that the programme's working, so you can have at least another 20 hours on there. So the coach is doing 50 to 60 hours, and Beth's in there for the 36 hours. And it's continuous training as well. It's not just having a little rest here and there, it's continuous.
And you've had a load of youngsters down here training. Have we got any more medal prospects coming through that will follow in Beth's footsteps?
I would hope so. We got 4 out of the 5 girls in the team this time, and Rio, let's go for 5 out of the 5. We've still got Rebecca Tunney there, the 15-year-old who finished 13th in the world. You haven't seen the last of her. Certainly she'll be going to Rio, and hopefully the one after that. And there's big things for Becky. We've got to wait and see when the girls get back what their plans are with Hannah Whelan and Jenny Finches. See if they're going to do another 4 years. And we've got young gymnasts coming through, some that are just a little bit too young. 14-year-old Addie Kate. And hopefully we will make that team of 5.
Well, thank you very much, Guy. The gym's empty at the moment. They're all at home watching this on the television, listening to it on the radio, but they'll all be down here again tomorrow. We're looking for that place at Rio 2016. Back to you, Peter.
Yeah, thanks very much. It'll be interesting to see what impact these various sporting triumphs have on athletes around the country. The record sometimes of countries which host the Olympics and do tremendously well is not terrific. Sometimes in the latter years they kind of go off the boil. And I mentioned Australia in passing, which in the past has been a dominant sporting nation, isn't really doing very well at this particular Olympic Games. Now, one other great dramatic story, we talked of course about Beth Tweddle, but you know, Nick Skelton is another. Remember the story, Nick broke his neck in 2000. He didn't just get back on a horse, he got back into international jumping. He's jumping today at Greenwich Park. He's one of the team of 4 going in the show jumping. Let's pick up the latest on his round with John Hunt.
Nick Skelton enters the arena, the first of the 4 British riders aboard Big Star. Nick made his Olympic debut in 1988, his 6th Olympic Games. His best team position has been 5th in Beijing. He would absolutely love to help Britain on their way to their first medal for 24 years and hopefully their first gold for 60 years. And the auditorium falls absolutely silent. This horse is more than capable, Pippa, of jumping clear.
I'm not sure I'm going to say anything because I really do not want to jinx him. But well, it is a young horse. He's 9 and he has got ability.
Right, he's over the first. Remember, there are 13 fences. Second fence taken. That was the one the American McLean Ward got down, but Nick has no problems at all with it. Now a long looping run down towards the first. A long line of 3. An Oxer first. He's over safely. Now the water jump for Nick Skelton. Great scope. He's over that one safely to the tricky vertical. He just has to correct the horse and he's over that one safely. And we're twisting and contorting our bodies with every jump that is taken to the 6th now, Pippa.
Nick's got such a unique style. It's not one that you could copy, but boy is it effective. He is just outstanding.
A triple combination now, fence number 7, 3 parts to it, including a vertical. I think he just touched that, but it stayed in the cups, so he's still clear. Approaching the 8th of their fences, an Oxer with a hedge. Nick Skelton and Big Star have 5 fences left to take. Are they right here? One stride at the next, and he's over to the 4th last, another vertical. He stood off a long while, he's still clear. He has got 3 more fences left to take. The time, of course, is important, 88, but more important, can he stay clear? He's over the Oxer, the 3rd last, turning right-handed. A gentle loop now towards the 2nd last fence, which is the gate that's caught so many people out today. Nick Skelton is over it, though. One more to jump. Hold your breath, Great Britain. Nick Skelton lands clear inside the time. He smashed the time. 82.95 is the score. Nick Skelton is clear. Absolutely fantastic. So, Britain, as things stand, just stay on 4 points. What a start, Pippa Funnell.
Oh, that was amazing. Absolutely incredible. The horse jumped his socks off. I mean, we couldn't have had a better start, but that was absolutely outstanding.
Wasn't it brilliant? Just perfect. And you think how quick he went round as well. A lovely clear round for Nick Skelton, and that really fuels some early hope here for Great Britain's prospects.
Right, we'll bring you the latest on those prospects. I think Ben Mayer's going next quite soon. Going to pop back to Colin, though, first of all. Medal ceremony?
Absolutely, just underway here, Peter, at the North Greenwich Arena. For those just tuning in, Beth Tweddle has won bronze in the uneven bars. The first ever GB medal in a female individual apparatus final at the Olympics. But if we're being honest, Beth missed out on gold by 1 step. 1 step backwards on her dismount. But at least at last, Alison Mitchell, she takes 1 step onto an Olympic podium, and as she waves to this crowd, she is waving goodbye to competition.
She is. This is her last Olympic Games. She will no doubt be retiring. There's been no official announcement whether she carries on competing in terms of a demonstration circuit, but in terms of major championships, we won't be seeing Beth Tweddle again. Of that we can be confident. At age 27, she has had an elongated career, that the dame of gymnastics, if you like, and she will be stepping forward, a sight we've never seen before, a female gymnast from Great Britain stepping onto a podium to receive an individual medal. There's only ever been one bronze, that was the team back in 1928, so still making history, but not the gold as she so desired.
I don't know about you two, but I'm standing up.
Absolutely. And you know, one of the things that I love about Beth, and I think the country loves about Beth, is she's a people person. She'll stop and chat to the average person in the street. She'll sign autographs. Not one of these athletes that gets to number one and just flies off out there and hasn't got time to speak to people. And Ali, you've got something that's coming as well.
We've had a text message from Eve in York, but before I read this out, wait for this cheer for Beth Tweddle. She's announced to the crowd as the Olympic bronze medalist. She steps forward onto the podium and the Union flags are raised. And there is a smile for Beth. It's not the jubilation she would have felt standing at top of the podium, but a proud moment for her as the medal is placed around her neck. She leans forward, shakes hands with the official, and the crowd love Beth Tweddle. She has been their champion of their hearts, and a champion of British gymnastics. A world champion 3 times over, a 6-time European champion, 7 times British champion. And let me finish with this text, because Eve in York says she's a school teacher who Facebooked Beth as her class were doing work on the Olympics. She says, Beth, taking time out of her busy schedule, sent me a wonderful signed pack for the children. She truly is a great Olympian and a great person. I think that sums up Beth Tweddle.
And I'm so glad, Peter, she's got that Olympic medal around her neck, but I'll not lie to you, it's taken, 8-9 days, 10th day of competition, and I finally had the smile wiped off my face. Felt that one in the gut, Peter. Really felt that one in the gut.
Well,
Can you cheer me up by going on the Dorney thing?
Well,
the Kieran, would you ever go?
I've been in to have a chat with him, and you'll hear that later. And I've got sympathy with a lot of people around and their sadness, but not with you, really, Colin. You're just going to have to put up with it.
To be expected. You can buy the drinks tonight. That's all I care about.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The 5 Live News with Tom Sanders. The Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg says plans to shake up the House of Lords are to be dropped because of strong resistance from some Conservative backbenchers. He warned that part of our coalition contract has now been broken. The Prime Minister of Syria, Riyad Hijab, has defected to Jordan after 2 months in his role. The spokesman claimed that the defection would give new impetus to the revolution. A 34-year-old man's been charged after a bottle was thrown onto the track in the Olympic Stadium at the start of the men's 100 metres final last night. Ashley Gill-Webb from Leeds will appear in front of magistrates this afternoon. A police officer has been charged with keeping a brothel, misconduct in a public office and a drugs offence. Constable Philip Tate, who's with Northumbria Police, faces 9 charges. And an American rover is on Mars looking for signs that life's existed on the planet. The Curiosity's journey lasted just under 9 months. 5 Live, time for the sport now. Here's Will Perry.
Tom, thank you. I'm at the Riverbank Arena this afternoon. I've just watched Japan beat China in the women's hockey, which means Team GB are now through to the semi-finals, and they'll play either Argentina, Australia or New Zealand. In fact, GB are in action here this afternoon, later this evening. 7 o'clock it gets underway against Netherlands, who are top of Group A. Coming up, though, in this one is Korea against Belgium, also in Pool A. Well, Beth Tweddle, as you've heard, has won her first medal, her first Olympic medal after claiming bronze in the final of the uneven bars. The men's vault final is still to come, with Christian Thomas a medal contender. Team GB are also going for a medal in the equestrian team jumping. You can hear that on 5 Live Olympics Extra right now, and it's been a good start for Britain with Nick Skelton going clear. Great Britain's Nicola Adams is guaranteed at least a bronze medal in the women's flyweight boxing after a 16-7 points victory over Stoica Petrova. Britain's Natasha Jonas is through. She was she was not through, excuse me. She was beaten by Ireland's 4-time world champion Katie Taylor in the lightweight category. 3 British athletes are into the semi-finals of the 1500 metres. World silver medalist Hannah England, Lisa Dabrowski and Laura Waitman all through. Dabrowski is winning her heat. Lawrence Okoye is into the finals of the discus. He threw 65.28 metres with his third and final throw. Elsewhere in the athletics, the Algerian 1500 metre medal contender Taoufik Makhloufi has been thrown out of the Olympics for not trying in his 800 metres heat. He had been forced to run in the race after his team failed to withdraw him from it by Sunday's deadline. He stopped running completely during the race and has now been excluded from all competition at the Games, including the 1500 metres. In the sailing, Britain's Alison Young finished 5th overall in the laser radial. Ed Ling has failed to make the final of the men's trap shooting. The defending Olympic champion Tim Brabant edged into the final of the K1 kayak final. The women's kayak 4 are through to their final. Away from London 2012, let's get the latest from Headingley, the 5th day of the second test between England and South Africa. Either side forcing a result, Kevin House?
Well, it's sort of interesting in the sense we've got 53 overs left to play today, and Stuart Broad has just found himself on a hat-trick, although he missed the hat-trick in the end. But 2 in 2 balls, De Villiers, LBW to Broad for 44, although replays suggest that ball was actually going to miss the stumps. But South Africa, just like England, without any reviews remaining. Next delivery, JP Duminy, again LBW without scoring. So it's, say, something of interest for the small crowd that made their way to Headingley today. South Africa 209 for 5. Callis and Philander currently at the crease. A lead for South Africa's second innings of 203 runs.
Kevin, thank you. You can hear coverage of the cricket on Test Match Special over on 5 Live Sports Extra this afternoon. And Liverpool striker Andy Carroll has rejected a move to West Ham despite the club's agreeing terms over a proposed £2 million loan deal.
In Monmouthshire, the M48 is closed in both directions between the M4 and Chepstow. And in London, the North Circular Road has reopened eastbound at Brentfield Road. Long delays, though, backing up to the Harrow Road underpass. And in Essex, the South End Arterial Road has a lane blocked. It's by an accident just near to Billericay. On a Merchant 5 Live Travel.
5 Live Olympic Breakfast
with Nikki Campbell and Rachel Burden.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Olympics. How was Saturday night for you? Fantastic. How was it for you?
It was brilliant.
Has there ever been a night like that?
No, I was just enthralled. It was excellent.
They loved it, Rachel.
My moment of emotion yesterday, Nikki, came when Andy Murray climbed up into the players' box and his mum, Judy, was just, the tears streaming down, and my tears were going.
She is so proud.
Wake up to the games
on 5 Live. Back tomorrow from 6.
It's Colin and Peter. I'm in the park at the moment. Another pen has broken. I've lost and broken so many pens in the last 3 days. There must be thousands of them scattered around the park. If anyone's got one of my pens, can they bring it back to me? We'll be having more from the show jumping in just a second. Should just tell you that if you're really obsessed with that, try to tune into Olympics Extra, because you've got non-stop commentary. And just a little word looking forward to some of the competitions a little later in the evening. For instance, in the basketball, watch out at 8 o'clock for Brazil against Spain, because both teams need to lose to avoid meeting USA in the next round, which could be interesting. There'll be a lot of people watching that very closely indeed. Now, I talked about the equestrian events, Greenwich Park. We heard Nick Skelton, the excitement there when he went clear. This, of course, a team event. There are 4 of them going, and the next one to go, and you'll hear from both John Hunt and Pippa Funnell, was Ben Mayer.
But let's hope that he keeps all these fences up.
He's over the 4th, which was the water. He got over that. Now the tricky vertical, the 5th fence taken safely. All we can hear at the moment at Greenwich is a 747 overhead, many miles away. Absolutely unconcerned with the drama that's unfolding here at Greenwich Park this afternoon. Fence number 7 and Ben Mayer is still clear. How we would love him to maintain that all the way through to the end of his round and repeat the dose that Nick Skelton delivered earlier in the day. Fence number 8, the 6th last fence, the Oxer. He's over safely. Hold your breath, Pippa. The next 30 seconds going to be vital here.
Oh, get up, horse, get up.
Oh, he's got the 4th last down. That's 4 penalty faults. 4th last down. Now, it's vital that he stays in touch. He's over the 3rd last. The 2nd last fence now. 4 faults might not be a disaster. He's over the 2nd last. He'll get a great cheer when he comes to the last. Get over it. And he has done. Ben Mayer is inside the time. That was a great shame the 4th last fence came down. but 4 penalty faults only. And if Scott Brash and Peter Charles go clear later, that we would lose those 4 penalty faults and still finish on 4, which would give us a tremendous chance of winning gold.
It was a good round. It was a great round. It really was. Just got a little bit. It was, as I've been explaining, one of these distances was a long 4 strides. The horse got just a little bit flat and just paid the penalty, just had that vertical down. But it's still looking like a good round in comparison to a lot of the rounds we've seen.
That was Pippa Funnell. I can join Pippa and join John live now at Greenwich Park. I loved it, Pippa, when you said, "Get up, get up."
And then he had it down.
Yeah, I know. Should have been quiet. So that's 2 rounds, 4 faults. Where does that leave us?
In a good state, Peter, to be honest, but you've joined us at a key moment here. The second of the Saudi Arabian team currently going, Kamal Madam, and of course the Saudi Arabian team were the first day leaders. He has got 4 faults on his round, so we'll just see him over the last 2 fences, Peter, and explain exactly what that means. He's at the gate, the second last. He's over that safely, now down towards the final fence. He's jumped that well too, but he's picked up a time penalty. He's over the time, so 5 penalty points. And what that means is, Peter, after 2 riders each from each of the teams have gone, 2 more to come, the leaders, Saudi Arabia, can now only at best finish on 5 penalty points. At best, with 2 to go, Great Britain can still finish on 4. So 2 clear rounds will mean that Great Britain can beat Saudi Arabia. Netherlands are still in the same position as we are as well. They can finish on 4. But if everybody goes clear, Netherlands and Great Britain will have a jump off for the gold medal. But a long way to go, Peter.
Yeah. Well, Pippa, take us around the course. I mean, how difficult is it?
Well, Bob Ellis, the course designer, has done a fantastic job. I mean, what we've seen over the last 3 days is gradually the course has got bigger and bigger and more technical, and that is the case today. I mean, he's built a fantastic course. It is proving very difficult to ride. It's very big, and I mean, a lot taller than me, and a lot wider than me. I mean, you could drive a car through a lot of these fences, and the poles are so light. They only just take just the slightest nudge and they fall. And on top of that, the decorations to some of these fences, you've got Nelson's column, we've got so many different English themes, and that in itself can distract the horses.
Yeah, I wondered about that, all the pretty pictures which they confront as they run up to them. John, take us through the way this works. This not only is this another one of these competitions where we're not only fixing the team medals, but we're also deciding on people who get through to the individual final?
A little bit, Peter, yes, although it's all about the team, really. It's the riders like Scott Brash who look as though they will qualify for Wednesday's individual final. You know, they have their own agenda individually as well.
Yeah.
So to Edwina Tops-Alexander and Marcus Enning, they're both safely through to that. But it's really about the next 2 rounds of 8 riders each as this fantastic competition now unfolds. For the United States, next out will be 18-year-old Reed Kessler. The Americans, Missy Franklin and Katie Ledecky, of course, have shone for America, and they need a good round now from Reed to keep the United States in this. But things looking good, very good, for Great Britain and the Netherlands at the moment.
We'll be back with you soon, John. John and Pippa, many thanks. Remember, it's on Olympics Extra if you want to keep in touch. I'm going to go to Rob Notman next, who's at the Greco at the wrestling. And not many of you will know Rob Notman, but he's a slim sort of, slight lad, and I suspect you're about a quarter of the body weight of some of those people you're watching, Rob, is that right?
Comfortably a quarter of the body weight, I think, actually, Peter. We've just seen the final 2 guys get through to the gold medal bout in the 120 kilogram class, and they are the reigning world champion, Miain Lopez of Cuba, and he will be fighting an Estonian, Heikki Narbi, who has just beaten a Swede in the semi-final. Very unusual, because Eastern Europe Turkey, Iran, they're normally the powerhouses of Greco-Roman wrestling, but 2 Scandinavians, the Estonian beating the Swede to get through to the final. So it will be Lopez against Nabi in the 120 kilo class. And just to say, a little bit of controversy in the 84 kilogram class, where an Egyptian beat a Frenchman in the quarter-finals. Ebrahim, the Egyptian, beat the Frenchman Noumonyi, and Noumonyi stood in front of the judges in quite a threatening way for quite some time. Furious at the decision, it had to go to the judges' estimate of what had gone on. It went to the Egyptian, and the Frenchman was most unimpressed, and there are a lot of French fans in the audience here at the XL Arena, and they were most displeased. But it went to the Egyptian, they filed eventually off the mat, and he is through to the semi-finals.
Yeah. What's it like to watch? I mean, is it, each time you're introduced to one of these sports, I wonder whether you've ever seen them before. And that first impressions are often the ones which stick with you. So would you go again?
I think I would go again, purely again because of the spectacle, watching the fans getting involved in it. It is power, it is endurance. I think it is most spectacular when there is a mismatch and you have one wrestler who is considerably better than the other, therefore...
or much bigger than the other one.
Correct, and at that stage you get lots of throwing and pinning and those sorts of things. When the 2 wrestlers are very evenly matched, there is an awful lot of grappling, and what then happens, after a minute and a half, if no points have been scored, one of the wrestlers has to get down on all fours while the other one tries to either turn him over or push him out of the basically the yellow and red rings which constitute the centre of the mat. That, I have to say, is not the most edifying of spectacles.
Rob, that's rather sweet. Not the most edifying of spectacles. Now, what about women's boxing? Is that an edifying spectacle? And I wonder how the crowd has reacted. Darren, I think you were saying earlier that early on the crowd weren't quite sure how to react to women's boxing, but they've kind of warmed to it.
No, I think they've certainly changed their minds now, Peter, because we've had some all-action bouts. I think there was that curiosity to start it off. What do you do? Do you clap? Do you cheer? Do you get involved? I think when they saw the effort and the training and the ability of the women in the boxing ring, then they've put it in the same bracket as the men's competition, because that's where it deserves to be. And we've got arguably our best, who's just started her bout. She's a middleweight called Savannah Marshall. She's 21 years of age from Hartlepool. She's the current world champion in the middleweight division. She won that title on her 21st birthday. She's up against a girl from Kazakhstan called Marina Volnova. And if she wins, Peter, I'm told reliably, she will be the first person from Hartlepool to win an Olympic medal since 1924.
Do you know that means that Hartlepool will have as many medals as Australia? No,
there we go.
No, I'm making that up, really.
Yeah, that's
only because I'm sitting opposite an Australian. I'll stop that immediately. Carlin, no more Australian jokes from you, please.
No problem. Listen, wouldn't the ironies of all ironies be here if it was Christian Thomas who'd done the unthinkable and won a gymnastics gold? It's quite simple here, Craig Heap. The competition is absolutely wide open. We've got 10 going. Nobody was really talking about Christian much, and you can hear that roar now. He's going second. 2 vaults, one after each other.
Well, the vault is a bit of potluck. I've seen guys come in last position, nail 2 vaults and end up European champions. So even though he qualified 5th, it's anybody's. He's starting with his first difficult vault, which is a 7 tariff. This is the one what helped to win the title. Watch this. He runs down the vaultway. He's going to do round off. Yurchenko push, double pipe back and nails. What a vault! Get in there, my son. Well done. A double pipe Yurchenko with a slight hop on landing. That was brilliant. Really good vaulting.
His coach just gave him a pat in the back there, Craig. He will now walk back to the end of the runway. Does he have to wait for the first score to come in, or can he go straight away with a second?
No, we'll wait for the first score to come in, and that should score really, really well. That was a 7 difficulty. That should be into the 16s. He blocked off the top, did 2.5 somersaults backwards in the pipe position, and a slight hop back on landing. Just time to compose, get his breath before his second big vault.
Part of the men's all-round team that won that fantastic, unprecedented bronze medal. What an emotional day that was here at the North Greenwich Arena. Disappointment for Beth Tweddle, who picked up, her first ever Olympic medal, but the scores come in. She picked up a bronze. It was disappointing from her. The first scores come in. How are you reading this one, Craig?
16.366. It's all about the second vault now. He does a 6.6, which is not as difficult. He does a handspring, double front somersault. If he nails this, he's a real chance of a medal. All our hopes go out to Christian now as he stands tall, the tallest member of the British squad at the end of the vault run-up, as he powers down the runway, blocks off the top, handspring, double front somersault, and sits down, and he went for everything then, Colin.
And he didn't nail the landing, and that's basically the dream over right there.
I would say so. The first vault was absolutely amazing, out of this world, but sitting down on it will probably cost him any hope of a medal.
Yeah, because if you look at the quality of people coming up, there's going to be at least 3 or 4 gymnasts who are going to nail everything.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. This is the vault final. You never know.
As I said, a lot of experts putting together sheets and sheets of information in all of Team GB. And just like in a couple other events like the judo, there's the odd gymnast who comes through, there's the odd athlete that comes through and proves us all wrong, sends us scrambling for the biographies, and he is absolutely one of them. A bronze medal, of course, in the all-round men's team event, but Peter, not here in the vault. You have to give it 100%. There's no point of going safe in that second.
No. And as we've said so often, narrow margins between despair and triumph here. It's Pete Allen reporting from the Olympic Park. From moment to moment, we talk about matters other than the Olympics. Sometimes it's bizarre, sometimes it's difficult. Fairly easy to do so today, because I'm going to talk to a Liberal Democrat MP called Simon Hughes, who is, of course, a London MP. And have you been down to the park, Simon?
I was there this morning watching the athletics. It was fantastic. It's my first occasion. I've watched everything else that I can on the television late at night, the replays, the celebrations.
Hats off to the people who organised this. I mean, whatever your doubts about some of the ways that the Olympics are organised, this really has been a terrific show, hasn't it?
Peter, I never had any doubts that it would be. I'm a fanatical sports fan. I always thought it was wonderful that we should bid. I thought the bid was fantastic. I thought we could deliver. My only worry was when the tickets looked as if they weren't selling in the right places, but I didn't see many spare places in the athletics arena this morning, I have to say, and that was for the heats, not for finals. It's fantastic, and the legacy is beginning to work already, and I've heard the most realistic suggestions about how you start changing PE in primary schools, PE in secondary schools, opening up clubs after the end of the school day, making sure they work at weekends. I think people understand. The fact you even get gold medals at Wimbledon 4 weeks after Andy Murray loses to Federer. I was with a load of Swiss people, because the Swiss house is in Southwark. I was with a load of Swiss people watching it. It was just such a wonderful moment.
Yes, a moment of triumph. Now then, the reason, it's always nice to talk to you, Simon, but the reason we're talking to you at the moment is because your party leader has admitted that House of Lords reform is going nowhere. Liberal Democrats are very cross about this because it was part of the coalition deal. And as I understand it, you're now saying, all right, we won't talk about the redrawing of boundaries for constituencies, which you were due to consider. You're not going to back that because that would help the Tories. Is that an accurate summary of the position?
Yes, Peter, in general terms, that's an accurate summary. Look, we're cross is a sort of an understatement. I mean, I know it's difficult on a day like this for the Olympics to be cross about things, but we are furious. We did a deal. We thought for the first time for 100 years we could deliver reform of both ends of the House of Parliament. So we had a smaller House of Commons with equal constituencies.
Yeah, but the Tories wouldn't have it. There's nothing you could do about it.
No, they wouldn't. But they signed up to it, Peter. They signed up to it. It was in the coalition deal, and they said yes.
But what's he supposed to do? And if his backbenchers turn around and say, forget it, well, I mean, you wouldn't have got it through the House, so that's that.
Well, that's where they have not delivered. We've had to get our people through voting for things we didn't like. In a coalition, you get 2/3 of what you want, roughly, and 1/3 of what the other people want you don't want, and you vote for it. And sometimes you have to hold your nose and go through and vote for stuff. But the Prime Minister came back last week to the Deputy Prime Minister, said, I'm sorry, I cannot deliver my troops. And so Nick Clegg, absolutely reasonably, entirely sensibly today, said, OK, we're going to have to ring-fence this. If you can't deal with the reform of the Lords, we're going to have to put the pause button likewise for the House of Commons boundary changes. That would have been probably an advantage to you people, but I'm sorry, you can't break the agreement 1 minute and expect us to stand by and say, that's fine, don't worry about it, it's all okay. It's not okay. and we have to accept that. Now, the rest of the agenda goes on.
Yeah, what happens to the coalition now? I mean, if you're squabbling like this, are you going to hold together?
Of course. It was a 5-year deal. This is the first time either side has broken anything. I hope it will be the last. And why did we come together? We came together, as you well know, because in the national interest, it needed a coalition to sort out the financial position, dealing with the legacy. We've been doing that. Lots of parts of that are successful. We still haven't got the growth the country needs. I hope the Olympics will help export more, allow Britain to sell more abroad. We're beginning to see, thank God, unemployment come down a little bit. Interest rates are still staying low, and we're trying to do everything we can, pull every lever we can. And Liberal Democrats are there to make a fairer outcome so that poorer people pay less and well-off people pay more.
Yeah, I saw one headline in the paper suggesting the Tories would think about doing a deal with UKIP next time rather than ULA.
They are terrified of UKIP, as you well know. They are absolutely terrified. And listen, it's the Tory party that's divided. We're not divided. We are absolutely united as a party on these things. We almost to a person voted to go into the coalition. We've stayed united throughout the 2 years, 3 months. We're going to stay for the 5 years. That was the deal. We haven't broken our word. We're not scrabbling over Europe. We're not squabbling over constitutional reform. The Tory parties, that's their problem to sort them out. But the coalition agreement, I've got it in front of me. It was a deal, and it needs to be delivered.
OK, that's clear enough. That's Simon Hughes, and thank you for that. Actually, of course, if you were listening to 5 Live a little earlier, you'll have heard Colin getting rather emotional about the gymnastics, and that's because he was watching Beth Tweddle, who is the queen of gymnastics, and the whole country was hoping that she would at least get a medal, hopefully a gold. Well, in the end, there was one tiny mistake, which meant it was a bronze, but she did get that medal, and I suspect that Jerry, her dad, would have been proud of a medal or no medal. Jerry, good afternoon to you.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So what do you got to say about that performance? At least it's a medal, and that was a huge relief in the end.
Oh, no, it's a fantastic achievement. I mean, that's what she wanted. It's the only medal she was missing. So she is absolutely delighted. We were just down by the bar near her, and that was fantastic.
Yeah, tiny margins of error in these sports, aren't there? I mean, there was half a pace from perfection. That perfection would have meant the gold. It's all so tiny. The tiny margins which lie between medals and no medals are extraordinary.
Yeah, of course, but it was a very high-quality final. Everybody stayed on the bars, and if you want to win, you've got to give it a go and maximise the difficulty, and that takes risks, of course. So, I'm delighted that she did, and delighted to have a medal. That's absolutely fantastic. First GB woman ever, I think, and that maintains the momentum that the boys set up and the girls' team who finished highest in team final ever. So great for British gymnastics.
Right. I don't know whether she's talked publicly about this, but she said she's going to retire at the end of this. So can you tell us what she will get up to in the future?
I think she's got quite a few options. She's not going to retire immediately. She's going to just wind down. I think she's planned it quite carefully. You can't go from the sort of training she's been doing to just doing nothing overnight. So she'll still be doing a little bit of competing, I think, for the next few months as she winds down the training. And then I know some of the things she wants to do is all the things she's not been allowed to do, like wing walking, bungee jumping, skiing, all those things for the last 20 years she's not been allowed to do. She's got a list. That's where she'll be heading.
Yeah, that's an extraordinary thought. The kind of discipline means that she can't really have fun half the time, doesn't it?
Oh, I think she has fun doing gymnastics, but there are some other things she's ready to do as well.
Oh, eating ice cream and burgers and things like that.
I doubt you'd see my daughter doing that. And I certainly get a bit of earache. She spots me doing it too.
Jerry, lovely to talk to you. Pass on our congratulations to her, and thank you very much for your company.
We will. Thanks a lot.
That's Jerry, who is her dad. A little earlier we were talking equestrian. We've been talking equestrian throughout the afternoon because it's the team event in the jumping. Team event means there's 4 go. First of all, we heard Nick Skelton. He went clear. Ben Mayer had 4 faults. We then heard from our team, Pippa and John, that the other 2 needed to go clear, really. The first of them was Scott Brash. Let's hear how he went.
What on earth will be going through this 26-year-old's mind now, Pippa Funnell?
I mean,
Well, all I can say is I remember when I've sort of come under this atmosphere and you try to do everything to stay focused and you nearly are telling yourself, just shut out the crowd, shut out everything, just focus on these jumps, focus on feeling what my horse is feeling underneath me. So you're still able to react to those little sort of signals he's giving, where he needs a bit of help, where he needs a little bit of balance. Here now he's coming to the water. He was close, but no, he jumped it. He was close, and he clears the vertical rail, white rail after that water. Now he's got to turn this corner quite tight. Very, very big vertical. This really tall with a bit of water behind. Tall, sit up.
He's over to the 7th now, this combination. Get a deep breath, Pippa. We'll be back with you shortly. 2 oxes coming up. His rhythm is good. Now over the next one. He's over that one safely too. Now the 8th fence.
Now the 8th. Oh, I can hardly watch. Sit up. It's so important just to remember to keep your position. This difficult distance into the double stretch coming out.
He's over,
that.
yeah. 4 to jump then for Scott Brash for Peebles. He's over that one safely. He is still clear. This would be fantastic news for Great Britain, bidding to emulate Nick Skelton, who was clear earlier in the day. To remind you, Ben Mayer had 4 faults earlier. There are just 2 more fences for Scott Brash to take. The second last is a gate. He's at it now. He's over safely. Everybody holds their breath. He needs a good jump at the last here. He's clear! He is clear for Great Britain, Scott Brash. Ice cool, 26 years of age from Scotland. He's inside the time as well. That's an absolutely superb round by Scott Brash, increasing the tempo, and this is increasingly looking as though it might be a clash for gold between Great Britain and the Netherlands, but Great Britain definitely get their second blow in with their second clear round. Nick Skelton and Scott Brash clear. Mark Houtzager for the Netherlands to come with Tamino in just a few seconds' time. Pippa, have you regained your composure?
Magic, magic, magic. Oh, he was just absolutely amazing. Just stayed so calm, so focused. And boy, was Hello Sanctus jumping.
Wow, that's Pippa talking about Scott Brash. Peter Charles the next to go, the last to go. About 10 minutes' time. That could be a gold medal jump if he gets it right. Be fascinating. We'll be back with him. I'm sitting just outside the velodrome. Should get in next and talk to Simon Brotherson because, of course, Jason Kenny. Enormous pressure on Jason Kenny today because he replaced the one and only Sir Chris Hoy in this competition. So he really does need to win the gold, I'm afraid. Simon?
Not too much pressure on him there.
No, don't want to make it worse.
Yeah, he was the world silver medalist this year. He lost to Gregory Bourget of France in the final. Bourget has won every world championship since the last Olympic Games, so he is the man to beat. But I have to say that Jason Kenny's in the form of his life. He broke the Olympic record in qualifying here. He has the speed. He's coming up onto the track now, and he's got a semi-final here against Usain Philip from Trinidad and Tobago, a 21-year-old who clearly is quick. But I have to say, he's a little bit ahead of his own schedule. His plans really were aimed at Rio in 2016, but he's done so well. He's reached the semi-final here, and whatever happens, he is already assured of equaling the best result Trinidad and Tobago have had to date in track cycling, because Gene Samuel finished 4th in the 1 kilometre time trial in Los Angeles back in 1984, and the rider here, Philip, is guaranteed 4th place, having made the semi-final. But it illustrates once again, Rob Hales alongside me here, that actually we don't have all of the best riders in this sprint competition in the Olympic Games. You know, there are several riders who should be here who just aren't.
Well, this is the trouble. We've got one rider per nation. And yeah, we're missing Sir Chris Hoy, obviously, who was the Olympic champion 4 years ago. I mean, out of the top 4 here, we do have 1st, 2nd and 4th from the World Championships. Bronze was Chris Hoy, but Usain here, who's in the last 4, he's not even ranked in the top 50.
We're arguably missing about 5 out of the top 10 in the world here, aren't we?
Well, we are.
Australia, France, Germany and Great Britain are the 4 countries who really suffer with this.
Yeah.
What do we think here then, Rob, about Jason Kenny? He's on the line, ready to go, and Usain Philip actually is getting a great reception from the crowd. They really have taken to him since his first ride in qualifying.
They have, and the crowd, they've been fantastic for everybody who's been up on the track. Obviously more so when the Brits, but I think that Usain is actually running fairly even as crowd favourite. So this is going to be special.
On paper, should this be a straightforward semi-final for Jason Kenny, all things being equal, on paper?
It should be, on paper, pure speed. Kenny should easily win this, but just saying, he's riding extremely well.
Here we go then, it's the men's match sprint semi-final. This is a best of 3 matchup, 3 laps of the track. They're on the first lap now. They're around the bottom of the banking, away to our right. A slow, steady start. Jason Kenny drew number 1, which means he has to lead for that first half lap no matter what. Then it's up to the riders how it pans out. And Philip is just going from side to side, almost coming to a standstill, doing what they call a track stand, halfway down the back straight. Now they slowly move on. It's cat and mouse here in the early stages. Jason Kenny at the front. You could walk alongside them and actually overtake the cyclists at the moment. Now Jason Kenny goes a little bit faster, rolls down to the blue line at the bottom of the banking. They're away to our left-hand side and about to come into the finishing straight towards the end of the first lap of 3 here.
Kenny, he's done the first lap and he hasn't looked forward yet. He does a lot of training on Manchester Velodrome where he just does lap after lap, and all he does, he looks behind just to keep an eye on his opponent. It must be so off-putting to be riding behind him and just he doesn't take his eyes off you.
Well, it's one of those things, if you lapse in concentration for a fraction of a second, your opponent can sometimes take advantage and dart inside you or swoop past you. And Jacene Philip goes high on the banking, away to our left, but Jason Kenny will lead this sprint out now. He's starting to go a little bit quicker as they take the bell. Kenny has an advantage of about 4 bike lengths around the bottom of the track into the back straight. Kenny all the way, still daylight between the pair of them. Philip tries to come back at him, closes the gap a little bit, but it's still 2 bike lengths into the finishing straight, up towards the line. Jason Kenny wins it by about a bike length and 3/4.
Yeah, he took it from the front, he took control and stayed out of trouble. That was going to be extremely important in this round. He had the speed, that's proof from qualification, and he just made sure he stayed out of trouble, because who knows what Jacene was going to do. He could do anything out there. He's riding so well to get into the last 4 here at the Olympic Games.
And the men's sprint semi-final, second race, Peter, should be at 4:35. Next up on the track, the women's Omnium, the first event, the flying lap, and towards the end of the field, 2 from the end, Britain's Laura Trott.
Yeah, I'm just outside. I can hear the roars from where I sit, and I think I might come and join you any moment. 4 minutes after 4.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
Day 10 of London 2012. This is 5 Live at the Olympics with Colin Murray and Peter Allen.
And there's a real chance of gold for Great Britain in equestrian and track cycling this afternoon into the evening. But a little earlier, Beth Tweddle, despite winning an admirable bronze in the even bars, was just a step away from gold.
Beth Tweddle gets that Olympic medal. It is a bronze. It's not the gold or the silver, but Beth Tweddle finishes her career, her last Olympic Games, with a bronze, and she's hugged by her coach. I think the relief is etched on her face that she has clung on, and she will go home with an Olympic medal.
Coming up in the next hour, much more from the Velodrome. Will that decision to select Jason Kenny ahead of Sir Chris for the men's sprint finally pay off? We'll find out in a couple of hours' time over on Olympics Extra, the conclusion of the team show jumping from Greenwich Park.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live, and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
The BBC News on 5 Live with Tom Sanders. The Deputy Prime Minister has accused the Conservative Party of breaking the coalition agreement after admitting the government was scrapping plans to reform the House of Lords. He said he was disappointed ministers couldn't deliver an election promise and that his party would be withdrawing support for constituency boundary changes in return. Here is Nick Clegg.
My party has held to that contract, even when it meant voting for things that we found difficult. The Liberal Democrats are proving ourselves to be a mature and competent party of government. But the Conservative Party is not honouring the commitment to Lords reform, and as a result, part of our contract has now been broken.
The Syrian Prime Minister has defected from President Assad's regime. Riyad Hijad had only been in the job for 2 months. It's the most high-profile defection from the government since the uprising began. Reports suggest he's fled with his family to Jordan. The Health Protection Agency has confirmed a second person has died in the Legionnaires outbreak in Stoke-on-Trent. He was in his 70s. 2 further patients remain in hospital and are in a stable or improving condition. The total number of confirmed cases remains at 20. A man from Leeds has been charged with a public order offence after a bottle was thrown at the start of the men's 100-metre final last night. 34-year-old Ashley Gibb Webb, who's from Leeds, will appear at Stratford Magistrates Court this afternoon. And police searching for a 12-year-old girl in South London say it's extremely out of character for her not to return home or get in touch with her family. Tia Sharp was last seen leaving her grandmother's house on Friday lunchtime in New Addington, near Croydon.
Right, let's get right back to Greenwich Park. Dark clouds overhead here at John Hunt. I hope they don't bring rain to where you are, because now comes the moment. It's Peter Charles, isn't it? Last man of the 14.
Yeah, he'll be going in 3 or 4 rides time. First before him for America, Rich Fellas, and for Canada, Ian Miller. But if you are just joining us at this captivating competition, the great news for Great Britain is that either they or the Netherlands will win the gold medal. It has been 24 years since the Great British Show Jumping team have won any sort of medal at the Olympic Games. 1952 was the last time they managed to win gold. But we will know shortly, with the rounds to come, of Great Britain for Peter Charles in a few moments' time, followed directly by the Netherlands' Gerco Schroeder on London. Could a horse called London scupper Great Britain's plans to win gold here at Greenwich? We're watching Rich Fellas, and I'm ashamed to say it, Pippa Funnell watching on. He and Flexible, his horse, have been one of the stars of this week so far. But I'm not really particularly bothered at the moment how he gets on. Although obviously individually on Wednesday he'll be a contender.
He's very interesting to watch as a rider, because what we've seen is a lot of sort of rather classic positions where the rider sits up very tall, whereas his balance is completely different. He slightly tips forward, sits very light in the saddle with a forward seat. It's just had the vertical down with the ditch behind. He's now jumped the combination clear, so he has had one down. But it is a very, very different way of riding to some of the riding we've been watching.
Yeah, he's got his own unique way of going about it as Flexible. He's just accruing some penalties here at the moment. But just to spell things out, in a couple of rides' time, Peter Charles, if he can go clear, that will mean Great Britain finish with a penalty score of 8. That will mean that if the Netherlands go clear, they will win gold. The Netherlands, if they go clear, will win gold with Gerco Schroeder. Peter Charles, if he gets one penalty down, that means that well, no great matter, because they will still have to count the 8. So it all really revolves around Gerco Schroeder and the Netherlands here for gold medal, Pippa. And this horse is called London that they have, the last one to go. He was one of your favourites, wasn't he, at the earliest round?
I know, he was one I sort of put a little star by the first day. I thought London jumped outstandingly, and it would be too cruel if a horse called London ends up throwing us that we lose gold because of a horse called London.
If Gerco Schroeder for the Netherlands, if he goes clear, he wins gold for the Netherlands. Britain will get the silver. If he has one fence down, he has 4 penalties. That will mean they have 8 all told, and that will mean that there will be a jump off for gold. And if Gerco Schroeder has 2 fences down, irrespective of what Peter Charles does, Great Britain would win gold. Hope that's all clear. Lizzie, how are things down with you? Very tense, I'd imagine.
They are, and I tell you, I've never seen as many people down here in the mix zone. Everyone's trying to muscle in on the action here. They can't believe that this is such a tight competition. Nick Skelton's been skulking around in the background. He normally doesn't sort of get too excited about things. Show jumpers are men and women of few words, but they've all been watching away and chatting away together and seeing if they can see what's going on, and hoping, without being too unsporting, that the other nations knock a few fences down and give Britain that elusive gold medal.
Thanks, Lizzie. We're watching Ian Miller going for Canada, and then it will be Peter Charles into the ring. Just to recap the earlier rounds today, Nick Skelton went clear again on Big Star for the third time running. He hasn't had a fence down yet in this competition. Ben Mayer picked up just 4 penalty points on Triple X, and then 26-year-old Scott Brash went clear on Hello Sanctus. The Dutch riders, Jurv Reeling was first to go. He got 8 penalty points. The Dutch will be hoping that they can discard that score, because if they can't, they will not win the gold. However, Michael van der Vleuten and Mark Hutzzeger, they went clear for the Netherlands, putting them in pole position. To remind you the situation here at a very tense Greenwich Park, where Peter Charles will be the next out. But whatever he does, if Gerke Schroeder of the Netherlands jumps a clear round within the time on London, then the Netherlands will win gold and Great Britain will have to be content with silver. The applause rings round the arena here for 65-year-old Olympic record holder at his 10th Olympics. No one's ever done that. Ian Miller for Canada. But now Peter Charles for Great Britain. A clear round would be lovely to crank up the pressure on the Netherlands, but to a certain extent it doesn't really matter what he does here, Pippa. It's the Dutch rider to go next that is the real key player in this fascinating conundrum.
But it just would be great for him to put in a clear, to just put that extra bit of pressure on the Dutch. As we said earlier, the first day the horse was just a little bit shocked by the whole atmosphere, the crowds, and Pete did a really good job yesterday settling the horse. He still made a couple of mistakes, had a couple of rails down. I really hope for Peter's sake that he can put in a good performance and show everyone why he's here, because he's such an experienced guy. He's been in the game for a very, very long time.
He has indeed. He's well into his 50s now, is Peter. He's a wife and 2 children. In my world, they'll be biting their nails as they come now over the first together. Peter Charles then is on his way aboard Vindicat. A clear round would be lovely for him. It does not influence, though, the destination of the gold medal. He cannot win the gold here for Great Britain. That will be dependent on Gerke Schroeder for the Dutch in 3 or 4 minutes' time. Peter Charles, though, at the water jump, he's not had a very happy week so far. He's now reaching for the one after the water, but still clear. What are your observations, Pippa?
Well, he's doing a really good job, because Vindicat isn't the longest striding horse in the world, but he was quick when he landed over the Oxer to make up the distance to the wide water. And so far, the horse is jumping.
He's really good. Combination, triple combination now. He accelerates into the first of these 3 fences, sails over the next and over the third element of that as well. Still clear, approaching fence number 8. Come on, Peter Charles.
Come on, Peter. He was a little bit quick into the combination, but the horse is jumping. Now he comes to the double. Get up.
Over the... Oh, he had to reach for that, but he's still clear. 4 fences left to take. Over the 4th last, still clear. This to heap the pressure on the Dutch rider Gerke Schroeder, who comes in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Charles still clear over the 3rd last. For him, this would be wonderful vindication. A miserable week for him. He hasn't sniffed a clear round so far. 2nd last fence, he's got it down. It matters not a great deal, though, in terms of the overall team competition. Peter gets a massive cheer, crossing the line outside the time as well, but that doesn't matter either, picking up 5 penalty points. So it means that Ben Mayer's score of 4 penalty points today is added to yesterday's team score of 4. Great Britain finish on 8 points. Netherlands next in. They, if they go clear, will win the gold medal with 4 points. If they get 1 down, it'll be a jump off with Great Britain. If they get 2 down, Great Britain will then win the gold medal. It all falls upon, would you believe it, British hopes on a Dutch horse called London. You couldn't write this, Pippa, could you?
I'm going to be keeping everything crossed now, but I mean, as I said, this horse jumped fantastic yesterday and the day before. And Gerke Schroeder, last year, he was on to winning the European Championships, and he had the very, very last fence down. But he is an outstanding horseman.
The equation is clear then. He's got to start his round in 30 seconds. A clear round for Gerke Schroeder, and London, his horse, will give the Netherlands a gold medal. Great Britain will pick up the silver, their first for 24 years, their first medal. 1 fault on his way round, 1 fence down, will send the Netherlands into a jump-off against Great Britain for the gold. 2 fences down, or a fence and a time penalty, and Great Britain will have the gold medals round their neck shortly around 5 o'clock this afternoon. His round is underway.
What pressure he's under. He's turning now to the big wide oxer at fence 3, this long line where you cannot make a single mistake here. He moves on up to the wide water where he jumped it, leaving it feet to clear, and now up over the vertical. Oh, I hate to say it, but this horse is really jumping.
He's so good, isn't he? He's taking his time round towards the 6th. He can even afford to pick up a time penalty as long as he goes clear. Here's the next fence. This is the 6th. He's clear over that. A clear round maintained will give the Dutch the gold in the team. He's at the 7th fence now. Triple combination. He's got one down! He's got one down at the very least then. It will be a jump off between the Netherlands and Great Britain. One more fence down will give gold to Great Britain. The drama couldn't be more electric here at Greenwich Park. 5 more fences left to take. He's over that one safely. The 4th last is a difficult vertical, but he's over that one safely. He's having to regain his composure. 3 more fences left to take. If he gets any one of these 3 down, Britain will win gold. He's over the 3rd last safely. He might just be struggling for the time as well. Now a time penalty would be vital. The 2nd last, he's over safely. Coming now down towards the final fence. He's over safely. He's just inside the time. The drama will continue here at Greenwich Park with 1 fence down. It means that the Netherlands and Great Britain are tied now on a tie-break, a jump-off for the gold medal. And that'll take place, of course, once the Swedes and the Swiss and the Saudi Arabians have their final rounds. So Britain and the Netherlands will jump off for gold a little bit later on this afternoon, Pippa.
Oh, and I thought we were going to be finished now, but oh, how exciting can it get?
We didn't expect London to make a mistake, if truth be told, but he just nudged the 2nd fence of that combination, and that now means that Britain will have to regroup. They know it's going to be a medal. They know it's going to be at least a silver medal, but they will. Great Britain have a chance to jump off against the Netherlands for gold medal status. Peter Allen, thrilling show jumping here at Greenwich.
Lovely stuff. I need to know more, really. I need to know more about the jump off.
Do you know what, Peter? I think so do we. is the honest answer.
Same course, different course, same people. Yeah.
It's definitely a different course, Peter. It's a shorter course. Let me just tot up. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fences, I think, rather than the 13th they've jumped. And obviously, it'll be they'll have to jump it in a lesser time, and they'll have to put the clock on it as well, Peter. So loads and loads of drama here.
What about
still
the pressure?
To unfold.
Look, Johnny, is Pippa okay there? Because I know there are times when I thought the stress just might be getting to her.
I've had the smelling salts out, but she's reaching for something stronger. Peter Allen asking if you're okay at the moment. I think you are, aren't you?
Yes, it's so exciting. What I was trying to do was scrabble around to find out a bit more about the jump.
Well, what do you know, Pippa? John thought it was probably just fewer fences and everybody goes.
Yeah, well, it's definitely fewer fences and it will be against the clock.
Peter, can I read it out for you? Because we've got the right page in the show jumping handbook. It says once both team rounds have been completed, if there is a tie for the medal positions, there is a jump off against the clock in which all team athletes may take part. The jump off takes place over a course of at least 6 obstacles. Well, we think we know there's 8 obstacles to be jumped. If more than one jump off is required, which obviously we're not at yet, the jump off for 3rd place will take place before the jump off for 1st. So that's basically that could still happen, incidentally, in the battle for bronze here. The score in this jump off is obtained by adding the penalties incurred by the 3 best athletes in each team. If there is a tie, the times of these 3 athletes in the jump-off added together will decide the winner. Scores from any jump-offs are not counted for the individual
So the
competition.
timing is just a little bit more important.
Timing becomes much more important, Peter, yeah.
Lizzie
Now,
Green...
sorry, Peter.
One of us should hand to Lizzie Greenwood-Hughes, but I'll do it if you like, John. Lizzie.
Thanks, Peter. I'm joined by Bob Ellis, who can clear up exactly what's going to happen now with the jump-off. So, Bob, what happens now, then?
OK, we have 2 teams jumping off. Over 7 fences. It's going to be remarkable. It's just been an unbelievable afternoon of show jumping.
I should have said, sorry, Bob Ellis is the course designer here. So, Bob, will the course be the same? Are you going to change it? What are you going to do?
No, I don't think we put anything up. I think it's big enough now. There's 2 extra fences in the jump off, which are slightly bigger than we've jumped in the first round. So I think we'll let it go at that.
I spoke to you before this competition began and said that obviously you're British, not allowed to be partisan with your course building, but it must be in your mind somewhere today.
Yeah, it'd be fabulous if we could pull it off.
It's been 60 years, Bob, since we won a gold.
Yeah, even I can remember that.
OK, I better let you go. You've got to go and build that course. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you, Lizzie. Some of our texters are getting overexcited as well. GB and Netherlands should have jousting for the gold. Now, that will be the business. I think it's going to be quite exciting enough, isn't it, John and Pippa? Again, it's a matter of just holding that nerve at these moments of extreme tension. So, runners through the 4, they all kept their nerve, didn't they? For those people who have only just joined in, how many points? I heard that Ben Mayer got 4. I think Nick Skelton went clear, Scott went clear, but rushing around the park, I missed Peter. So give us what happened to all 4 for a moment.
Yeah, Peter scored 5, but his score didn't count for today's purposes. They discount the weakest score, Peter. So that has left us on a score of 8 and the Netherlands on a score of 8 as well.
So what they'll be doing now is quickly running back to the collecting ring, because they've now got to get back on their horses, warm them up, ready for the jump off, because it's very easy, in these big Nations Cup situations, you don't necessarily think it's going to come this close. So the girls would have their horses waiting, ready for the guys to get on, and that's what they'll be doing now, refocusing.
OK, we'll be back with you in time for that. Should be a fascinating afternoon. It's already been fascinating. A dramatic finale. Let's go across to the boxing at XL. Savannah Marshall, I think the last round, is it, Darren?
So out they come for the 4th and final round, and Savannah Marshall has 2 points to find. She's down by a score of 10 points to 8. She's never really found a rhythm here, Bunty, and she needs to pull it out of the bag in the final round.
She's the only British or Irish boxer I've seen get in their ring and not be inspired and not be pushed by the crowd.
She's extremely quiet outside the ring. They don't call her the silent assassin for nothing, but she's got to summon it up from somewhere. She's got to feed off this crowd. Otherwise, the world champion at middleweight, the 21-year-old from Hartlepool, is going to be making her exit from the competition without getting to the medal rounds. She's not landed too many clean shots on Volnova, the Kazakhstan boxer, and there's not too much urgency about Savannah Marshall now. Just over a minute to go, and she's still not doing enough.
I'm mildly surprised. The first round was even, the second round was even. She lost the third round by 2 points by according to the judges, and she's not showing, as you said quite correctly, urgency.
Not enough aggression, not enough desire to throw the punches, but that's better from Savannah Marshall. That's probably her best flurry of the entire fight. Just over a minute to go. Marshall in red, the taller figure. Volnova in blue. Volnova, who's been able to tie Marshall up and really nullify that longer reach advantage that the Hartlepool girls should have. She's significantly bigger, Savannah Marshall, but she's not been able to let that advantage tell. And she's not very accurate with the punches either, most of them missing their target, which of course the judges will see.
In all fairness, it is day 10. This is her first bout. She's the last of our 10 boxers to fight. Perhaps that's taking a bit of a toll on her.
Won the World Championship at 21, came into these games with so many big hopes, gold medal hopes. She catches a good right hand from Volnova on the way in. She's got less than 30 seconds to do enough to get through here at middleweight. Remember, if she wins, she's guaranteed a bronze medal. The crowd not happy with the tactics of Volnova. Marshall catches her with a good punch as she comes in, then another one as well. Maybe a strong finish might be enough for Savannah Marshall as she lands again. Volnova covering up, allowing Marshall to tee off. But Marshall's got to be accurate. She's got to land scoring punches. She's 2 points down. She's got less than 10 seconds to turn this around. Marshall lands a stiff left jab. She's tied up then by Volnova. Can't get the punches off. The referee separates the boxers and the bell will sound. And it's now down to the judges. And I wonder whether she's done enough. I'm not very confident.
I'm not very confident. Did she win that round by 2 points? Possibly. Did she lose that round by a point? It's possible. There wasn't a lot in it. She wasn't urgent enough until about the last minute. It seemed like the crowd and Marshall realised too late that this fight was for a medal.
What I would say is that there wasn't an awful lot coming back from Volnova in the final round. She stopped throwing punches, and the ones that she did throw weren't landing cleanly. So the cleaner shots were landed by Savannah Marshall, but it's all now down to the interpretation of the judges, and we've seen in numerous bouts already here at XL that is sometimes difficult to fathom. It wasn't a good performance by Marshall, and if she does go out at this stage of the competition, well, she can't really have any complaints. the body language isn't good. She's got the drooping shoulders. She's got a very disappointed look on her face. We wait for the judges to give us the scores. It's taking slightly longer than usual.
It is taking longer. And bear in mind, Flex, this is one of our bankers, not just for a medal, but for a final.
Still we wait. Here comes the result then.
The winner by a score of 16 points to 12 in the blue corner.
Savannah Marshall is out. She's been beaten by 16 points to 12, and one of Team Great Britain's big hopes for a gold medal here in the boxing ring at London 2012 is eliminated in her first bout at middleweight.
Well, shame, Darren, but we can't win them all. That's Darren Fletcher commentating with Steve Bunce beside him, of course, and it's Savannah Marshall who went out. Now, the sports bulletins have been carrying a story of interest. This is I'm reporting from the Velodrome at the moment. We're talking about the cycles in just a second. But first of all, I want to have a chat to Gordon Farka. There's an Algerian athlete who's been thrown out of the Olympics for not trying and his 800 metres heat. I don't get this at all, so you can take it from the start. This is a gentleman called Makhloufi.
Yeah, that's right, Taoufik Makhloufi, who is a pretty talented runner over 8 and 1500 metres. He's got a pretty good track record, especially 800 metres. Took the gold at the African Championships in 2012, earlier this year. Gold at the All African Games the year before. You know, he's a pretty talented guy, already made it through in a very quick time to the final of the 1500 metres. So all seems okay, doesn't it? Well, unfortunately, the Algerian Olympic Committee and the track and field people forgot to withdraw him from the 800 metres, which is obviously a bit of a problem for an athlete that wants to concentrate on his best chance of winning a medal, which they deem to be in the 1500 metres. So, having forgotten to withdraw him, he had to get to the start of the 800 metres, which were in the qualifying stages, and give it a bit of a go. However, he didn't give it much of a go. In fact, he didn't really get past the first bend. I mean, you watch the pictures and he sort of... Everyone's in the blocks and they set off, and it's almost as though he's sort of taking a step backwards anyway, and then he kind of, thinks about it a little bit, jogs along at the back, thinks, right, cheerio then, chaps, and wanders off through the middle of the field, whistling the time of day, thinking that'll do it. But unfortunately, what's happened since then is the IAAF have said that was not a bona fide effort and that he should be excluded, harping straight back to the incident with the badminton players you remember earlier on. So, this is a very sensitive issue at the moment within the Olympics, people not trying. And so he's been disqualified from everything. So he misses out on the 1500 metres final. He's wandered off the track as a talented 800 metre runner anyway, has not pushed it in the slightest. And he's put himself into a situation now where, he's out of the games altogether. There has been one slight chink of light that has opened, which is the IAAF say that he could be reinstated for the 1500 metres final if he gets a medical certificate from a local doctor that says he was injured. But then if he's injured, how can he run the 1500 metres final? It's a proper mess, isn't it? But again, an athlete who just simply should have known a bit better, and his federation should have known a bit better, put him into a really difficult position.
Thank you. Simon Brotherton with me here in the Velodrome. Is that Laura Trott I see out there?
Yes, Laura Trott's on the track. She's going to take the bell any moment now. This is her flying lap. Her 200 metres will be timed. The roar from the crowd tells you she's out there now. She's just starting that 200 metre sprint now. Round the bottom of the track, halfway down the back straight, the wall of noise roaring her on, round the banking into the finishing straight. What time will she post? It's a pretty good one. It's the fastest by 1,000th of a second. What a roar. 14.057 seconds. Laura Trott leads so far in this first event in the women's Omnium, and only Tara Whitten and Sarah Hammer have still to ride in this first event. Rob Hales, good start there from the world champion.
Extremely good start there by Laura. 1,000th.
I think I inadvertently got the first name wrong and confused her with the reporter for a second.
That's great. So this is one of her stronger events. She qualified in this event second at the World Championships behind Edmondson of Australia. So a good start, solid.
So there we are, Peter. Very good start from Laura Trott. Just two more riders to go, and then we'll find out where she is after the end of the first event here.
And this competition takes a little while to unfold. This is one part of it, yeah?
Yes, it's a bit like track cycling's equivalent of the heptathlon for Jess Ennis on the track in athletics, because you have 6 events in this one, 3 today, 3 tomorrow, this the very first of them. We've still got the 20-kilometre points race and the elimination race to come tonight, and I think you're going to enjoy the elimination
I think
race.
I will. And for those people who are just tuning in, the big events of the evening are when?
The big events of the evening. Well, coming up, we've got the second ride in the men's sprint semi-finals. It's supposed to be at 4:35, which means in the next 5 minutes or so, if Jason Kenny wins his next race, he will be into the gold medal race, into the final. We also have Victoria Pendleton in the women's sprint quarter-finals. That is at 4:45. And as I say, 2 other events with Laura Trott in the Omnium.
Right, and in a moment we'll be concentrating on the jump-off between Britain and the Netherlands in the equestrian events at Greenwich Park. It's now 28 minutes before 5.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The 5 Live News with Tom Sanders. Nick Clegg has accused the Conservatives of breaking the coalition agreement by failing to support plans for a mainly elected House of Lords. The Deputy Prime Minister says the Liberal Democrats will now block a proposal to redraw parliamentary boundaries, which would benefit the Conservatives. Syria's President Assad has suffered a high-profile defection. Prime Minister Riyad Hijab, who was appointed 2 months ago. He said he was leaving a regime of killing and terror. A 34-year-old from South Milford near Leeds has pleaded not guilty to a public order offence. A bottle was thrown at the start of the men's 100-metre final. Ashley Gill-Webb appeared at Stratford Magistrates Court. The Pentagon has revealed that the man suspected of opening fire to Sikh temple in Wisconsin, killing 6 people, was a former US Army soldier. Sources say Wade Michael Page had been dismissed from the Army more than a decade ago. He was shot dead by police. And an NHS report has called for urgent action to tackle chronic kidney disease. The study, published in a medical journal, says better detection and earlier treatment could save the health service some money. 5 Live Sport now. Let's go to Will Perry.
Tom, thank you. I'm at the Riverbank Arena for the women's hockey this afternoon, where South Korea are leading Belgium by 2-0. That's in their final Group A match. It's in Team GB's group as well. The result won't affect Britain, though. They're already through to the semi-finals after China failed to beat Japan. If it sounds a bit strange, I'm inside a plastic tent which I've just created for myself. I can't see a thing, but I'm keeping dry. That's the main thing. Rain's starting to come down here at Olympic Park. Elsewhere, in the Beth Tweddle has won her first Olympic medal after claiming bronze in the final of the uneven bars. There'll be at least one more medal in the boxing after Nicola Adams reached the semi-finals earlier. But Britain's lightweight Natasha Jonas lost to Ireland's Katie Taylor. Great Britain's Savannah Marshall was beaten by Marina Volnova of Kazakhstan in the middleweight division. In the velodrome, Jason Kenny won the first race of his sprint semi-final. As you just heard, Laura Trott leads after her first event in the women's Omnium. Lawrence Okoye is into the final of the discus, while Hannah England, Lisa Dobrisky and Laura Waitman are all through in their 1500 metres. Elsewhere in the athletics, the Algerian 1500 metres medal contender Taoufik Makhloufi has been thrown out of the Olympics for not trying in his 800 metres heat. He had been forced to run in the race after the team failed to withdraw him before Sunday's deadline. He stopped running completely during that race and has now been excluded from all competition at the Games, including the 1500 metres. Away from London 2012, it's tea at Headingley, but despite some quick wickets, are we still heading for a draw, Kevin House?
It's firm favourite, isn't it? But it's rather interesting, that spell of bowling from Stuart Broad, in which he took 4 for 12 in 20 deliveries, meaning with just over 43 overs left of this test match, South Africa have a lead of 233 runs at 240 for 7, with Alviro Peterson batting, 11 not out. Steyn has yet to get off the mark. Peterson, of course, is injured, Alviro that is. Kevin Peterson actually took the first 3 wickets to fall in the South African second innings. So just say it's more than likely we'll get a draw, but there's certainly been entertainment. Stuart Broad, by the way, and that spell actually was on a hat-trick at one point. But South Africa 240 for 7, and that is a lead of 234 runs.
Kevin, thank you. It's on 5 Live Sports Extra. Let's go back to the velodrome and Simon Brotherton.
Thanks, Will. Welcome back here. Jason Kenny, the world silver medalist from this year, last year's world champion, is in his second semi-final. It's best of 3 in the men's match sprint, and Kenny leads 1-0 against Jacine Phillip from Trinidad and Tobago, 21 years of age. A rider who emigrated to the United States at the age of 9. He was actually eligible to race for the USA, but chose to compete for Trinidad and Tobago. They're underway, 3 laps of the track. If Kenny wins this race, he will then go into the final and race for gold and silver. Rob Hales is alongside me.
Yep, Kenny, fastest qualifier yesterday against Jacine Phillips, 10-2, so 5/10 of a second lead. Coming out of qualification, and Josane Phillips qualified 10th. So he's extremely lucky to be here off the back of qualification. So his outright speed isn't great, but obviously his tactical awareness and nous in match sprinting is good.
Yeah, and Josane Phillips had 6 months at the UCI school, still very much developing his talents. I'm sure we'll hear more about him as the years go by, particularly heading towards Rio in 4 years' time. They go past us now at the end of the first lap, and Philip in the red and black of Trinidad and Tobago riding on the front. He's about 5 yards in front of Jason Kenny, who goes up the banking as they head into the back straight. He's up just a yard or two in front of the crowd, up near the boards at the top, and Kenny starts to wind it up, and Josane Phillips keeps his eye on him, keeps cocking his head to the right, still leads the way. He's on the blue line at the moment. Now they take the bell. Kenny still behind by 2 or 3 bike lengths. Little bit of a switch there from the cyclist from Trinidad, but Kenny's just too fast, and he just scoots away from him round the banking into the home straight. Dominant sprinting there. There was no way that Kenny was going to be unsettled as the pair of them just swerved a little bit around the banking away to our right. Jason Kenny wins 2-0.
And that was my concern in the earlier round, was that Kenny got himself into a little bit of trouble there coming from behind, but no problem.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks, gents. Right, let's catch up with the other drama of the afternoon. John Hunt and Pippa Funnell watching. It's the jump-off between Team GB and the Netherlands.
Hello, Peter. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to dramatic Greenwich. The jump-off is underway. British hopes first to go with Nick Skelton and Big Star. All 4 of the British riders will go in this jump-off. So too will all 4 of the Dutch. And Nick Skelton is currently clear. Heading to the closing stages here, Pippa.
He's jumped the last fence and he's going to have a fantastic round. 40 clear, 47.27. It's a shortened course, very similar course, but shortened course with a couple of new fences, and it jumped just unbelievably.
Skelton then clear, 47.27. Early advantage then for Great Britain. So he's gone clear. 2 others, of course, could jump clear and then give Great Britain a fantastic chance of gold. But next up, it'll be Jur Vrieling on Boobaloo for the Netherlands. Jur, in the earlier round, he got 8 faults. Great Britain would love to see a same sort of result. The Dutch hopes, of course, very different indeed. Pressure on Jur Vrieling with Skelton clear, and they almost have to trade each other blow for blow here in this jump-off, don't they? Remember, it's the lowest penalties after this jump-off that will win the gold, and Vrieling's underway.
Coming to the second fence now, vertical rail, and then he turns inside to this very upright gate. The last line now is what they jump, a very tall gate. And it was either 5 or 6 to this big oxer, but in the jump off, because it's against the clock, they're going to take 5 strides there, 1 less stride. Then they turn very tight to another tall upright, and then inside another sort of island of flowers, turning up very tight to the Nelson's Column type fence. Big wide oxer, he's fast, he's clear, turning to the double.
Yep, the double's the second last. Vrieling still clear for the Netherlands, bidding to repeat what Nick Skelton just did. Coming now down towards the last fence, the Tower Bridge fence. Heading now down towards this fence, and he's over. A slower time, though, 48.54. The time could be very important as we head towards the closing stages of this thrilling jump-off. So 2 riders, 1 from each country, have gone. Skelton clear for Great Britain, Vrieling clear for the Netherlands, and the tension ratchets up just a little bit more.
It does, and it's going to be so tight and so tough for these riders because they have to leave all these jumps up, but at the same time they have to keep their concentration and really go against the clock, because it could come down to the time if everyone stays clear.
Huge cheer now as Ben Mayer, the second of the British riders to go in this jump-off for gold here at Greenwich Park, enters the arena on Triple X. Nick Skelton has just gone clear. Can Ben Mayer repeat that in a really good time? That would be just what the doctor ordered to maintain pressure on the Dutch team. He has, like Skelton so far, Pippa, been faultless. A lovely clear round would be just right here for British hopes, and he begins now. The first of the fences taken safely. The oxer now a vertical, and Ben measures this one okay.
And again, he comes inside the island of flowers, and he's got to make this tight turn up to this very tall gate. It's all about the jumping still, but they have to be quick.
And he's over the fourth safely, and now quickly doubling back on himself. A very tight right-handed turn towards the fifth fence, and now he turns left. He's still clear, is Ben Mayer and Triple X, one of the great emerging partnership talents in show jumping. Over that one safely, and now heading towards the second last. This is a double. It's an oxer, and then he'll have one stride to the next part of it, the vertical, and he's still clear. Hush your breath as they come now down towards the final one of the fences. It's Tower Bridge again. He's clear! You can hear for yourself. Ben Mayer trades clear in 48-14.
Another great round. God, that was fantastic. As Ben said, his horse was really jumping in the last round. And again, I think these horses know.
It's just amazing, the tension here. Two British riders have gone, both clear. One Dutch rider has gone, the second one just entering the arena now. He needs to go clear as well to match Britain. 4 riders will go from each team. The worst penalty score will be dropped. The lowest penalty will win gold. And if they're still clear after the jump off, it'll be the clear rounds done in the quickest time that will determine gold. Next, it is Michael van der Veulen aboard Verdi to go for the Dutch, and he's just getting his composure, taking his time here, standing still in the middle of the arena.
Well, that's because the horse has to be excused.
Well, I didn't notice that part of him. I thought he was concentrating.
Bits, and luckily the judges give the horses time to do that before the start. Now he gets wound up, gets ready to go. And boy, have our two guys, Ben and Nick, have really put these guys under pressure.
It is absolutely a pressure cauldron here. Verdi in the previous round did jump clear for Van der Vleuten.
He just touched the first fence. He's jumped the second fence well. He's inside now to the gate, tall gate. Takes an extra pull there.
He's over though safely. That was the third, and now on towards the fourth. He's down! He's got his first fence down. Advantage Great Britain. So the Netherlands have 4 penalty points there, heading now down towards this long run towards the third last fence. So he's at it now. He jumped it on a diagonal angle there. He was so revved up for it, but he has a fence down. The first fence to go in this, and another one down. 8 penalty points. This round deteriorating slowly for Van der Vleuten as he comes towards the last. He's jumped it, but it's 8 penalty points for the Netherlands in a time of 48-18. The 2 Dutch rounds have been slower than both the 2 British rounds, but importantly, 2 clears for Great Britain, only 1 clear for the Netherlands, and 8 penalty points puts Britain in pole position with 2 to jump.
It does, but they will be hoping to drop that score. They still could drop that score if the other 2 riders from the Netherlands go fast and clear.
Immense pressure then to come on those impeccable combinations. Mark Huitziger and Tamino, and Gerko Schroeder aboard London. They really will need absolutely perfect rounds, particularly if the next of the British riders go clear.
This is nearly even more exciting than the World Cup penalty shootout, this is, isn't it?
We think it's going to be Scott Brash, who did so well earlier in the day aboard Hello Sanctus. It looks as though he'll come out next, but there's just a little delay. In a moment you'll hear an eruption of noise as Scott, the 26-year-old from Peebles, makes his way into the arena. The horse just goes from a walk to a little trot and then a canter. He's looking quite relaxed. This partnership have only been together for a year and a half. Goodness me, they've been doing such good things in America together, but this is something like Scott will never have experienced before. Can he go clear for Great Britain?
As he said earlier on in his interview, he said he loves riding under pressure. Boy, he can't have more pressure than this.
Come on, Scott. It just might be that 1 penalty is enough as well, with the Dutch previous rider on 8 penalty points. but let's hope that Scott can go clear. He's over the first and now quickly to the second. He's got it down. He's got it down. Scott Brash has made a mistake at what looks a relatively simple fence, so he's on 4 penalty points. Now it's vital that he stays clear. He's at the fourth now. Really attacked that, and he jumped it well.
And it's vital he still keeps his foot on that accelerator, because it still does come down to the time as well. So he's got to keep moving up round this turn to the Nelson's Column fence. He jumps across it a little bit. He's clear over that.
2 more fences to go. He turns right-handed into the final double combination. The first fence taken, 1 stride over the second taken. Still just 4 faults on his board. Scott Brash now down towards the last of the fences. He's over that one safely in a time of 48.01. The times are generally looking better than the Dutch. 4 penalty points, but of course now the Dutch, their third rider, will have a chance to go clear and keep them very much in the contest. This is an epic jump off you're listening to on Radio 5 Live at the Olympics. It'll be gold for either Great Britain or the Netherlands, and we still don't know, Pippa Funnell.
I've never known anything like it.
It's absolutely incredible. 1952, the Helsinki Games, the last time Great Britain won gold in this event. And just to repeat from earlier, they haven't won a medal of any colour for 24 years. So, a compelling jump-off is about to continue. A third of the Dutch riders will come up. We're expecting it to be Mark Huizenga on Tamino. And I hate to say this, and I hope for once I'm exposed as a very bad judge of a horse in terms of the British hopes here. But Tamino has been, for my money, the best horse I've seen here all week long.
Well, I would say alongside Big Star and Nick Skelton, I would say these 2 horses have just been unbelievable. And riders, the standard of their jumping has just been superb. So he now composes everything. A lovely bay horse, lovely big horse, and he is again a very, very stylish rider.
Oh, just to put things into context for you here, this is Tamino and Mark Huizenga, the third of the Dutch riders to go in this absolutely compelling jump off. Now, if he gets a penalty, that will mean Peter Charles will need to jump clear for Great Britain to win the gold. But we'll tell you as the seconds elapse by, we'll tell you exactly how things stand. It might just be yet that we need to get our calculators up and out and add up all their times. But Pippa, what are your thoughts as Huizenga begins his round on Tamino?
Well, if he has 2 down, it means that we win gold. But he will be really wanting to leave these fences up. Jumps number 2, jumps it very well inside. Possibly not as quick as what we've seen some of the others. It's a bigger horse, longer striding horse. Now he takes the 5 strides to a big wide oxer. The horse really operates over that. Again, I think possibly a bit slower. He is going for the clear round.
Yeah, well, he looks... Every time we see him, he looks like he's going to jump clear. There are 4 more efforts to take, 3 more fences. 2 down will give Britain gold, but he's jumped the third last well. And now comes down, still clear to the second last fence. The oxer and the vertical. He's tipped it. He's tipped the oxer. And if he gets this one down, the last, Britain will win gold. He's at the last now. He's over it safely.
But its time is 52.40, so not as quick.
Really, really slow. So, our guest, just looking at the times, well, let's deal with the penalties first. Peter Charles will be the last one to go. If he jumps clear, Britain will win gold. Fact. If he gets 4 faults, then they will carry 4 faults, and that will mean that the final Dutch rider will need to go clear. And then it'll come to times. And Pippa, have you done your mental arithmetic? Looking good on times?
We're looking very, very good on time. It looks to me as though the last Dutch rider is going to have to really go hell for leather to get that, to really put up a quick time.
But let's just hopefully leave it in the hands of Peter Charles. Now, Peter, he's just waving his hand. He's just trying to get the crowd to just settle down. Everybody's on their feet. 21,000 packed. If you can see a spare seat in this auditorium, you're a better man than I am.
Wasn't that amazing how the crowd reacted? Peter just signalled with his hand to keep the noise down because he knows the noise upsets his horse, and instantly the crowd hushed.
Shades of Mary King days ago now in the eventing dressage. She did the same, and it's had the same result. Peter Charles, can you put in the ride of your life now and go clear and win gold for Great Britain?
He won't be going for the time this time, because obviously it's about jumping a clear round, because if we jump clear, then everything's good.
Go Peter, he's at the first. He's over safely, now turns gently left-handed to the second. This is the fence that Scott Brash got down. He is over clear though, Peter Charles.
And as you can see, he's going round the outside of the flowers, so he's not taking the inside turn. He's taking his time. He's got to jump this clear round.
At the gate, the third, over safely. Now a big oxer, the fourth fence. His stride seemed good into it, and he's over that one safely. Now just 4 fences from gold. Peter Charles at the fourth last. He's over that one safely as well. And now heading towards, taking his time right the way round the outside towards this double oxer with a hedge in it. It's the third last fence. He's over that one clear as well. And now very wide towards the second last. It's a combination fence that he has to get right. Come on, Peter. He's over that one first of it. He's over clear there. One to jump between Peter Charles and Great British Glory in the show jumping at the last now for Peter. He's done it! He has done it! And he punches the air first with his left hand, then with his right. He's on his victory round already. He knows that his clear round has given the gold medal to Great Britain. Peter Charles takes his hat off in the centre of the arena. There are Union Jack flags everywhere, and for the first time since 1952, the show jumping team have won gold at the Olympics.
Yes! We can't believe it. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Down in the collecting area, Nick Skelton and Ben Mayer getting their hugs. And Scott Brash, the crowd have just been told that they can't be beaten and that the gold medal is theirs. And Skelton and Brash and Mayer now join Peter Charles to shake his hand. There are hugs all round. It is a fantastic moment for British show jumping, and they just soak it all up, and how they deserve it. There have been some impeccable rounds, and how fitting it was for Peter Charles to bring that gold medal home, because Pippa, just to explain to everybody, he has had up until now a pretty miserable week, but my word, cometh the hour, cometh the man.
Oh, just fantastic for Pete. I mean, he really has. He's been quietly gutted by his performances early on, but to hold his nerve like he did, I mean, it was outstanding, amazing, unbelievable.
Well, it's a fantastic story that continues to ebb away here in the equestrian environment at the Olympic Games. Of course, a few days ago, the British eventers won silver. At the moment, our dressage team, who will go for gold hopefully tomorrow against the Germans, they also will have a great chance of winning gold. But the show jumpers, my word, in what looked one of the most open competitions of them all here. Anyone going into this, any one of 8 or 10 nations could have won this, but it's the British team that have come good.
We have seen absolutely world-class jumping, and as you said, I mean, some of the jumping has been just astonishing, the horsepower, but our guys really came through. We got a mixed team. We've got two older, more experienced riders, 2 younger ones, and all 4 of them kept their cool the whole way through. It really has been fantastic.
Well, let's just congratulate them, and we'll of course be able to do that in the medal ceremony as well, that takes place later on this afternoon. Nick Skelton recovered from a broken neck, his 6th Olympic Games. What a star he was on Big Star, first of all.
Oh, I mean, interestingly enough, Nick said that this really is a freak, this horse, and it showed it's a freak. He was foot perfect from 3 days ago. It has not made a mistake. It has not even touched a pole. It really has been magnificent to watch.
Ben Mayer, what do you make of him and Triple X? Also so
Graham,
composed. For one so relatively young, 29 is his age. Fantastic effort.
Well, I think he had so much experience from the last Olympics and did a great job there, and again here.
Now, Lizzie Greenwood down there amongst it all.
I've got Jeff Billington, former British Olympian. Jeff, you were crying then.
Unbelievable. Can't believe it. Fantastic for the sport. The lads rode unbelievable.
60 years since Britain got a gold in the show jumping. Did you ever think it was going to happen in our lifetime?
Even me and John can't remember that. Oh, unbelievable. We're going to have some party tonight.
I bet you are. Now, okay, they came into this competition as possible medal contenders, but did you ever imagine that they would get the gold?
Yeah, they got 4 fantastic solid riders. Everyone did his bit. Full marks to Pete, last to go, what a round.
And that horse just got better and better as the competition wore on, didn't
brilliant.
it?
And I predict Nick's going to win the individual as well.
Well, he's the favourite.
Of course he is.
Listen, go and see your mates, have a good old cry, and well done.
Cheers.
The sun has come out. There's a Mexican wave going around Greenwich. Britain have won gold in the team show jumping. Peter Allen, please come back for the medals later on.
Wow. I got to say to you and to Pippa, I've heard some commentaries which have been gripping radio, but that one was right up there. A terrific event. And actually, the one thing, John, which I didn't really realise until I heard the excitement in your voice, I've always thought of GB as being a place where, you know, we could really show jump and we won things quite often. But when you said we haven't actually done this for half a century, that's an extraordinary statistic. This really is quite a breakthrough for the team.
It is quite a breakthrough again for the sport. Remember, Peter, 20 or 30 years ago, it was a staple diet of sport on the television, wasn't it? But
yep.
in recent years, well, not so much recent years, but certainly over the last 20 years, it became somewhat marginalised, the sport. But this will just be the injection of good health that it all requires. And I'm going to do the Mexican wave as well. It's just come by me.
Oh,
My hands in the air
Don't
too.
join in. Don't join in the Mexican wave. Too late. I think he's just gone and done it. Just a very brief look forward to what else. Yeah, can't you just tell the tension from the sound of the crowd? That's enough to give you a picture of how excited people have become. What else have we got, John? I mean, you got the individual medals for this, presumably, have you?
Yeah, obviously the team medals, the gold medals for the team will be picked up in the next hour or so, Peter. But then in terms of this show jumping, the individual event now moves forward to Wednesday. The best 35 riders today, which I'm happy to say will include Nick Skelton, Ben Mayer, and also Scott Brash. Those 3 will all go through to the individual race for gold on Wednesday. Before that, of course, tomorrow we're going for gold against the Germans in the dressage too.
Okay, thank you. Lots of excitement here in the velodrome in a short while. There's been a good deal going on, but I'll leave it to Simon to summarise that. I'll just go back to Colin. Where are you at the moment, Colin?
I'm now at the XL Arena, which is an amazing place. It's like a shopping mall of Olympic sport.
Did you go across that cable car to get there?
Yeah, I've settled now.
How were you?
Well, as you know, I've got acute vertigo, and I was meant to go on with somebody to talk me over, and they refused admission. So instead, I ended up holding on to an Australian, sweating, going, "Please tell me, what's that noise? What's that bump?" So it was the least pleasurable experience, not just of the Olympics.
You didn't make any jokes about the Australian Olympic performance then, were you?
Absolutely not.
No.
I said nothing but unlucky in the swimming. I wish I'd have done better. But I got over here. I'm glad I got over here. It literally is, you've got taekwondo to the right, you get table tennis to the left, and I'm here at the Greco-Roman wrestling, which, Peter, I know you and I know everything about.
We're right into that.
Yeah, we know about that. No Team GB representatives, but Peter, I mean, it's an ancient sport. We talk a lot about the modern day Olympics. We're going right back to the ancient Olympics. Put it this way, if Plato and Homer were still alive, they would have entered the lottery for this.
Right. Thank you very much indeed, Colin. We'll move on to the news in just a moment. Just to tell you, here at the Velodrome, it's all going very well. Full details coming up soon. It's 5 o'clock.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
Day 10 of London 2012. This is 5 Alive at the Olympics with Colin Murray and Peter Allen.
And while I had my eyes closed fearing for my life, GB took another gold at London 2012. It was in the equestrian, it was in the jumping team event, in a thrilling jump off with the Netherlands, and Peter Charles brought it home.
1 to jump between Peter Charles and Great British Glory in the show jumping at the last now for Peter. He's done it! He has done it! And he punches the air! First with his left hand, then with his right. He's on his victory round already. He knows that his clear round has given the gold medal to Great Britain.
And they went berserk at Greenwich Park. More reaction to come, and of course the medal ceremony. We'll make sure you get to that. Here in the Velodrome, the spotlight shifts to Jason Kenny in the men's sprint.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
The BBC News on 5 Live now with Tom Sanders. In the past few minutes, Britain has picked up a gold medal in the team show jumping at the Olympics. It's the first time they've done so since 1952. There'll be more in the sports news in just a moment. The Deputy Prime Minister has accused Tory MPs of breaking the coalition agreement after they failed to support government plans to reform the House of Lords. Nick Clegg confirmed those proposals have now been scrapped, but warned that, as a result, Liberal Democrats would oppose boundary changes that could have benefited the Conservatives. The Deputy Leader of the Lib Dems is Simon Hughes.
We are furious. We did a deal. We thought for the first time for 100 years we could deliver reform of both ends of the House of Parliament. But the Prime Minister came back last week to the Deputy Prime Minister, said, I'm sorry, I cannot deliver my troops. And so Nick Clegg entirely sensibly today said, you can't break the agreement 1 minute and expect us to stand by and say, that's fine, don't worry about it, it's all okay.
The Syrian Prime Minister Riyad Hijab has defected, calling President Assad's government a terrorist regime. He's the most high-profile official to join the opposition since the uprising began last year. Reports suggest a number of other ministers have also defected, but this hasn't been confirmed. A 34-year-old man from West Yorkshire charged with a public order offence after a bottle was thrown at the start of the men's Olympic 100-metre final has pleaded not guilty. Ashley Gill-Webb appeared before Stratford Magistrates Court this afternoon. He's been granted conditional bail and will face trial in September. There'll be a by-election in Corby after Louise Mensch, the town's Conservative MP, announced she was stepping down after 2 years in Parliament. She says she's moving to New York, where her family are based. These people in Corby gave 5 Live their reaction.
I would be surprised if she actually had any idea or recognition of the town, to be honest with you.
Disappointing, because I voted for her, you see.
I really think Labour will stand a great big chance, don't you? Conservatives have let us down really rotten, haven't they? And, well, you can't say much more for the Liberals, and I think they're just fighting one against the other.
And the Pentagon says the man suspected of opening fire at a Sikh temple in Wisconsin, killing 6 people, was a former soldier in the US Army. Wade Michael Page, who was shot dead by police in the incident, had been a specialist in psychological operations, but sources say that he was dismissed from the military more than a decade ago. 5 Live, and Will has the sports.
Tom, thank you. Well, I'm watching the women's hockey at the Riverbank Arena this afternoon. South Korea leading Belgium by 2-1. Team GB play Netherlands at 7 o'clock this evening. Britain already through to the semi-finals after China lost to Japan earlier today. So Britain have won their 17th gold medal this afternoon. It came in the team jumping at Greenwich Park. We just heard commentary on 5 Live. Of course, it came for Nick Skelton, Ben Mayers, Scott Brash and Peter Charles. Charles went clear on Vindicate to clinch the gold medal in a jump-off with the Netherlands. It's the first time since 1952 that Great Britain have won show jumping gold. Beth Tweddle has won her first Olympic medal after claiming bronze in the final of the uneven bars. Christian Thomas finished in 8th place in the men's vault. There'll be at least one more medal in the boxing after Nicola Adams reached the semi-finals, but Britain's Natasha Jonas and Savannah Marshall are both out after defeats today. In the velodrome, Jason Kenny is into the final of the sprint, where he'll meet the Frenchman, France's 7-time world champion Gregory Bourget. The first race is at around 5:45 this evening. Laura Trott won the flying lap of the women's Omnium to lead the field after one event. Victoria Pendleton 1-0 up in her sprint quarter-final. Lawrence Okoye is into the final of the discus, while Hannah England, Lisa Dobrisky and Laura Waitman are all through in the 1500 metres. Tonight in the Olympic Stadium, Holly Bleasdale competes in the pole vault final before Di Green goes in the final of the 400 metres hurdles. Elsewhere in the athletics, the Algerian 1500 metres medal contender Taoufik Maghloufi has been thrown out of the Olympics for not trying in his 800 metres heat. Let's go to Headingley, away from London 2012. Kevin Howes, an interesting finish.
Most unexpected, really, but England have been set 253 of 39 overs to win this test match, to level the series with 1 to go. They're going to give it a go as well, because Kevin Peterson has been promoted to open alongside Alistair Cook. They're currently 17 for no wicket with 37 overs remaining today. Discretionary free admission to the ground, by the way, after 5 o'clock, so you can get in if you want. Just a quick word how this has come about. Stuart Broad, 5 for 69, including a spell of 20 deliveries in which he took 4 for
12. So England is 17 without loss. They need another 236.
Kevin, thank you. You can listen to commentary on 5 Live Sports Extra this afternoon. And the Liverpool striker Andy Carroll has rejected a move to West Ham, despite the club's agreeing terms over a proposed £2 million loan deal.
Thank you very much. Very quick word with Simon Brotherson here in the Velodrome before we cross back for the medal presentations at Greenwich Park. Simon, we've seen Victoria Pendleton, Laura Trott, Jason Kenny all in action. A very quick update from you.
Basically, from a British point of view, they've all performed well so far. Jason Kenny is up against the world champion from France, Gregory Bourget, in the men's sprint final. I think that will be an absolute classic. Both of them in the form of their lives. So Bourget's looked really impressive, as always. He's won the world championship in each of the last 4 years, although he had last year's title taken away from him. 17:40 is the time of the first matchup. It's best of 3, so 17:40, 6:05 and 6:35 are the times for the sprint final if we need a third race in that. And the women's sprint quarter-final, Victoria Pendleton leads Olga Panarina of Belarus 1-0, best of 3. Race 2 coming up at 6:05. Women's Omnium, they've just started, Peter, the 80-lap points race. Laura Trott leads the Omnium after the flying lap, event 1, so she's in the gold medal position. They've got another event after this, the elimination race, which is lots of fun. That starts at 6:20.
Yeah, the course is absolutely cluttered with cyclists at the moment. Just about everyone available seems to be out there. So we'll bring you the results of that, but we've got to get back to the chief scene of the drama this afternoon. It was Greenwich Park. I thought John Hunt was going to burst the blood vessel, and as for Pippa, Lord knows, I just hope she's all right. Take it away.
Yeah, she's fine, thank you, Peter. Yeah, we're both fine. Pippa was just saying how privileged she feels to be here to witness it, because that little bit of sporting drama just doesn't come around too often.
No,
Peter,
they are just sometimes sport can really transcend everything, kind of just for a moment. I know in the final analysis it doesn't matter that much, but by goodness, at the moment it matters an awful lot.
Well, the young and old here today will remember it for the rest of their lives. That's for sure. The Mexican waves just desist for a moment or two. There's a lot of happy faces beaming around, and we're just now waiting for the 3 teams to come out for the medal ceremony. Let's just pay tribute briefly, Pippa Funnell, to the runners-up, the Netherlands, and of course the third place team, the bronze medal winners from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was fortunate almost for us in the draw of the jump off that we ended up jumping first, so they always sort of it helped them because they knew what they had to do, but possibly because ours went so well it put them under more pressure, and they did. I mean, it was such an exciting competition, probably one of the most exciting competitions at this level we've ever seen. So and they just rode just outstandingly, and the way their horses jumped, and it very rarely comes down to a jump off at this sort of level, and it just shows how many wonderful horses are out there. And let's not forget the horses. Okay, the riders are quite brilliant, the work they put in, but the horses, the athletes themselves, they really, really were at their best.
Absolutely impeccable. Those horses deserve every much of the praise as the riders do today. Inevitably, although Peter Charles, his clear round, brought the medal home, Nick Skelton inevitably is going to be at the forefront of these celebrations, just because of who he is and what he has been to British show jumping since the early to mid-70s.
Yeah, I mean, he was so great that he was recognised and got an OBE earlier this year, so his achievements have been recognised, and he has been such a great name, such an inspiration to so many for so many years. And he was the anchor man. I mean, they were all, of course, a team. It was about team sport, team players, but he was the anchor man of the team. He was coming in as one of the favourites, and yes, touch wood, he will be one of the favourites for the individual medal. So full credit to him.
Yeah, the crowd now get to their feet because the beaten Dutch team are just entering the arena, and they've got a fantastic silver medal, but they just look a little deflated. Even the horses look as though with their heads bowed low, as if they've just missed out.
These horses, though, they'll be mentally tired. You forget that this huge atmosphere, I mean, I know myself, I'm not even competing, and it's mentally shattering me. So it will have had a huge effect mentally. And now here comes the great British team.
Led by Nick Skelton, who takes his hat off immediately. He takes the applause. Nick is then followed out by Ben Mayer aboard Triple X, and a young Scott Brash next.
from Scotland. He more than played his part, and the fourth member of our team, what an important cog he was as well at the end. Peter Charles on board Vindicat, who threw in that clear round to win the jump off for Great Britain. And they will remember this for the rest of their lives as they go right the way around the far perimeter of the arena towards the podium on our far left.
And being escorted by their loyal team of girls, the girls that do, the grooms that do all the work behind the scenes. They've put in a fantastic job over not just over the last few days, because they're the ones out in the wet, cold, late at night. Often we finish riding our horses late. Then they take over, they give the horses so much love, the attention to detail in the management of these horses, grooming them, checking their legs are all right. I mean, they really are the team behind the team.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the team as well, not just the riders today, the grooms involved, but at the head of British show jumping is a man called Rob Hoekstra, who I think it's fair to say hasn't been everybody's cup of tea, has ruffled a few feathers along the way, but he's paid to deliver results like today, results that we haven't seen for a lifetime.
And boy, have they delivered the results. Yes, Rob, I mean, all these guys, they had to jump at some big Nations Cup 5-star shows, and he sent these riders all out to America. They jumped in America in the Sunshine Tour right in Florida. He made that decision, so the likes of Ben and Scott Brash, they had that experience all through the winter. He is a key player in this, Robert Hoekstra. And also, we mustn't forget Will Connell, who's the head of the whole of the British equestrian team. He does all the sort of paperwork side, the logistics side. He's done an outstanding job as well.
So the runners, the horses with their riders, the Dutch just dismount near the podium. The 4 British riders also to dismount shortly. And they're joined by the valiant team from Saudi Arabia. Goodness me, they must have headed into today's event with that 3-point lead after day one, knowing that 3 clear rounds would have given them gold. They slipped a bit back to 3rd place. Still a tremendous effort by that team.
Yeah, they should be very, very proud of themselves. I think they showed again that another 4 years they could be really right up there. They were right up there this time, but they have put in superb performances and they should be chuffed a bit. And so should their team. We mustn't forget that there's so many people involved in this.
And it's funny now, just looking at the Saudi Arabian team, they are all standing shoulder to shoulder, smiles wide on their faces, and they now applaud the Great British team as they make their way towards the podium. The Dutch will follow to get silver medal, and without requiring any second invitation, Nick Skelton's just got up onto the podium and put his hands up in the air, and one of the officials has just waved him back off, saying, hold on a minute, son, not your time just yet. That was a lovely moment of lightness as the Dutch now join them in the silver medal position, and the Saudi Arabians also just shuffle alongside. They will receive their bronze. Bronze, the colour that Beth Tweddle achieved a little bit earlier on today as well in the gymnastics arena. Well done, Beth. What a great athlete she's been over the years, just like Skelton, just like Charles, and our youngsters here today as well, Scott Brash and Ben Mayer, all gold medal winners. So the presentation of the medals is about to get underway here at Greenwich Park, where, as I say, if 100 people have left, it's no more than 100, but there's a still now, as the riders will shortly be awarded their flowers and medals, and the bronze medal first, of course, to the team from Saudi Arabia. What a great achievement from them. And bear in mind as you watch the achievement and listen to the achievement for all of these medal winning teams, that not even making the second day of competition were the great jumping nations of France and Germany and Belgium. The competition standard was just so high, and it's astonishing really that Great Britain, even allowing for their talent, have come out top as the bronze medals are handed out to the Saudi Arabians. So wonderful moment to savour.
They will be absolutely delighted, and I mean, it really is very well deserved, as you say. You know, they really have been competing against the top nations in the world, so to come out with a bronze medal. And full credit to Stanley Van Passion, their main trainer. You know, most of them are based in Belgium. What a superb job he's done. And I actually sort of overheard him walking them around the course earlier. You know, a great job done by all of them.
Superb, well done. The Saudi Arabian team is His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah Al Saud, Kamal Vahadam, Ramzi Al Duhamri, and Abdullah Walid Shabatli. Well done to them all, receiving their bronze medals.
And don't you I just love watching all these horses just stood, their grooms holding them, ears pricked. You can tell that they've worked hard, they're tired, they've really given it their all, but they're all standing really quietly, these horses, just sort of lapping up the atmosphere, thinking, boy, haven't we been clever.
And also pretty clever, but not quite clever enough to win gold today. The team from the Netherlands, bedecked in bright orange, as you would have guessed for yourself, make their way to the silver medal podium. There's black trim around the lapels and collar of their outfits. Black boots, looking really smart, and now receiving their silver medals. Jur Vreeling, Mikkel van der Luiten, Mark Huitzeger and Gerko Schroeder, with fabulous horses that, of course, we'll see again in the individual contest as well on Wednesday afternoon. But for now, they were a very good second best, weren't they?
Very strong. All four of them jumped very classy rounds. Lovely team of horses. Probably the average age range between these guys were slightly younger than us, because obviously Peter and Nick brought our average age range up slightly. They're a younger team, but very experienced team. We often see them in all the top shows throughout Europe. They really were. They were a great team to beat. We should be very proud of us, because we beat a very strong team.
So well done, the Netherlands. Flowers and medals in place. They wave around the arena. And now the stage set for the gold medal winners. It's the first time we've said that in show jumping for 60 years. It is the team from Great Britain who are invited up to the podium now, and Nick Skelton now has his moment.
It's just a fairy tale for British show jumping. It's a fairy tale for Nick. He's been put together, he's had a hip replacement, he broke his neck. Peter Charles, he's been in and out of the osteopath. He has had numerous breaks of bones, and then the younger guys, gosh, Ben Maher and Scott Brash, they were just unbelievable.
Superb. Scott's 26, Ben's 29. The other two, Peter Charles and Nick Skelton, well into their 50s. It's a balance of youth and experience that has worked so potently this afternoon. Ben and Scott did their parts earlier. Nick Skelton was impeccable. And if you don't know the full story, after a really wobbly first part of the week, it was fantastic for Peter Charles to be the man to ride a clear round on Vindicat to secure that gold medal. So they wave again, those victorious four, arms aloft, right hands clasped to the gold medal, left hands with the flowers. And it's a wonderful moment for the Great British show jumping team. So now the auditorium standing for the first time in 60 years for the national anthem of Great Britain. Absolutely fantastic. And just away to my left, while all that was happening, the legendary BBC television commentator Mike Tucker
He's seen a few Olympics in his time, but I swear there was a little bit of watery eye going on there as he belted out the national anthem. Mike's seen it all now, and a wonderful picture as the riders embrace and are now snapped at by the photographers. 50, 60, maybe 100 deep, the photographers. Magical scenes in Greenwich, Pippa.
Absolutely magical. I mean, it's what these guys are, the work over all the years, the hard graft, you know, building up that partnership, that valuable partnership with these horses. Just fabulous scenes here.
A lifetime of work then, Peter. The heartbreak of owning and looking after horses has come together in one magical moment at Greenwich Park as the show jumpers from Great Britain strike gold.
Right, just stay with me, the two of you, just for a second while I read out a couple of the texts. I followed the jump off on the bus, thanks to my phone. Who needs pictures? It was thrilling. Spectacular show jumping. Commentary says another. Brilliant says another. I'm listening at work, had to stop myself jumping and yelling when GB won the gold. So well done to the two of you, but well done, of course, most of all, to our team of four. Fantastic. Now, as ever, I'm in the velodrome. There is a race going on behind me. It's part of the Omnium contest. It's a slightly confusing one, to be honest, because they race for 30 kilometres and every now and then they burst into a sprint, and it's the way they sprint which decides how the points are allocated. You may hear bursts of enthusiasm from the crowd, the packed crowd who are watching. I think probably 20 kilometres rather than 30 because it's women. But it's one of those moments when Five Live has to pause because we are, of course, committed to making sure that you keep across not just what's happening in the Olympics, but what's happening in the world. And despite the slightly bizarre nature of the background noise you'll hear, I'm going to talk about Syria. Now, we had a very important development in Syria today. The Prime Minister of Syria has defected. He's turned up in Jordan. He was only appointed 2 months ago by President Assad. David Cameron's spokesperson has talked about the most senior figure to defect so far, talked about the Assad regime losing all legitimacy, and we've heard reports that a number of other senior ministers have also abandoned the Syria government. Could this be a turning point? First, this report from Jim Muir in Beirut.
The Prime Minister was appointed just 2 months ago after the elections in May. He was appointed in June, and so it's all part of the kind of, if you like, the fiction of President Assad's reform process. There was constitutional reform, then the elections, now a new government, and now the head of that government has turned against the regime and denounced it as terrorist and so on. So it is a huge psychological blow, a huge political blow, a huge blow to prestige, very, very damaging indeed. And of course it gives a huge signal, as he was kind of the most, I guess, powerful or the most significant, the most prominent Sunni figure. It gives a powerful signal to other Sunnis associated with the regime, and don't forget the population is 80% Sunni, that it's time to jump ship.
Well, is it? Will others follow? Let's speak to Nadim Shahadi, who is an expert on Syria from Chatham House. It's a think tank which specialises in these matters. Nadim, how significant is this, do you think?
Well, I agree with Jim. It's as significant as what people make of it because of the way it will affect various parties' calculations. If you're waiting, if you're sort of on the fence and this encourages you to defect, that's one factor. Another factor would be whether the international community, mainly perhaps the Russians, will then decide that it's time to drop Assad if they think it's disintegrating.
That remains the key, doesn't it? I mean, as long as Russia sits beside Assad and he's got the army who remain pretty solid, then the war continues.
Yeah, but also I think there's a very important other effect in that it's difficult to imagine such a defection happening without inside collaboration, and if it sows the seed of like suspicion and distrust within the inner core of the regime, then it would also have a significant effect.
Yeah, we're getting
to that. Of course, we all hope that it will also inspire the opposition to get their act together at the same time.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage perhaps in the regime where he hardly lets anyone go abroad in case they jump ship while they're out. And it must be a very odd place at the moment, the Assad regime and those close to him.
Yes, certainly, and the Prime Minister himself, Dr. Hijab, was under suspicion because he was what his spokesman declared was that he was threatened in order to accept the job. You can imagine that this is not a job everyone would want at a time like this.
Yeah. So, I mean, most people listening will just think, well, is it going to come to an end soon? What do you think? And it seems there's only one way it could quickly come to an end. That's if Assad seeks refuge and goes to Russia or wherever. I mean, could this happen or not? What do you think?
Well, I think as long as there is a split within the international community and it doesn't get its act together, the regime can carry on with the violence for a very long time and cause a lot of damage. And it's in a way the worst case scenario is to expect an implosion of the regime or a military victory from inside. That would create circumstances that would be very difficult to repair during the transition period.
Nadeem, thank you for your time. So that's Nadeem Shehadi, and as I say, there are occasions at these Olympics which are by and large a joyful event where you have to try to change the tone, but we do our best to keep you informed, and we will continue to do so. My old mate Colin has got across the river on that high wire which caused some alarm, but now you're safely ensconced. Well, where are you safely ensconced, Colin?
I'm at the Greco-Roman wrestling, which you know is in my top 45 sports of all time. I like to call it judo sumo. We'll explain the rules a little bit more later, but it's steeped in history, Peter. The XL Arena is buzzing with everything from taekwondo to table tennis, and the good news is you can just sit and enjoy all these fantastic competitors from around the world, because there's no member of Team GB competing from the start, so there's no stories to worry about, just a curiosity, I think would be the way to sum it up. Unlike earlier, of course, when at the other side of the horrific cable car journey I was at the North Greenwich Arena watching the gymnastics, and the 116 years of trying to win a gold in that particular sport does continue for GB. But Beth Tweddle gave it everything, picking up a bronze in the uneven bars. She was favourite for gold but didn't nail her dismount. Still the first individual ladies medal in the sport and her first Olympic medal at the end of her career, and I'm so interested to hear how she read what happened today, and she's been talking with Alison Mitchell.
Well, Beth, the one medal that was missing from a tremendous career was an Olympic medal, and you have one now. Congratulations for that. It looked though as if you were experiencing some mixed emotions out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, before I went I was just obviously nervous, wanting to get it done. I knew I'd done all the hard work, and everyone kept saying to me, you're a great champ, it doesn't matter what happens today, and I kept trying to tell myself that, but I knew if I'd walked out here without a medal I would have been really disappointed. So, and then having to sit there for those last three, and I knew that they had to do the best routines of their lives to sort of push me into fourth, but you never know with gymnastics until that last person's presented and got their score. You don't take anything for granted.
Were you literally one step away from gold, do you think, just with the step back on dismount?
Yeah, but do you know what, I don't care. Everyone keeps telling me about this one step I've got to be in gold, but coming into these champs, I had a few different routines. I played it with that one, and it could have gone totally wrong. It didn't. I've got it on my feet, I've got a medal around my neck, and that's all I'm bothered about.
And is this truly the last time that we're going to see you in a major championship?
Definitely Olympics. I mean, I've already said that I'm not retiring straight away. I think it'd be too much on my mind, body, just to stop. Obviously I'll take a bit of time, see my family and friends, boyfriend. I haven't been at home for, I don't even know now, about 6 to 8 weeks, so I just want a bit of time with them and go on holiday and stuff. And then my federation have already said that I can just keep training a little bit, just to decide totally what I want to do rather than making drastic decisions.
You must have felt a lot of love out there in that arena.
It was amazing. As soon as I walked out, I knew the crowd were going to be good, but as soon as I stepped onto the podium, they were just with me, and that was a lot of texts that came through this morning were just saying we're behind you, we're rooting for you, and they were actually what calmed me down, because obviously there's the pressure from myself more. Just, I know I've done all that, years of hard work, hours of hard work. My coach has put in that. She would have been just as gutted as I was had I come away with nothing.
Congratulations on the bronze. Well
Thank you.
That's the thoughts of Beth Tweddle talking to Alison Mitchell. It's been an incredible journey at the North Greenwich Arena. It didn't have the dream ending that we wanted, but a very level-headed response from Beth Tweddle. But looking her in the eye, what was your feelings in terms of her continuing? Because the general consensus is it surely it'd be impossible to go on another 4 years.
In terms of Olympics, this was definitely her last Olympics. As she said there, she'll wind down the training, because I think purely almost from a physical perspective, you can't just go bang, I'm stopping. She will wind down, but the big competitions, these huge moments, I think for her, are now over, and she wanted to go out there, and she now has that medal. You heard her say, I wanted a medal. I would have been disappointed to come away with nothing, but she has come away with a bronze. And actually somebody tweeted me soon after she was awarded that medal saying sometimes a bronze represents much more than just one performance. And I think with Beth Tweddle, that's almost what it is. The finale of her career is the Olympics. It hasn't been the gold and going out on the amazing high, but her career is about so much more than just what she did today. When you look back at everything, the world titles, the European titles, and she is Britain's most successful ever gymnast.
And she has inspired some of those boys who went in there and picked up medals, we have to remember. And you look at it overall, you've got Max Whitlock with a bronze, you get the team all-round event, a bronze, you get Beth Tweddle with a bronze, and Lewis Smith with a silver. That's quite remarkable considering we're talking about gymnastics here.
It really is when you consider the history, and it was a 100-year wait for that men's team bronze, and that started off an incredible wave through this gymnastics team. Christian Thomas, who went on the vault tonight, by the way, his score's just been, well, his score wasn't upgraded, someone else was downgraded. He's finished 7th in that vault final, saying nobody deserves a medal more than Beth Tweddle does. And overall, gymnastics came into this games aiming, I think, 1, possibly 2 medals, and well, they've certainly exceeded that with that bronze, or 3 bronze medals, and the silver for Lewis Smith on the pommel horse. So overall, a highly satisfactory Olympic Games for gymnastics.
Thanks, Alison, much appreciated. We're going to go from the North Greenwich Arena to Weymouth. We're going to talk with Juliet Farrington, and so many things to go through, but breaking sports at the Velodrome, and Simon Brotherton.
A lap to go in the points race in the women's Omnium, coming up towards the line. It's the final sprint of the race, and Laura Trott there coming right to the head of the field to snaffle some vital points. But it's not really been her race, has it, Rob Hales? Because several other riders were able to gain a lap, and every time Laura Trott tried to do anything and she was on the front, people followed her wheel. But when she peeled off to give someone else a turn to try and make some ground, they just sort of sat there and they weren't interested.
No, not at all, wanting her to do all the work. Edmondson from Australia, she was the only rider stuck with her back in the peloton, and all the other favourites have taken a lap. She can afford to have one dodgy event, as can we say. She's going to finish around 10th or 11th here.
I think she's 11th here, having got 1 point from the first race, the flying lap. Now I think she's going to get 11 from this. We don't... have we got the official score coming through there? Did I just see that for a nanosecond on the board before it disappeared?
I think she would have punched herself up to 10th place, just in front of Edmondson.
Colin, we'll bring you up to date with that as soon as we can confirm where Laura Trott is after the second event of the women's Omnium.
No problem, and I can tell you there's a great reason for Peter Allen being at the Velodrome today. Jason Kenny going for a 3rd gold medal of his Olympic career. All our emphasis will be looking there. We'll keep you up to date with loads of other things going on. Let's head to Weymouth, where yesterday, if anybody was left in doubt, Ben Ainslie is the greatest Olympic sailor of all time, but still others competing in really good stories. Juliet Farrington, first of all, Steve Morrison and Ben Rhodes, and then we'll get to a few others.
Yeah, you've just come at the right time, because we've just finished race 15 in the 49ers, so we've just finished the opening series before the medal race on Wednesday, and Stevie Morrison and Ben Rhodes are still in with a chance of winning a bronze medal. They came 3rd in race 13, had a bit of a shocker in the following race, but they've just finished race 15 in 5th, so they're lying at 5th overall. But we think Pippa Wilson, Australia, have won this class already, don't they, because of the points that they've got on board?
Yeah, they look to be more than 20 points ahead, which means that they'll go into the medal race basically unbeatable, which is fantastic for them to do that. The Olympic Games is absolutely incredible, obviously, and they just had a brilliant series. The 49 is so incredible to watch. It's a wonderful display of agility and skill, and the boats are so fast. It's like you have to just have perfect balance and teamwork, and they've excelled themselves.
Yeah, and Stevie and Ben, I mean, they perform consistently well on the waters here in Weymouth, and they still do have a chance of that 3rd place, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, they've had a tough week. They said themselves that things haven't gone their way. They had a capsize earlier in the week. They've really struggled to bring it together at the right time, but you're right, they've clung in till the end. They said that they've got the skills, and they said that they've got the equipment to do it, so keeping our fingers crossed for not tomorrow, the next day.
Wednesday, Colin, is the 49er medal race.
So many races, of course, so we're trying to keep you across everything. Let's talk a little bit about one of my favourite British Olympians. He's just such a wonderful guy. Paul Goodison, a defending Olympic champion, but it seems, Juliet, the dice was loaded from the start.
The dice was loaded from race 2 when he suffered this back injury that's been hindering him ever since, and that obviously made it difficult for him then to race over this period of time that they have to, the 10 races that they have to put in, and then obviously the medal race. But he finished the medal race in 3rd. Now that was won by Tom Slingsby, so Slingsby making up for the errors that he made 4 years ago, and Paul capitalising on that. Paul's poor form due to this back problem meant that Slingsby obviously won the gold medal off him this time around, but he couldn't really put in that much effort because of this injury that he had, Pippa, and that really cost him the gold medal, didn't it, Paul Goodison?
Yeah, hugely frustrating for him, but he's dealt with it amazingly. He's been so gracious. His dreams of his 2nd Olympic gold have just been ripped away from him, and it's so challenging. The laser class, you've got to be right on your game.
Cool. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, girls. That was perfect. Right on the game. Was the perfect out there, Pippa Wilson. You're listening to Pippa Middleton. What a great coup that would have been for BBC Radio 5 Live. It's all about Jason Kenny, and another gold hopefully for GB today. Already had one in the equestrian. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live with Peter Allen and Colin Murray, and it's coming up to 37 minutes past 5.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. The 5 Live News with Tom Sanders. Britain's show jumpers have been awarded their gold medals after coming first in the team event at Greenwich Park. It's the first show jumping gold for Team GB for 60 years. Much more reaction coming up here on 5 Live. The Conservatives have been accused of breaking the coalition agreement after they failed to support plans to reform the House of Lords. Nick Clegg's confirmed the proposals have been scrapped, but warned that Liberal Democrats would now oppose boundary changes that could benefit the Tories. The Prime Minister of Syria, Riyad Hijab, has defected. He's the most senior member of President Assad's government to leave. It's believed he's in Jordan with his family. A man from Leeds has been charged with a public order offence after a bottle was thrown at the start of the men's 100-metre final last night. 34-year-old Ashley Gill Webb pleaded not guilty at Stratford Magistrates Court. The Pentagon says the man suspected of opening fire at a Sikh temple in Wisconsin, killing 6 people, was a former US Army soldier. Wade Michael Page was shot dead by police. And the Conservative backbencher Louise Mensch is to stand down as MP for Corby in Northamptonshire. There'll be a by-election in the marginal seat in November. She said that she wanted to move to New York to be with her husband.
Now then, welcome to 5 Live, an afternoon of great sporting drama again at the Olympics. I wonder if there could be drama at the cricket at Headingley. Kevin Howells.
We were hoping for an exciting finish. We still may get it. England set 253 off 39 overs. The excitement because Kevin Peterson was promoted to open alongside Alistair Cook, but Peterson is out for only 12, caught by Tahir at mid-on off the bowling of Philander. So England now have taken the score on to 44 for 1. Cook on 18, Strauss on 10, and Strauss has passed 7,000 test runs. So obviously a great achievement for the England skipper, but they still need another 209 runs to win, and we have 29.5 overs remaining this test.
Thank you. Will Perry, rest of the sport.
Well, it's just finished here at the Riverbank Arena, Peter. South Korea 3, Belgium 1 in the women's hockey, neither side making the semi-finals from Team GB's group. Britain play Netherlands at 7 o'clock here this evening, both of them already through to the last 4. Well, as you just heard in the news, 17 golds now for Great Britain, this time in the team jumping at Greenwich Park for Nick Skelton, Ben Mayer, Scott Brash and Peter Charles. Charles went clear on Vindicat to clinch the gold medal in a jump-off with Netherlands. It's the first time since 1952 that Great Britain have won show jumping gold. Beth Tweddle won her first Olympic medal after claiming bronze in the final of the uneven bars. Christian Thomas finished in 7th place in the men's vault. There'll be at least one more medal in the boxing after Nicola Adams reached the semi-finals. Britain's Natasha Jonas and Savannah Marshall are both out after defeats today. In the velodrome, you're just about to hear Jason Kenny, who's into the final of the sprint where he'll meet France's 7-time world champion Gregory Bourget. The first race at 5:45. Victoria Pendleton is 1-0 up in her sprint quarter-final. Tonight in the Olympic Stadium, Holly Bleasdale competes in the pole vault final before Di Green goes in the final of the 400 metres hurdles. medals. Elsewhere in the athletics, the Algerian 1500 metres medal contender Taoufik Makhloufi has been thrown out of the Olympics for not trying in his 800 metres heat. He had been forced to run in the race after his team failed to withdraw him from it before the deadline. You can hear, of course, coverage of the cricket as Kevin Howes just updated you on 5 Live Sports Extra this afternoon. And the Liverpool striker Andy Carroll has rejected a move to West Ham despite the club's agreeing terms over a proposed £2 million loan deal.
This is Pete Allen in the Velodrome, and frankly, who needs Simon Brotherton? I've got real quality commentators with me now, one on either side, and each of them is wearing a gold medal, which gives you a kind of clue. It's Danny King and Joe Rousel. They, of course, part of the team which won the women's team pursuit in spectacular style, along with Laura Trott. And it's Laura Trott, actually, we've been watching out on the track this afternoon, doing something which, to the outsider like me, was slightly mysterious. It was a kind of it's a time trial in which effectively you have to, no, not a time trial, you have to sprint to the front 3 or 4 times during a course of 20 kilometres, I think they do. Actually, Danny, can you take me through, 1, what she was trying to do, and 2, how she went? Because I saw she finished about 10th in the end there.
Yeah, that was the points race. So it's an 80-lap race where they have to sprint every 10 laps.
But she got caught at the back and she couldn't sprint at all for half of it because she was in the wrong group.
She did, yeah. A few people got a lap, which meant they got 20 points up on Laura Trott. So she had to just do all she could to win as many sprints as she could after those riders gained a lap.
And she came 10th in the end. Is that bad? What do you think?
No, I think that's okay because she won the flying lap and she's still got a lot of best events to come. So yeah, it's just about all being consistent, and I think that's absolutely fine.
Joe, I felt your gold medals. I confess I just had to I never touched one. What a feeling to be sitting here with a gold medal hanging around your neck. You're not on the right mic at the moment, so I'm going to keep talking to Danny while we try to fix that, because it's lovely to hear from you. But of course, I'm able to say to Danny, you've got one as well. So I'm not excluding Joe deliberately, but what a feeling for you.
It is absolutely amazing feeling. I can't even put it into words how I'm feeling right now. I'm just absolutely ecstatic, and yeah, I can't quite believe it. I'm still on cloud 9.
Righto. Well, look, I'm going to be a gentleman here. What do I need a microphone for? We really want to hear with Joe, not from me. So I'm going to hand my one to working Joe. Tell me how you feel.
Feeling absolutely incredible. It's an amazing atmosphere at the Velodrome, and it's great to come back here today and watch the racing and see all the crowd and see all the supporters. Everyone wants photos and autographs, so I'm just really enjoying all that at the moment.
Yeah, it's got to hand the mic back. It's a slightly clumsy operation, but at least it's working now. For those of us who've never been through this, and of course that's the vast majority of those listening, that kind of period of build-up when you're just training and thinking about this one event, and then you get it, and then the next morning you wake up, how do you actually feel? Is there almost a deflation when it sets in? What happened?
No, for me it's just sinking in, to be honest, at the moment. It was great waking up and seeing that gold medal beside my bed. That was absolutely awesome. And then seeing all the newspapers the following morning with pictures of us celebrating and stuff. So it was great to see that. I just really enjoyed it.
Simon, I've got some real commentators up here. Do you want to join in here?
I think I'll just hang my microphone up now, Peter, to be honest. It was a very good explanation of the points race, it's actually a fairly straightforward race, to be honest with you. But the situation in the women's Omnium after 2 events, given that 10th place for Laura Trott in the points race, Sarah Hammer from the United States leads on 10 points. Tara Whitten from Canada, world champion in 2 of the last 3 years, also has 10 points. Laura is 3rd, only a point behind. So actually, the damage wasn't too bad considering she was 10th in that second race. But we're going to concentrate now on Jason Kenny, because this is the big one. This is the blue ribboned event in many ways, certainly on the men's side of the equation, because it is the match sprint gold medal race. Jason Kenny from Great Britain, Beijing silver medalist behind Sir Chris Hoy, 2-time team sprint gold medalist from the Olympic Games, just being introduced to the crowd now. The world champion from last year, the world silver medalist this year, up against Gregory Bourget from France, 3-time world sprint champion, the current champion who beat Kenny in Melbourne in April in the final. The 2 of them being held up by coaches now, right on the start line. We're almost ready to go, and it's edge of the seats time, Rob Hales.
This is the final we wanted. Gregory Bourget from France and Jason Kenny from Great Britain. Kenny faster in a straight line off of the qualification, but Bourget probably the better match sprinter. So this is going to be such a good final.
Well, they were playing the sound of a heartbeat over the tannoy about 5 minutes ago. I was thinking, blimey, I don't need that. I've got my own heart beating away here. out of my chest in excitement at the prospect of this final. This could be an absolute classic between these two. They're the class of the field. Everyone would have said that going into it, and so it has proved. It was almost a case of just waiting until we got to the final with these two, and both of them have looked untroubled this far. 3 laps of the track. They are just going into the back straight on the first of those 3 laps, and the tension ratchets up all the time because they're going very, very slowly at first. You could walk alongside them right at the bottom of the track, just halfway along the back straight.
Kenny's been faster all the way through the competition so far, but I don't think Gregory Bourget has been pushed as of yet. We haven't seen everything that he's got to give out there, but we soon will.
Bourget on the front, big muscular rider, about 3 or 4 bike lengths in front of Jason Kenny, who's watching him like a hawk. They are still rolling around very slowly around the bottom of this track. Neither rider has been really stretched in this competition until now, but this is what it's come down to. Best of 3 for the gold medal and the title of Olympic champion. They have just about completed the first lap, and still the game of cat and mouse is on with Bourget on the front.
I don't think there's a single head in this velodrome not looking at the track at the moment. Everybody has their eyes on these two riders.
Now they begin to wind it up a little bit going into the back straight. Jason Kenny gets into his stride, thinks about going down the inside. Bourget shuts the door. Bourget now goes high on the track, away on the banking to our left. Now they go to the bottom of the track and they take the bell, and Bourget has the lead. They come back up towards the top. Jason Kenny gets in behind him. He's about 3 or 4 bike lengths behind. Into the back straight. Kenny's got the speed, has he? He takes on Bourget, tries to go around the outside, neck and neck round the banking, into the finishing straight, up towards the line. Jason Kenny gets it. 1-0 to Jason Kenny in this best of 3 Olympic final in the men's sprint, and what a sprint that was.
That was easy. He made that look so easy. He just stayed on the wheel of Bourget. He didn't give him too much room, 4 or 5 lengths at the most going down the back straight. He ran at him in his slipstream, got level with him on the banking. Bourget held him on his hip, but up the straight, that was it. There was no chance. Kenny just flew past him.
Well, you have to love the match sprint because the tension just builds and builds, that slow start, and then suddenly it explodes into life. And 2 fastest riders in the world meeting in this Olympic final. Jason Kenny chosen ahead of Sir Chris Hoy to compete in this event, and he's certainly making the most of the opportunity.
So that's race 1 of 3, yeah? How long do we have to wait for the other 2?
The next one is at 6:05, and but meanwhile, next on the 6:05, we've also got Victoria Pendleton in the women's sprint quarter-final second race coming up as well.
Okay, lots more atmosphere in the velodrome. I've still got my guests here with me who know all about cycling, of course. I'm going to give up my microphone, but first we'll hear from Danny about what you thought of that race.
That was incredible. Yeah, Jason just had the tactical nounce on him then, so yeah, I think Gregory Bourget was caught napping and Jason just managed to get around.
Well, it all looked pretty close to me, Joe. What do you think?
No, I think Jason knew what he was doing. He stayed high coming up with a lap to go, swooped down the track with loads and loads of speed and came alongside him on the back straight, and I think he always had it in the bag.
So Danny, nothing for me. This is very odd, switching microphones all the time. So nothing for me to worry about. He's going to get the second one, and that'll be that.
Not at all. Yeah, I have all faith in him. He's absolutely flying.
Tell you what, you're beginning to persuade me. You lot are all conquering. How does it feel to be part of Team GB at this event? Go on, we'll have you first, Danny.
It's absolutely incredible. It's just such an amazing team to be a part of, and I just feel honoured to be a part of it. Really, we've got so much support, and yeah, we've got a lot of people to thank for these medals because we get looked after really well.
Yeah, it's so good to have people to look out to like Victoria Pendleton, Chris Hoy, multiple Olympic champions. It's great to be able to have them alongside us, and they're always there to support us as well.
Okay. Many thanks indeed for both your company. Many congratulations on behalf of all those who watched and listened to what you've achieved. And back to you, Simon.
Back on the track now with Victoria Pendleton. This is the quarter-final in the women's sprint. She's up against Olga Panarina from Belarus. Olga Panarina, the 2011 world champion in the 500 metres time trial, silver medalist in the Keirin as well. She holds 4 national titles in Belarus from this year. She's got a fair old turn of speed, and she needs to win this, otherwise Victoria Pendleton will be through to the semi-finals. It's best of 3, 1-0 Pendleton leads. They're on the start line, ready to go, Rob.
Yep, both riders looking at each other. Vicky knows exactly what she's got to do. She took the lead in the previous round. and just rode away from Panarina.
Quiet hush descends on the velodromes. Not very often we can say that in this particular venue where the decibel levels reach fever pitch on regular occasions. They're going quite smoothly and relatively quickly, considering it's the first lap. They're already halfway down the back straight. Panarina on the front, a nice rolling steady pace. Panarina in the white, green and red of Belarus, wearing a black aerodynamic cycling helmet, both of them those black carbon fibre filled in rear wheels. Victoria Pendleton in the white skin suit with the navy sleeves and navy shorts, with the bright red crash helmet with the Union flag imprinted on the top. Pendleton several bike lengths behind her opponent at the moment as they go round the second lap.
Yeah, 4 or 5 bike lengths now. Vicky Pendleton just climbing up to the track. She's got good vision from Panarina. She can see every move that she's doing. She's just trying to speed up now. She's increasing the pace. She wants this to be a quick race, and it's forcing Panarina to go quicker as well.
Panarina on the blue line in the middle of the track, goes down a little bit now. Pendleton just settling into her rhythm as they start the sprint with 200 metres to go down the back straight, and that explosive burst of pace from Victoria Pendleton. She's out of the back straight, through the banking and into the home straight already. It was though she'd been fired from a gun. As she crosses the line, it was a no contest there. An easy win in the quarter-finals. Clenched fist salute to the crowd from Victoria Pendleton, the defending Olympic sprint champion, a 2-0 winner over Olga Panarina of Belarus, and straight through into the women's semi-finals.
Easy, wasn't it? Jan van Eyden, the coach for Vicky, he ran out onto the track as she came into the home straight, just waving at her, back off, shut it down, save it for the next round.
I have to say, Peter, this is the best that I've ever seen Victoria Pendleton at any championship, the way she's riding at the moment.
That looked ominous, didn't it? As if she was just cruising as yet.
Yes, she was cruising is the answer. You're quite right. She was, relatively speaking, she was. I mean, it's all things being equal, it is highly likely to come down to her against Anna Mears. They seem to be the best two, as ever, although just occasionally, they end up getting knocked out in the last 4. But it would be a great Olympic final, the pair of them up against each other tomorrow, if indeed that does occur. But there's a semi-final to come yet.
Okay, and we're looking forward to all that great drama here at the cycling track at the Velodrome. Once again, it seems to be going the way of GB. I will keep you up to date with that, with the second leg, of course, of that men's clash. But first, back to you, Colin.
It's 4-0 here. I'm only joking. I'm at the Greco-Roman Wrestling, loving listening to Victoria Pendleton and BBC Radio 5 Live, and we're all cheering on Jason Kenny as well, just willing him on to that 3rd gold medal. Thank you very much, Peter. Yes, we're at the Greco-Roman Wrestling. I'm with Rob Nothman here, but we're only watching repassages at the moment. Can you assure our listeners they're not missing any Greco-Roman Wrestling medal matches?
They're definitely not. We just seen a Bulgarian beat a Chinese wrestler, and so he still has a chance, the Bulgarian, of getting into a bronze medal match.
The only sport I've ever watched where the competitors are patted down before they're allowed to compete. What are they checking them for?
Well, they just got to make sure they've got no sharp implements within those leotards, I suppose.
That's rougher than boxing. Okay, thanks very much for that. Well, I wish right now I was going to talk about Team GB, because the women's football I enjoy a lot more than the men at the Olympics, obviously, because it's the best in the business. Unfortunately, though, they didn't make it. France, as of right, did, because John Murray and Jen O'Neill. John, first, if France were good at the World Cup last year, they've been sensational at London 2012.
Hello, Colin. Yeah, and the first point I'd like to make is that we're here at Wembley, and there must be between 40 and 50,000 people who've come to see this game. I mean, when you think about it, France against Japan, I think that's a staggering attendance. It just shows what the appetite of people is, certainly to come to an Olympic event. But there are certainly a lot of Japanese supporters and a number of French people as well who are here. Unfortunately, half-time, they haven't seen much of a game. The only goal that we've seen has been scored by the world champions, the winners of the World Cup in Germany last year, Japan. It was scored by Yuki Ogimi, and it was an awful goal. The French goalkeeper made a really bad mistake, didn't take a cross, the ball dropped. Ogimi got some sort of contact to it, it hit a defender tried to clear it off the line, hit it into Ogimi, and it ended up in the back of the net. So Japan winning 1-0.
Jen, France came in with real hope into this game. There was many people fancied them to do something, especially already beating the Swedes in the quarter-finals.
Yeah, I think they've just been poor in the first half. Both teams have been poor, which is perhaps not
somewhat surprising considering the magnitude of this game, but it's surprising given how the reputation and the technical ability of both these sides. You expected a much better football match. I think France are going to bring on Camille Abeli, their creative midfielder, in the second half. There's still plenty of time for them to turn this around.
It's interesting, just going back finally, guys, on over 50,000 people being there. I think once that opening ceremony happened, there was a clamour for any ticket, wasn't there, just to be part of the London Olympics. People wanted just to have their little piece of the cake, and it's great to see.
Yeah, and not only that, I think around the country as well, certainly in the Great Britain games around the country, it was the opportunity. That was the opportunity for people around the country to get tickets, and they turned up in force to watch Great Britain. And I think it's a real shame, certainly for the women's game, because, goodness sake, the men's game doesn't need the publicity. Yeah. But I think it is a real shame for the women's game, particularly since Jen and I witnessed the night here against Brazil at Wembley. A real shame that they weren't able to find a way through to the last four of the competition.
Definitely, and Raymond Domenech has given us so much enjoyment. What is it about French coaches? Because I've been reading and hearing a lot about the French coach.
Yes, and funnily enough, I watched him in the first half, and he's got a certain Gallic charm about him. He's called Bruno Bini, and he was sitting there on his seat in his dugout with his legs crossed. He's got a pink V-neck jumper on underneath his blue jacket. Doesn't appear to have a shirt on. He's got a gold pendant hanging around his neck with a little bauble on the end of it, and Jen tells me that he regularly turns up with a guitar and sings songs to his team.
He's got a kind of rugged charm about him. It's like a slim Depardieu without the nose. Although he used to be a lot heavier, a lot weightier.
He says, literature, poetry and music are my instruments to convey my messages to my team.
He's the sort of guy you want to play for, basically.
Right, I really don't have any answer to the accent. Answer to anything you just said there, John.
He's called Bruno Bini. If anyone wants to look him up, Bruno Bini, and you'll find out more about him.
1-0 then, as we said.
1-0 to Japan.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
Do that accent if France score when I come back to you, okay? Thank you very much. Let's go over to Fab and Chris at the basketball. We're going to talk first of all about Great Britain against China. It's been going for quite a while. It's the men. I mean, what a last quarter collapse against Australia. Any better today?
Much better today, Colin. This is the Great Britain team we wanted to see all week. They lead China by 22 points. We're just coming to the end of the third. It's 67-45. A real team display here. All the players getting a go. Most of the players getting some points on the board. So it looks right now as if they're going to record their first win. And Colin, don't underestimate the importance of that. They can't qualify for the knockout stages, but this is all about the legacy and the funding and convincing people after the games that they need money to continue their developmental programs in schools and local communities.
Just tell me a little bit, guys, about this game tonight. It's intriguing. It's Brazil against Spain, and if they win, they're going to have to play. Whoever wins will have to play the dream team. But of course, we've already had the situation with 8 badminton players being expelled, trying to lose a game. It's a hot potato at the moment. How are they going to go about this, Fab? Do you think they'll go out, play to win with integrity, or do you think there may be a few coming off the rim?
Well, it's a little bit different in a game of basketball because in the game that they'll be playing, it's over 40 minutes, and the players will play. It will probably more to do with the tactics of the coaches and how the coach put their players on the basketball court. So he may come with a lineup of putting his bench in as opposed to putting his starting 5 in, and you can change your substitution patterns up. It won't be as if he's trying to lose the game, but they won't be effectively trying to win the game.
You see, Chris, if I was the Spanish head coach, I'd be thinking, well, look, we are the closest team, although it's quite a distance, but we are the closest team to that US Dream Team. We're going to have to play them at some stage. Let's get into them. Come on, and let's go in with momentum.
I know what you're saying, but they would meet them at the semi-final stage, and if they lost there, they would be, potentially deny themselves a silver medal.
You got to play for gold, right?
You've got to play for gold, so then meet the United States in the gold medal game. Don't meet them in the semi-finals. I mean, we have this situation. It happens a lot in international basketball, but as you say, the focus is very much on it now because of the 8 badminton players that were expelled. FIBA, the people who run basketball, haven't said anything. They're not going to speak to either of the teams about it before the game, but you can bet your bottom dollar that come the last few possessions in this game, there might be, hey, why don't you score type plays at one end and the same at the other, because Brazil and Spain are saying that they want to win the game. Nobody wants to meet the United States in a semi-final game. They want to meet them in the gold medal game when the pressure will be on the US, and even if you do lose, you get the silver medal.
Thank you very much, guys. I wonder if you're Brazil, you're just thinking what a day out that is for everyone back home who will tune in to watch that game against the Dream Team. But who knows? You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live. I think I'm going back to the Velodrome now and to Peter Allen, where all our eyes are focused.
Yeah, or in just a moment, of course, it's Bourget and it's Kenny, and we'll find out whether he can do it. It looks good at the moment. Also, after the 6 o'clock news, we're going to relive that equestrian gold, and we're going to hit them the medal winners themselves. It's just after 6.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The 5 Live News with Tom Sanders. Nick Clegg has accused the Conservatives of breaking the coalition agreement by not supporting plans to reform the House of Lords. He announced that the bill will be dropped and also said that the Liberal Democrats would oppose Conservative-backed plans to redraw parliamentary boundaries. The White House says the defection of the Syrian Prime Minister is more proof that President Assad's regime is crumbling from within. Riyad Hijab was appointed 2 months ago, but his spokesman said he was leaving a terrorist, murderous regime. Team GB has won its 17th gold medal in the team show jumping final. It's Britain's first gold medal in the event since 1952. A 34-year-old man has pleaded not guilty to a public order offence after a bottle was thrown from the stands onto the track before last night's Olympics 100-metre final. Ashley Gill-Webb, who's from Leeds, will stand trial next month. People living close to where a 12-year-old girl disappeared in South London on Friday have started an unofficial search. Tia Sharp was last seen leaving her grandmother's house in New Addington, near Croydon.
This is 5 Live.
London 2012, Day 10.
You're listening to 5 Live. I'm in the Velodrome, and in a moment, of course, it's Kenny against Bourget, and we'll make sure we keep you abreast of that one. It's 1-up to Kenny at the moment. So far, so good. Let's go across to Kevin House. How's it going at the cricket? Are we going to get a pulsating finish here as well?
Possibly. They've just lost another wicket, so obviously as wickets go down it becomes
not that
less
sort of pulsating, except I wanted to hear him on a run chase.
Exactly. Andrew Strauss has just been caught and bowled by Duminy, a full toss. Actually, it was a pretty ugly looking shot from the skipper. It's gone for 22. So England now at 75 for 2. Cook's still there on 35. He's been joined by Jonathan Trott, who isn't really known for getting on with things in this sort of circumstance. They need another 178 to win, and with 24.5 overs. So you can see why I'm at the moment just edging my bets a little, but I don't think it's going to happen.
It's not, is it? But if this were a 50-50 or even better, a 20 over, that would be absolutely no problem. They say 6 or 7 and over, no sweat. And yet suddenly it comes to a test match and they say it's not possible. It is possible. Go and tell them, Kevin.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's not possible. Even they know it's possible. It's just the fact that they daren't give any. Well, it's not so much give advantage to South Africa. They can. Well, I know, but they can handle the series by being a little bit stupid. And the other thing, I tell you, also be just a little bit worried still at the moment is Graham Smith, because he made that declaration at 258 for 9. There was still 1 wicket to be got. So there's a lot of people out there just not too sure whether they're going to sleep well or not tonight. And certainly I won't be sleeping if it's an exciting finish like we both would like. But I don't think it's going to happen.
OK, just got time before we come back to the cycling to take travel, I think.
The latest travel news, the M62 is closed westbound between Junction 20 at Rochdale and Junction 19 at Haywood. It's all because of an accident. It came into us at about 5:30. As I say, a full closure in place. The M62 westbound, Junctions 20 at Rochdale to 19 at Haywood. Heavy rainfall is starting to affect the roads in Yorkshire, North Lincolnshire, but mainly North East England, including the Tyne Bridge northbound in Gateshead. Warner Merchant 5 Live Travel.
5 Live. Live Olympic Breakfast
with Nicky Campbell and Rachel Burden.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Olympics. How was Saturday night for you?
Fantastic.
How was it for you?
It was brilliant.
Has there ever been a night like that?
No, I was just enthralled. It was excellent.
They loved it, Rachel.
My moment of emotion yesterday, Nicky, came when Andy Murray climbed up into the players' box and his mum, Judy, was just, the tears streaming down, and my tears were going.
She is so proud.
Wake up to the games.
on 5 Live. Back tomorrow from 6.
Colin, don't you wish you were here in the velodrome watching Jason?
Well, yes, because while I'm enjoying Greco-Roman wrestling, I must tell you, Peter, I don't think I've seen many more intimate sports in my life. There's a few uncomfortable positions, and yes, but you say I wish I was there. I feel like I am there because I know I'm in the hands of yourself and Rob Hales and Simon Brotherton. To witness something that, in terms of living Britons, is quite special, Peter. The names roll off the tongue, don't they? Sir Chris Hoy, Bradley Wiggins, Ben Ainsley, Sir Steve Redgrave, Sir Matthew Pinsent and Richard Meade. Well, Jason Kenny will join that list today. Living Britons with 3 or more gold medals. But Peter, he makes a living out of staying unknown. He's acutely shy. He wants to get on with his life as it is. And there's something about that, Peter, is very admirable.
Yep, I'll drink to that. Now then, let's have a chat about the prospects with Simon and with Rob, who are watching events. We've had one final race. I think we've got to go through a bronze first of all. What time? They'll be on in a few minutes' time, I guess.
Yeah, it'll be just 3 or 4 minutes, I think, Peter, because we've got the second match up in the bronze medal race first of all. And we've got our friend from Trinidad and Tobago here, Jusain Phillip, up against Shane Perkins from Australia. Perkins won the first race between the pair of them, so this could be the decider. Right. If the Australian wins again here, he'll have the bronze medal in his pocket.
Rob, take us through that first race. How did you read it? Well, I mean, I thought it was tremendously close, but did you as a professional say, hey, that was comfortable or not?
No, it was a great race, and actually I said to Simon before the race, this one's going to be great, because they were both very evenly matched. And Jusain Phillip from Trinidad, he took it up from the front, and he held on almost to the line, but Perkins from Australia just got by him. It was a great race, and I think we're going to see another one of those now.
Okay, take it away, Simon.
It's Jusain Phillip riding on the front in the red and black of Trinidad and Tobago, and predictably in the predominantly yellow coloured skin suit of Australia is Shane Perkins. They like to play the music in the background, don't they, Rob, to just add to the drama as if we need any more.
It certainly does add. And but then once the race gets going, it's the crowd that take over.
It's an ominous beat that accompanies the riders, as if there's a little bit of thunder in the background. And then we have the thunderclap as the cyclists get going, and the crowd suddenly go absolutely mad. They're 3/4 of the way around the first lap of this sprint race. It's race 2 of 3, best of 3 for the bronze medal, and a real surprise really that Jusain Phillip from Trinidad, Rob, has been able to get this far. Perhaps no disrespect to him, but it is an indication that this competition is a lot weaker than what we would have found at the World Championship.
No, it is. From the Worlds, everybody else has been in the top 4 from this year, apart from Jusain Phillip, who didn't ride, and he's not even ranked in the top 50. So to win the gold here is extremely difficult, but to get up there, obviously, and get in the semi-finals is not as great as the Worlds.
Now as they take the bell, Perkins goes on the inside. He has the lead. He's out of the saddle, riding around the bottom of the track, and he's got quite a big lead here, probably about half a dozen bike lengths. And Phillip from Trinidad has got an awful lot of ground to make up, and it's ground he's not going to make up. So Shane Perkins from Australia crosses the line, right arm in the air, and Australia have a bronze medal here in the men's match sprint. But big applause, and deserved applause, for Jusain Phillip as well from Trinidad and Tobago. Great sprint series from him. Perkins, by the way, who was one of the favourites for the championship, has had to contend with having a virus since he arrived in London. He was quarantined in the athletes' village for a little while, kept away from his teammates, but at least from his point of view, he's salvaged a medal from this competition. But I get the feeling, Rob, I don't know about you, but I think Jusain Phillip is a man we'll see perhaps quite a bit of over the next few years.
No, we will. Physically, what a great sprinter he was, but he just
showed... He's only 21 as well.
Only 21, and just a lack of experience there over Perkins. He's been around much longer, Shane Perkins from Australia, and it showed there, the way that he sprinted.
When you said he's a young sprinter, I'm interested to know what age these boys and indeed the women actually mature. When are they at their top, do you think?
Well, everybody here, Gregory Bourget, he's the oldest in this competition at 27. Kenny's 24, Perkins in his mid-20s, and José Philippe, 21. So it's something that generally the mid to late 20s is good for this. For gaining the experience for match sprinting, because it's so intricate with it, and you just get stronger as the older you get, up to around about mid to late 20s.
Well, they're out on the track, Simon, so take it away for us. This is the moment.
Lovely moment as well on the far side for Shane Perkins, just greeting his family a moment ago, who were in the front row of the crowd, and I saw his little boy outside the Velodrome a couple of days ago wearing a t-shirt with Go Dad written on it. So it's a long journey from Australia, and they'll be glad that they did make that journey now, having secured a medal. Perkins celebrating with the Australian coaches, but now the race for gold. The Olympic title is on the line here, and Jason Kenny from Great Britain leads the world champion Gregory Bourget of France 1-0 in this best-of-3 race for gold and silver. Kenny introduced to the crowd. If he feeds off the crowd, that'll help him no end.
Oh, it will. It really will. Ian Dyer down there, his coach for a long time, is down there. I dread to think what's going through his mind at the moment. And Gregory Bourget being held up by Florian Rousseau, his coach, multiple world and Olympic champion.
Yeah, bags of experience there, just holding the bike up as they go away in the Olympic final. It's underway, 3 laps of the track. This could decide it. Jason Kenny, one small win away from Olympic gold. They are rolling around the bottom of the track. The crowd cannot contain their excitement here. It's a mixture of excitement and tension. Halfway down the back straight, Kenny in the middle of the track, halfway up the track, Bourget outside him towards the top, and then he just slowly rides down, and then he decides that he's going to ride back up again, as though on a little bit of a roller coaster, as they go around the banking on our left-hand side.
Superb control and bike handling skills showed by both of these riders. Just rolling around the banking now. Bourget, he needs to win this to have a chance of going for gold.
Jason Kenny trying to look left and right to keep his eye on Bourget, who's just swerving each way. Now they go around the banking to our right-hand side. Kenny still several bike lengths clear. Bourget starting to look a little bit lively, gets out of the saddle, begins to speed up now, halfway down the back straight, lap and a half to go in the Olympic final. Kenny at the front, riding from the front, just under the blue line. Now he comes towards the bottom of the track. It almost goes off the inside of the track. They take the bell. Kenny leads, 2 bike lengths clear. Bourget's going to have to try and come round it from the outside, but Jason Kenny leads. He's got 3 bike lengths advantage. Bourget tries to come back at him, round the banking, in towards the finishing straight. It's going to be Kenny's all the way. Jason Kenny is the Olympic champion. A superb ride from Jason Kenny. It's another gold for Great Britain, and what style from the young man. Silver medalist 4 years ago. There was no stopping him this time. Kenny, yes he can. He's won it. He's beaten the world champion. Gold for Britain, silver for France.
Oh, fantastic. 44 miles an hour there, travelling around at the bottom of the track. Bourget, he did everything that he could. The first race, he went from the front, and that time he tried it from the back. But no chance.
Well, this was a key decision that British cycling took a few weeks before the Olympic Games. They had to choose either Jason Kenny or Sir Chris Hoy for this race. And remember, Sir Chris Hoy was the defending champion. The public pressure would be for him to be allowed to defend that title. But British cycling stayed clear-headed. They said, no, we're judging it on the training. We're judging on what we think will be the best opportunity of a gold medal. Kenny got the nod, and he dealt with that pressure, and goodness me, he absolutely nailed it in the form of his life from start to finish. We take our hat off to Jason Kenny as he takes his crash hat off and waves to the crowd.
Well, qualification there, all the way through competition, that's gone to form. Unbelievable scenes down
Brilliant
there.
scenes as Jason Kenny finally comes to a halt halfway down the finishing straight. The photographers are all around him. Ian Dyer, the sprint coach, gives the new Olympic champion a hug. Jan van Eyden is there too. Wonderful scenes, and now Jason Kenny turns, both arms aloft, and raises them to the crowd. Every single person inside the velodrome up on their feet, Union flags waving everywhere. The match sprint is always a special moment. It's a blue ribbon moment in any Olympic Games in terms of the track cycling, and that was one of the most special moments of all.
Amazing scenes. We're just seeing a replay and both riders giving it everything. Gregory Bourget, he's just down the back straight and they were helping him off his bike there. What is he feeling there? 2 silver medals from these Olympic
Well, I'd like to put this into perspective as well, because coming into these Olympic Games, Jason Kenny was not the favourite for the gold medal. He was very much the favourite for the silver, but until here, Bourget has beaten him time and time again. Bourget has won every World Championship since Beijing. He was stripped of one of them for not turning up for dope tests. That's why Kenny got the World Championship last year. But for the last 2 years, Bourget has beaten Kenny in the World Championship final. But he didn't come close to beating him today. Jason Kenny, Olympic champion.
Yeah, Jason Kenny just going across to pick up a Union flag. He's already just shaken hands with his opponent. That's gold number 18 by my counting, Simon, and you have to say there is something very special going on in this velodrome. They've just surpassed themselves. We always thought that the cycling team would be something special, but they're simply unstoppable, aren't they?
Yes, I think the first thing I need to do when I get back to my room tonight is to try and think of some more superlatives to describe what's going on inside the velodrome here. It is interesting, actually. The British team have done what they said they were going to do, and what they planned to do, Peter, which was to improve steadily throughout this year. They've done that. They said that they would need to improve after the World Championship in April, and they have. But interestingly, it seems as everybody else has just dropped off a little bit. It's not the case of everyone doing better, but Britain still coming out on top. Britain have continued that upward curve, Peter, but most of the other nations have suddenly dipped a little bit after the World Championship.
And this is such a good venue. I must say, each time I come here to visit you all, I'm just overwhelmed. It's just beautiful, actually, just right. It's got the atmosphere. It's obviously got the speed. It's got the room for the crowd. It really is just a beautiful place to come and race.
Absolutely. But Bourget, having said what I did just then, Bourget did have the form. He did look imperious. He looked untroubled all the way. So all the credit in the world for Jason Kenny for taking the race to Bourget in the way that he did, because he's been sort of bullied around by him a little bit in some of the races they've had together in the past, but there was no chance of it. The form of his life, the belief of his life, and that crowd behind him, there was only going to be one winner here in this velodrome today, and that winner was Jason Kenny.
I got a headline from tomorrow from Andy for Essex, who says it's got to be J.K. Rowling. That's not bad, is it, Colin? J.K. Rowling, not bad. Yeah, and it wasn't just the one gold, of course, because we had these extraordinary dramas out of the equestrian, the show jumping, the team event. Poor Pippa almost exploded with the excitement of all that one.
It was absolutely wonderful, and you know what, one away from Beijing in terms of the gold medal count, which is just one aspect as we've tried to sort of get across, Peter, of the Olympics, but in terms of gold medals, one away, and as you're right, the equestrian could still hold a lot more success. You've got the Brownlee brothers going in the triathlon, the boxing's going great guns, could still be more gold inside that Olympic stadium. It's wonderful, but as you say earlier today with Pippa and John Hunt, it was sensational. It was a bronze earlier in the day in the gymnastics for Beth Tweddle, and then we headed for the first gold in the jumping team event at the equestrian in over 50 years, and it turned out to be a jump off with the Netherlands. It was nail-biting stuff, but it was Peter Charles who brought it home.
Peter just signalled with his hand to keep the noise.
Well, I'm joined by the victorious British show jumping team, Nick Skelton.
Peter just signalled with his hand to keep the noise down because he knows the noise upsets his horse, and instantly the crowd hushed.
Can you put in the ride of your life now and go clear and win gold for Great Britain? Go, Peter. He's at the first. He's over safely. Now turns gently left-handed to the second. This is the fence that Scott Brash got down. He is over clear, though, Peter Charles.
And as you can see, he's going round the outside of the flowers, so he's not taking the inside turn. He's taking his time. He's got to jump this clear round.
At the gate, the third, over safely. Now a big oxer, the fourth fence. His stride seemed good into it, and he's over that one safely. Now just 4 fences from gold. Peter Charles at the fourth last. He's over that one safely as well. And now heading towards, taking his time right the way round the outside towards this double oxer with a hedge in it. It's the third last fence. He's over that one clear as well. And now very wide towards the second last. It's a combination fence that he has to get right. Come on, Peter. He's over that one first of it. He's over clear there. One to jump between Peter Charles and Great British Glory in the show jumping at the last now for Peter. He's done it!
he punches the air, first with his left hand, then with his right. He's on his victory round already. He knows that his clear round has given the gold medal to Great Britain. Peter Charles takes his hat off in the centre of the arena. There are Union Jack flags everywhere, and for the first time since 1952, the show jumping team have won gold in the Olympics.
We can't believe it. It's absolutely unbelievable.
That was earlier this afternoon, and just now, if you're getting off work, we should tell you that Jason Kenny has won the sprint in the cycling. Of course, he got the position over Sir Chris Hoy, who's just tweeted, I know I said I was off Twitter till after tomorrow. He goes, of course, in a big final of his own, Sir Chris Hoy. He says, but that was phenomenal by Jason Kenny. So happy and proud of him. Well deserved, mate. It's a rivalry, but it's a very friendly one. The same could be said of our victorious foursome in the equestrian in the team jumping today, and they've been speaking with Lizzie Greenwood Hughes.
Well, I'm joined by the victorious British show jumping team, Nick Skelton, Peter Charles, Ben Mayer, Scott Brash, and the team coach, Rob Hoekstra. I'm going to start with you, Nick. First of all, what's going on with the podium? You were a bit keen there, weren't you, to jump on the podium?
Listen, I wasn't going to miss my chance getting on there. I think I was on there quicker than Usain Bolt was out of his blocks last night.
And you look like you never wanted to come out of that arena. You guys were just galloping round and around.
No, listen, it's a magic moment, Lizzie, and you got to make the most of it. It'll never happen again here in London, so what a day. What a day.
Scott, do you realise you're the first Scot for 50 years to win a show jumping medal at the Olympics for Britain?
No, I wasn't aware of that. No, I didn't know that.
That probably doesn't matter at all as you're Olympic champions.
No, it doesn't. No, it's just amazing feeling. Best day of our lives. I don't think it can get better than this.
And Ben, again, we talked about it yesterday, on a horse that you bred, you brought on from a youngster, you still own, just must feel so proud just for that as well.
Yeah, he was amazing today. Unlucky one down earlier, but he's useful in the jump off. Nick's I knew I couldn't beat Nick in the jump off. It wasn't necessary, so I went as fast as I could, and we laid the pressure onto the other guys, and I can't believe it.
Peter and Nick, important also to add that you two both had very, very serious neck and back injuries. You've been around a while. Obviously, Peter, you've been to Olympics riding for Ireland. You switched back for these games. Nick, you basically came out of retirement because you wanted to come and have a last shot at winning something like this. So how do you feel now that you here you are, Olympic champions?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dream come true, and you don't, like Peter says, we'll never get the chance again to win in London. And you can't. We're a great team. We all dug in deep and got on with it and paid off in the end. Brilliant.
You look emotional, Nick.
Well, it's been
I kissed him earlier.
Long time, it's been a long time, and I've been through a lot. Yeah. It's great.
And Peter, you promised me you wouldn't cry today, but you look a bit emotional too.
No, I'm very happy. I'm delighted to be part of this team. This is a fabulous team, and as I said earlier, it's a privilege to ride with these guys. They're all great. We've got two of the best young riders in the world. We've got the best rider and horse in the world currently, and they've just brought me along for the ride of it. But,
That's not true.
Well, you nailed it at the end. It was that clear that clinched the goal.
Yeah, but I got off to a lucky start. I'm glad I was able to chip in at the end. I was discussing with myself having that gate down. To stop these lads having to go on a jump off. These three guys got right individual. It would have been nice to get it done then, but it is what it is, and we did it the hard way, as Ben said earlier. So.
And Rob, we've got to give some credit to you because basically you've turned British show jumping around with these. It's not an easy job for you, is it? You've got riders, obviously they've got to earn the money, they've got to get out there on the circuit and compete, and you've somehow managed to galvanise them and turn them into a team that are now the Olympic champions.
Well, I think we made a very good plan at the beginning of the year. We had three of the guys who were qualified for the World Cup finals. They didn't go. There's other shows that we didn't do because we were focused on here, and we made a good plan. And great riders, good horses, and a good plan, and it worked together. And we all get on great now.
And you're going to have a big party tonight, I hear. Jeff Billington says you're going to be on it.
We could be.
Huge congratulations to all of you. Olympic champions, British show jumping team. Well done.
Thank you.
I've lost you for a second, sorry.
No problem. Have I got you back, John Hunt? No, I think I've lost John Hunt at that stage. I'll bring him in just a little bit later, and in fact, there he is now. How you doing, sir?
Hello, Colin. How are
Lovely.
you?
I love a technical problem of an evening. Just brings it all to life. Reminds people that we're live across so many venues. Before we go any further, just four great men, but also four great horses, and a wonderful relationship between them.
Well, you're right, Colin. Of course, one can't go without the other. It's very much a team, both in terms of the four men we've just heard there with Lizzie's interview, and these absolutely fantastic horses. And it would be invidious to pick one of the four out, really. They've all done exceptionally well. Peter Charles is winning round on a horse called Vindicat, who in earlier rounds hadn't really shone. He made mistakes and was looking in the bit of the weak link, and there he was come the day, delivering a fantastic round of jumping. But the other horses, Hello Sanctus and Big Star and Ben Mayer's horse Triple X, all absolutely fantastic. And Big Star is probably the most interesting one because he's only 9, and in show jumping terms, Colin, that's very, very young, but he's already looking as probably the one to beat in the individual contest as well in 2 days' time, where Nick Skelton will go for gold once more. But a fantastic team effort, and great that interview finished off with Rob Hoekstra as well, the team manager, the man who's made the plans, made all the coordinated effort here, because he came in as the lead of this team, and he definitely ruffled a few feathers. He probably brought in a bit of discipline where it was maybe a little bit missing, and as a result perhaps made himself slightly unpopular. But hey, the gold medals are dangling around their necks, and that's all the vindication he needs.
Absolutely right. And I think something that you can't really measure, but I think it plays a huge part in most sports, and it's momentum. And the Netherlands had a chance at the end of regular competition to win it with a clear round. Took down, I think you'll correct me if I'm wrong, the third fence, and I just think maybe it was within that British camp there would have been a thought of we're getting a second chance at this.
Yeah, very possibly, Colin, and that Dutch rider did particularly well to hold it together, because having got the first of those fences down early, he knew that another one down would have handed the gold medal to Great Britain there and then. But he went on. The rest of the round was clear. The Dutch team very strong indeed. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they have a big say in the destination of the medals when we go into the individual contest in 2 days' time. And just as a footnote, worth noting perhaps, Colin, that 3 of the 4 British horses were actually bred in Holland.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, John Hunt. A wonderful afternoon in your company, and everyone working on it there for the BBC. Big basketball news now. Let's get across to Chris Mitchell.
And Great Britain's men have recorded their first victory at the London Games, and their first since 1948. They've beaten China, ranked 10 in the world, of course, by 90 points to 58. And at last, we saw the British team that we'd come to see. They've recorded that win, and they go out on a high here. A hollow high, you could say, because it's tempered by ifs and buts and serious questions regarding their preparations and their pre-season. But their place at the top court in basketball vindicated by this win, and that 5-point loss to Brazil and that 1-point loss to Spain now, well, they're even more agonising, because had they won one of those games, they'd now be going on to the quarterfinals and facing the United States in the North Greenwich Arena.
What an event that would have been. Ifs, buts and maybes. Over at the XL, where there's so many sports going on, I'm watching Greco-Roman wrestling. There's 3 mats. We're only using one of them, and one of them has a podium, of course, Rob Northman, because we're going to get medals. So let me just describe it. It's an octagonal blue mat, a crash mat type thing like you'd have in your school or whatever. There's a huge yellow circle in the middle, and then an outer rim of red. I'm thinking of ways, because radio doesn't have a watershed, to describe the action I'm seeing on the mat. Well, what I've learned is it's a great art to it. It's super tough the way they throw each other about, and you're generally better at it if you have a beard.
Yeah, you're right. So you're well blessed. You could go into this lightweight version. Colin,
I tell you what,
this could be your future.
I couldn't do this. 84-kilogram men thrusting themselves to the floor. Here's a way to describe it. Think of if you do a tandem skydive. They usually end up in that position, same as if you had someone strapped on, except for they're both trying to throw each other to the ground. Holding moves, very much like judo.
Yeah, they grapple for about a minute and a half, and if nobody is thrown during that minute and a half, and remember, they can't use their legs to trip up the opponent, if nothing happens after a minute and a half, they then get into the ground position where they again try to get an advantage over their opponent, and you get another minute and a half of action of them grappling, this time on the floor.
Every time the Olympics are here in London, 08 and 48, we usually have someone in it. We don't this time, but just a very brief word on all of the flags you've been seeing in this arena.
Well, this is a sport which is dominated largely by what used to be the Soviet bloc. So you have all sorts of countries, Azerbaijan, you have Iranians, you have Turks, you have Bulgarians, and the Egyptians, and they've got a finalist coming up later on, are the most vocal. You wait till their man comes to fight for the gold medal in about half an hour's time.
Excellent. You'll like this. I know you've been following the action at Headingley. We've got a wicket at the cricket, Kevin Hiles. Come on, the guy with a beer!
Alistair Cook is out for 46. England are 105 for 3. They still need another 148 to win. They're still going for it by sending Matt Prior out to bat, but we're actually now on a possible run out of Matt Prior, sent back by Jonathan Trott, who's on 12 not out, Prior on 7. This is taking forever, this review, so therefore I will hand back to you, but if you could just come back for the final decision on this one, because this is a real telling point in this match, because if Prior is out, you imagine England will then stop going for it. I can give you the decision straight away. Is he out? Is he not out, Matt Prior? Is he run out? Yes, he is. That could be the end, realistically, of the run chase for England. They're 105 for 4. They were set 253 to win, but Trott is not out on 12. Prior has been run out on 7. He's shaking his head. He is not happy with Jonathan Trott for sending him back.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you very much, Kevin. As I idle back over to Peter Allen, I've discovered a job, a very strange job here at the Greco-Roman Wrestling. Peter, you've got a coach, but then you've got a guy whose job seems to be he comes up in between rounds and he just basically waves a towel in your face like a massive fan. That's what his job is. I even have the skills to do that.
Yeah, I think I could do that. I could also toddle around on that motorbike in the Kieran. Actually, Simon Brotherton is watching what they call the elimination race. It's fascinating, and at the moment Our Lady's still in there, Simon.
Yes, it was a bit of an anxious moment for her there. She just got caught at the back of the little group. A lot of the riders have been out already. Wojtyra of Poland, the latest one to go. This is the elimination race, Peter. Every other lap, the last rider to cross the line is out, and they've got a light on the front of their handlebars on the stem, and basically if it starts flashing red, it's come in, your time is up scenario. So it gets quite exciting towards the end, but at the back, Laura Trott is at the back once again. She needs to just move forward.
Laura.
She's a little bit boxed in. She might have to sprint here, otherwise she's going to be out, and Laura Trott just squeezes through the gap that wasn't even there. Oh, it was extraordary. I told you this was good, Peter.
I love this race. That's great. There's about 10 of them still piling around the track, but she's in there somehow. I don't know how.
And suddenly she's at the front now, and it's the bell's gone again, and we've got another rider about to be eliminated. But Laura Trott riding round on the front. Kizanovsky of New Zealand is right behind her. Belgian rider right behind her, and we're slowly whittling it down here, which means that Laura Trott will only get a few points here, and that's the idea. The lower the number of points you get, the better the situation is, and on this elimination she's the first across the line.
I gotta say, this is just gripping. She's got the inside track at the moment. I'm really supposed to hand over for something else, but I love this, Simon. We just got to stay with just one more go. Is it every 2 laps they get that bell to ring?
Every time the bell goes, so every alternate laps that a rider is eliminated. Laura Trott's normal trick is to hang around near the back and then just whiz forward at the very last moment, but she's changing her style at the moment.
Well, we've got another few minutes of this. Laura Trott's all right. I'll just hand over to Colin so he can say goodbye, and then we'll come back and see if we can pick up what's happened. Colin.
No problem. Thank you very much, Peter. It's usually at this stage we just have a little recap on what we've seen today. Well, the running tally for London 2012 now is 18 golds for GB, 11 bronze and 11 silvers. That's 40 medals in all, and it's been a pleasure to bring you 38, 39 and 40 today on BBC Radio 5 Live.
I've got Andy Murray on the phone. Say hello.
I got a message from Rafa Nadal yesterday saying that you won the hardest title there is to win.
So we go from sailing to Greco-Roman wrestling.
If you think the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears, that's pretty much 3 mats. It's the little bears hanging around on the left, and then there's a big bad bear who's just got down on his hands and knees. The Cuban guy, who is the reigning Olympic champion, is not taking kindly to having his porridge stolen at the moment.
First of all, it's wonderful to have you back.
I missed you as well, Colin.
But I felt like Maverick without Iceman.
Double twisting, double bite. Oh! Bev Tweddle just one step back but raises her arm. Bev Tweddle gets that Olympic medal. It is a bronze.
A clear round for Gurko Schroeder, and London, his horse, will give the Netherlands a gold medal. Triple combination. He's got one down. It will be a jump off between the Netherlands and Great Britain.
Bob Ellis is the course designer here, so obviously you're British, not allowed to be partisan with your course building, but it must be in your mind somewhere today.
Yeah.
At the last now for Peter. He's done it! He has done it! And he punches the air! His clear round has given the gold medal to Great Britain!
Oh, unbelievable. Going off from party tonight.
In the velodrome, Jason Kenny, who's into the final of the sprint.
But Jason Kenny leads. He's got 3 by lengths advantage. Bourget tries to come back at him. Round the banking. In towards the finishing straight. It's going to be Kenny's all the way! Jason Kenny is the Olympic champion! It's another gold for Great Britain. And what style from the young man!
Wow, great day. And I tell you what, there's a real drama unfolding in front of us in the velodrome. It's what they call the Omnium, and this is what they call the elimination, Simon Brotherton. I'm not really supposed to keep talking, but yeah, let's just take those last few laps. Mark, I'm sure will understand.
3 riders left. Annette Edmondson from Australia, Sarah Hammer from the United States, and Laura Trott of Great Britain. The next time they go over the line, the last one to cross the line is out. Laura Trott sprinting. The 3 of them sprinting around the banking, coming into the finishing straight. Laura Trott's going for it, and Laura Trott's still in there, and Edmondson of Australia's out. And Laura Trott's definitely going to finish at least second in this. It's between Hammer, the 4-time World Individual Pursuit Champion from the USA, on Laura Trott of Great Britain. This is a great ride by Trott. Hammer, by the way, in the gold medal position going into this on 10 points. Tara Whitten of Canada also on 10. Trott in the bronze medal position on 11. But these two are going to be in the gold and silver positions at the end of day 1 in the women's Omnium. They take the bell. 1 lap to go. The sprint is opened up by the American rider. Laura Trott's right on her wheel. Halfway down the back straight. Laura Trott's going to beat Sarah Hammer here. And the crowd are going absolutely wild as Laura Trott wins the final event of the opening day. What a ride by Laura Trott. 3 events in the women's Omnium done, 3 to go, and Laura Trott has won 2 of today's 3 races. She is right in the hunt for the gold medal.
That was lovely, Simon, and she was able to relax and wave to the crowd as she screamed across the finishing line. Really is a terrific race. We'll be back for Jason Kenny's medal, I think, but it's probably time I hand to Mark Pugac. I don't know if you were able to see that one, Mark, or indeed just listen to the commentary, but it was a cracking race.
I'm very jealous, Peter, because I haven't managed to get to the velodrome yet because of the schedules, but I'm going to try my absolute damnedest because it's right up there, Peter, with one of the venues of London 2012.
It's terrific. It's just a real, for some reason, it's a total natural amphitheatre. The noise is colossal. The crowd are right against the track. That, you know, it's completely immediate and completely dramatic. It really is the perfect place for this kind of racing.
Well, great way to start the second week in many ways. Thank you very much, Peter and Simon Brotherton. Back, as Peter said, for Jason Kenny's medal ceremony. He's taken gold in the sprint. We'll be back there for that. Here in the Olympic Stadium this evening, Team GB looking to add to the ever-increasing medal haul. Di Green goes in the final of the 400 hurdles. Now, he got there by the skin of his teeth, so can he turn it around? The pole vaulter, Holly Bleasdale's a real medal shout, but Yelena Isinbayeva, a true legend of the sport, is in that final. The men's 400 metres final is taking place, and Perry Shakes Drayton goes in the semis of the women's 400 hurdles. And there's live boxing as well. Anthony Ogogo and Anthony Joshua can guarantee themselves medals this evening. And our women's hockey players take on the Dutch as well. 6:37, all that to come after the news with Tom Sanders.